somebody was standing there looking at me. And then, just out of the blue, this presence came over to the bed and lay down on top of me.
Hey, what is going on? Guys, hi, hey, what is going on? I switched around the camera, or not the camera actually, well, I switched around the table and everything around so that for this live stream you guys can actually see me better than the last one. It's just a whole better setup here, so let's check the audio levels. How's the audio? I feel like the music is probably a little bit loud. How's that for you? I see in the chat, I see we got Pink Ghost there, who is the person who made this particular song. The first couple songs you guys are hearing. There's some more later on in the mix, but the first 20-30 minutes or so of the mix here is from Pink Ghost, so big thank you to them. Awesome music. Yo, so rocking the plaid. Yes, indeed. It's a little bit chilly. I probably will take it off a little bit later. I'll probably feel hot, but for now. Havik said, I hear that there's a Zaku stateside now. Yes, a 1-to-1 scale Zaku is coming to America, guys. Are you excited about that? Yeah, that's what we need to start. I don't know why that's never that's never popped into my head before. Yeah, 1-to-1 scale Zaku coming to America, guys. Finally, you got it. Your own 1-to-1 scale. Music's good now. Alright, let me know, about the audio levels, the music and everything. As you guys can see in the image below me, down there is the thing rotating through some of the new shirt designs. Got some new shirt designs that I'm really happy with. So I Some of them are the chibi artwork, which you guys have maybe seen before if you've seen about the sticker pack I have. So I have those available in a sticker pack at USA Gundam Store if you guys want to just pick up the little sticker versions of those. Or if you want it on a t-shirt, I've got those on there as well. The other thing, yeah, the other t-shirts are, where did the, no, I suddenly see that it's gone. Is it not looping or what? The other t-shirts are, let me see, apparently that was not set to loop, I guess, or something. The other t-shirts are part of a new brand that I'm starting, which is, there we go, pretty cool Plamo. And if you guys have been watching my channel, if you've heard me talking in my review videos before, you probably have heard me say pretty cool about a million times. I know I say it a lot, and I just can't break the habit of just always saying it. And actually, I had already kind of thought that, because people had been pointing it out to me that I say it all the time, so I thought, oh, I should like put it on a t-shirt or something. And then a few months ago, it was probably maybe like almost a year ago, it's been a while, but someone actually commented like, hey, you should put that on a t-shirt. I was like, well, if I was thinking it and someone else was thinking it, then I guess we probably should. And it's just like been a while, and in my mind and in development. So number one, just big shout out to Shaka, who helped me come up with a design for that. I kind of told him like what I was looking for, like kind of what I wanted it to look like, the main logo, and he came up with that, and it looks awesome. So I'm super happy with that. I wanted something just kind of simple, like to the point, something that is not necessarily like Gunpla related. So even if you're into like different types of modeling or whatever, you can just enjoy the shirt. It's all about just enjoying Plamo, plastic models, not necessarily Gunpla or even Mecha or whatever. So yeah, Shaka is epic indeed. So check out the shirts if you guys are interested. And as we're getting going here, so of course today we're building the PG Phenex. Like just seeing this, like obviously I've got it here, but like seeing it on screen, it's almost kind of, I was just thinking this before the stream started, I was like, it's kind of weird to see on social media, just like on the computer, to see like Unicorn Gundam 03 Phenex, because I feel like 9 out of 10 times whenever I see this kit online, if it's like a picture on Facebook or something, it says Unicorn Fighter 03 Phenex, because a lot of people have the Daban bootleg version of it. I don't see it as many people like sharing photos or whatever of the original kit, the Bandai kit, of course, because it's super expensive. But honestly, it's not a kit that I feel like I would have bought if I hadn't seen it in person. I saw it before it came out. I saw it on display at the Gunpla Expo there in Tokyo a few years back. Then it would have been 2016, 2017, before it came out. And seeing it in person is what really sold me on it. It looks awesome when it's built. Yeah, fingerprints, yeah, there's gonna be a few visible nub marks, but like when you have it all built and put together, and especially with the LEDs on, you're just looking at this big, sparkly, shiny thing, and you're not gonna notice the little things like that, which is fine. So eventually, someday, possibly, I'll end up stripping the gold and actually like just repainting it. But I don't know. For now, we're just gonna fill it up like this. And probably what'll end up being the case with this is it'll just be on display in the showroom, the physical shop there at USA Gundam Store. So with something as gold and shiny as this, you can't just like leave it in the box. So I'll probably donate it to the display cabinet at USA Gundam Store later once we arrive. So is it injection gold? No, it's plated gold, baby. Here's look. So I've got like all the parts all separated out. Like here's all the gold parts for the shield. Here's all the parts for left leg. It's just a ton of parts with this kit, obviously. And we got the LED unit too, so we're gonna be putting that in. So this build is probably going to take a while, and we should probably go ahead and get started, because we're gonna be here for a little while. Before we do that, though, I just want to say what's up to some of you guys. So probably shouldn't open this up until I really need it, but I think I do need it like from the very first step. There's instructions in here, but if I remember correctly, you really don't need the instructions here because I've got them here. And I need some batteries. I didn't prepare that. I should have grabbed those. But before we get started, there is one more thing. Hey Chris, you didn't miss much so far. Just kind of setting you guys up, talking about what's going on. Yes, I wanted to say hello to some people here in the chat. So, who's here? Juan's there. Is the plastic underneath the plated gold yellow? Yes, underneath the plated gold, the plastic is yellow. Fishy, Mercenary, Atari, what's going on, guys? Benjamin, Get Gouda, Arkenhowl, the proud new owner of one of my builds, actually. Hello. Reiji, Gabriel, let's see, Stamp Gamer, Baka, what's going on, guys? Eric Sweatshirt, Fury, let's see, Brian and Travis, what's going on, guys? Glad you could make it to the stream for a while. Lewis, Andy, last name. I'll try to keep saying hello as we get going here to some of you guys. It's gonna be fun, dude. The PG unicorn, the LEDs, yeah, it's a impressive looking kit when it's all put together, definitely. So here's the other thing. I got this, and what this is about. Hey, what's going on, Ryan? Yeah, I saw Ryan. I think you had the very first comment. So yeah, I forgot that you were there. But yeah, hey Ryan. And Chris, and Chow, and Fury.
It's so far away, it's almost impossible.
Are you in Florida yet, Zane? No, I'm not. Still here in the moment. So basically, this will be the last, I think probably the last live stream that I do here in Korea. I think we have one more episode next Friday with Adam and I for the USA Gundam TV channel. But definitely the last live build. Because after this, I'm kind of like shutting down the studio. If you guys remember the classic Dave Chappelle sketch, I'm shutting the studio down. This is the Kitbash challenge. What I want to do with this is that we got 6 empty spaces on here, and for the very first 6, what do you call it, on YouTube. I guess it could be on Twitch as well. I don't know. I forget what it's called on Twitch, definitely. But on YouTube, what is it? The super chat. Yeah, that's what it is. Super chat, right? It's early in the morning. I'm normally like getting up at this time, so that's early. Anyway, the first 6 super chats can choose the kit. So like, if you're so inclined to super chat, doesn't matter how much, but super chat with the kit that you'll choose. We'll put 6 kits on the board, and then anytime after that, anytime there's a super chat, anytime someone purchases a t-shirt, because that's what we're also talking about here today. Anytime there's a t-shirt purchase, anytime there's a super chat, we'll spin the wheel and I'll mark whatever it lands on. I'll mark it at the end of the live stream. Whichever 2 kits have the most marks, I'll do a Kitbash of. So you guys can choose the most random shit that you want, and I have to try to Kitbash. And obviously I'm not going to do it right now. It's something that I'll do. It's a project I'll start later on once I arrive there at USA Gundam Store. But yeah, that's the deal with this. And then I think probably what we can do with that, considering that this is like just like a fun game thing that we're doing today, I guess like once the kit is actually made, why don't we just do a giveaway for that as well? So it'll be going back to one of you guys later on once the kit is done. So that means I can't get halfway through the project and be like, I give up on this. I have to actually see it through, and it could be horrible. It could be like, you guys may end up choosing like the HG Self Kitbash with like a GOG. That would be pretty awful, but it's up to you guys. So the first 6 super chats get to choose what kits go on the board. After that, every super chat, every t-shirt sale, we'll spin that. So that's the deal with this. I'll probably remind you guys of that from time to time because there'll be new people coming in who haven't heard that whole spiel I just told you. How do you choose the kits? You choose the kit by doing a super chat on YouTube, and with your super chat comment, you can just put in the comment the kit that you want to choose. So any HG kit, obviously, like aside from, we'll say not the Dendrobium or Neozeon or second Neozeon. So as long as it's not one of those incredibly large HGs, then it's fair game. And I see Choco Falcon here. Hello, hello. Hey, Choco Falcon. And Mike Rinaldi. You sold one share. Hey, I wanted to have I should be getting notifications for that because I need to keep track of that. But let me go ahead and just make sure that hopefully I can. Let me see. Well, thank you, Mike. There you go. Now I can see it. So hopefully I'll get notifications for that, or I need to keep something open here. So I was just gonna get that on my phone. Considering, hang on, where is it? Considering, Mike, that you made the first t-shirt purchase, Mike, why don't you go ahead and pick the first kit to go on the board there then? You can let me know. Choco Falcon HG Meteor. I'll allow it, because that'll be probably kind of easy. Whatever other Gundam goes along with that, I just have to plug the Gundam onto the Meteor. Obviously, I'll try to do something a little bit more interesting, but at least in terms of what I'll allow that. Chris says, the shirts look rad, but I don't have the cash right now. No worries, man. If you feel like, if you're in the position to buy one later and you feel so inclined, that'd be awesome. Alright, see. So I'll be keeping an eye on the chat, but just in case I miss it, one of you guys let me know if Mike comments his choice there. Dude, first. You know, the Dom. Okay, fair enough. So just original Dom, Mike, that's what you're going with? Just classic Dom, HGC Dom. I don't have Super Chat enabled. I don't have Super Chat enabled. That would be an issue, wouldn't it? Yeah, I hope that I can enable it because, hang on. I recently had to change my AdSense account for YouTube. So, yeah, that would be a bummer if it's just not available. But let's see. Alright, I want to go back here. I'll check the settings. Because we're moving to the US, let me see. Previously, my AdSense account was linked to my Korean bank account, but I'm not gonna want that money going to my Korean bank account once we're not in Korea anymore. So, AdSense doesn't allow you to change the country of where your money is deposited, so basically what you have to do is just delete your AdSense account and then make a new one in the new country. So I'm doing that, and my new one is awaiting approval, or it's just like awaiting confirmation because they actually send you something in the mail. It's complicated, but so mine is actually not confirmed yet, so I hope that means that I'm actually able to use Super Chat. So apologies, guys. I didn't think of that at all ahead of time. So before I gave you the whole thing about using Super Chat, you weren't even able to. Let me go ahead and see if we can get that turned on, and then we can get to building. So let me see. I just want to check back in the chat there. Classic Dom, Mike says. Okay, so we'll go with that. HGUC. You probably don't need to write HGUC because you can just put Dom. There you go. Dom, first one on the board. Put that there. Let me see if I can get this going here then. Just grab the messer. Love the shirts. Thank you, John Chen. Let me see about this. Of course, YouTube's nothing's ever easy, but let's see. Playlist, show more. Tags. Well, I don't think. Let's see. Don't think it's going to be right where I expected it to be. It's not. Alright, so let's go back here. I had to find. I would have thought that the setting would have been the setting for the live stream, but I think I need to go back to here. I wonder if because my account is not confirmed yet, that super chat is not able. That's a bummer. Supers, here we go. Let's see. You're eligible for super thanks. Super chat. Okay, here we go. It should be on now. I don't really know what super thanks is, but we'll go ahead and turn that on too. And super stickers, I'm just gonna leave that off for right now. But okay, that should be on now. Use Streamlab donations. I'm not using Streamlab. I use Streamlab for other live streams. For these live streams, I use OBS. All right, so let me get back into this here. So it should be on now. Yeah, can you one of you guys confirm if that's an option that shows up? Maybe refresh your window. Let me know if that's there. Okay, so but I think John said he also purchased a t-shirt. Yeah, is that right, John? Yes, John did. The messer. So yeah, John. John, you want to go ahead and pick the second kit for the board then? And yeah, you guys are confirming that, yeah, it's working now. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry about that. So in case, oh my. Yeah, I forgot to check the cats before I started the stream, so they probably don't have food. I better go do that. Alright, so John said store. What's that mean, John? John, you can let me know what kit you want to choose, or if you don't feel like it, if you want to pass it on and let somebody else pick, that's fine, but let me know what kit you want to pick. Gunda GX with the super chat there, thank you so much, said HG Violent Custom. Thank you so much, because that is I appreciate the support, but also I really love that kit, so that is one that I would very much be looking forward to working with, because I love that kit. So you're not making it very challenging, but I do like that kit. Violent Custom, and I appreciate you choosing the custom specifically, because I definitely like the custom a lot more than the standard Violent. And then Brian and Travis, have a safe trip, man. Thank you for the super chat. Brian, you guys want to choose one of the kits for the board? We still have a few to fill here. John said HG Rosenzulu if it's too hard to get and pick something. No, John, that's fine. HG Rosenzulu is all good. I like that you guys are going all HGUC, not making it very difficult for me, but that's good. Rosen Zulu, and I saw we had another super chat there from Dim, who said HGDO, and Joel Wismer, who said the Woundwarts. So a couple of a little bit more challenging options there. I feel like kitbashing the O and the Woundwart wouldn't necessarily be all that difficult, because you just like make it like the O is like the equipment for like the Woundwart, how you have like the different versions of the Woundwart. See the O and HGUC. Wart. Alright, so let me see. Arkenhowl also with the super chat there. Highway Star, thank you so much, you guys. The next one after that would be Charles. Arkenhowl retracted his message. Let me see what he put on there. But Charles said HG Core Gundam. Will be our last one here. So there we go. That's HG Build Divers. Core Gundam. Alright, so the board is full. Now, thank you guys so much for getting us started with a bang there. So now every other, and I need a way to check about the t-shirt sales because I was expecting that I'll get the email notification pop up on my phone and I can see that, but it's not working out that way. So let's see. I might have to just open that here on my computer. I'll just check it from time to time. So anytime there's a t-shirt sale, anytime there's a super chat, we'll spin the wheel and then I'll mark it, and then at the end of the stream we'll know which 2 kits end up being our kits. Arkenhell, sorry, I know you used the super chat at first, but then I retracted the message, so I just went ahead and went with Charles' pick for the Core Gundam. So sorry, Arkenhell, the spots are all full now, but I will go ahead and you can be our first spin, so it won't be the dark count. I think that would have been a cool one as well. But all right, then we need to get to building for Thick Boys. Exactly. All right, first one is going to be with 1 on the board. All right, I'll go ahead and just mark that with a little dot there. I don't know if I should make that bigger or smaller if we end up getting like too many. Trev and I would like to add, Brian, yes, also, sorry Brian, the spots are all full now, but I will go ahead and spin one more time for Brian and Travis's. Didn't get quite as much momentum that time, but this time we got the Dom, Mike Rinaldi, we'll be happy. There you go. All right, so those are our first 2. If it ends up being nothing else but that, the Dom and the O, also probably not the most difficult to go together, but all right, let's get started with the build and some coffee. Use the head of the O. The head and the Dom would be a pretty cool selection. So, all right. First thing up is the base. So yeah, since I guess I don't know of a good way at the moment for being able to get like live updates on t-shirt sales without having to go check some phone settings and check some alerts settings and things like that. I need to get started on the build, so we won't mess with that for now. I'll check my email every little bit, and then we'll see if there's any t-shirts sold, and we'll go ahead and spin the wheel for every t-shirt that's sold. So we get all of our parts here for the base. I think that's all. All right. Wait, there are 4 more. Does that mean that all the kits will be used? No, John, not all the kits will be used. It'll be a kitbash between 2 kits. So at the end of the stream, whatever 2 kits have the most dots, have the most votes, basically, by random. But whatever kits have the most will be the 2 ultimately that we'll use for the kitbash. That's how that's working. Alright. So I thought we had to put the wire into the arm of the base straight away, but apparently not. So here we got this part, and that guy goes right there. This part right here. Up. Like that. So that part here. We can close that. I didn't check the manual, but as far as I remembered, I thought we had to actually run the wire through the arm of the base. No, you just like tuck it in through there. Okay. Anyway, yeah, let me grab some batteries, which are right over here. How many do we need? 4 AA. So I have to remember to take these out again before I actually pack the box up for shipment. Wouldn't want these to one of the batteries to leak or something, ruin this $100 some thing here from Bandai. The LED unit for this kit is so expensive. When you realize that if Core Gundam wins, other kit will become armor, basically. Yeah, so yeah, not a bad. You guys gave me some pretty good kits to work with, honestly. Like, I thought it could have been a lot more challenging. Something like, yeah, like I said before, the example I gave was like the G-Self matched with like the GOG or the Zigok or something. So we gotta tuck the wire up through the bottom there. And LED sits in there like that. We can go ahead and pop the top back on there. This goes. Oh, okay, right through. I should have left the top off for the time being. Go ahead and pop that back off there. So, and also, one thing that I'll be doing here in a little bit is having some live chat with my Discord members. So if you guys don't know, that's part of my Patreon reward system. I do have a Discord. Some people ask me from time to time, do you have a Discord? I do, and it's part of the rewards for my Patreon supporters. So if you guys want to check that out, that's the deal with my Discord. But yeah, we're gonna have some voice chat later on with whoever's around on Discord. Just kind of hang out. So we'll do that. Okay. There we go. That just slots into there. Then we just run the wire up through the back of this guy. So we'll do that in a little bit. For right now, try to just get started on the build. But as always, guys, if you have questions or something you want me to see in the chat, tag me in your comment there in the chat, or put your comment in all caps, as long as you're not like spamming the chat with a bunch of all caps. As long as you're not doing that, it's fine for you guys to use all caps if you're just trying to get my attention. That's fine. I'll try to keep up with the chat, but obviously, only got 2 eyes, and I'm not a chameleon. I can't look in 2 different places at once. What 90s kit would you like to get revised? Everyone else can answer too. 90s kit would I like to get revised? I don't know. The first thing that comes to mind would be like the Taurus custom. Let's see if I can get a tool to get this wire in here a little bit easier. But I think the the question would probably be more interesting if you're talking 80s kits, like the old ones, because there's a lot like more interesting options with that one. I feel like. D'Angelo, I heard it's time for Zach suffering again. No, not suffering. I'm doing well. Thank you for the super chat there. And that means it's time to spin the wheel. So I think our base is now done, basically. So that's good. And where can I put that? I'm just going to put that on the floor because now I'm running out of space here. It's time to spin the wheel. Thank you, D'Angelo. Let's give it a whirl. And it's the Rosenzulu. Alright, so no 2 points for anybody yet. We got the Dom, the O, and Rosenzulu with 1 point each. There you go. Just joined. Hey guys, hey Jerry. So our base is good, and now we can start with the body, which is in here. So I got this big containers full, and then I got 2 bags of shield parts, 1 bag each for each of the legs, and then the bazooka parts are also over there separately as well. There's a lot of parts with this kit. Where can I put this here? Are you gonna be reviewing the Gundam Nike SB models? No, I will not be reviewing those. I saw those coming out, and I think like when those were first announced, I think myself and a lot of other people just immediately just assumed that that was like a fake thing. Someone just made that custom and then just like made it look like a promotional images. Because you see that from time to time, like people will just make their own custom and they kind of like just Photoshop up a kind of image that makes it look like it's like an official image. So that's why I assumed it was, and I think probably a lot of people just assumed that that's what the case was with that, but yeah, no, turns out it was an actual thing coming out, but honestly, it was just not that interesting for me, so no, I didn't get those kits, and I won't be reviewing them. What predictions for what will be announced at the Bandai Autumn event? Yeah, at the Bandai Autumn event, I can assume probably there'll be some, Yobo, can you give me a glasses cleaning cloth? Come on. I can assume there probably will be news about a bunch of the Kyokai Senki kits. So there'll be probably some new kits on display as well as like some of the upcoming kits. We'll see like some new images of those. That might be kind of like the main thing. Thank you. That might be like the main thing. But obviously there'll be some Gunpla in there as well, I'm sure. What am I expecting? I don't know. I'm not expecting a new series at this time, which would be nice, but I don't think that's what's in store. Tianjo, I heard a meow, time to donate. Careful, because they're going to be meowing all day, so don't hold yourself to that. But let's go ahead and spin the wheel. Thank you, Dianjo, for the super chat. That was also not a good. I had the very first spin was a really good one. After that, it's kind of on the line, so I'll go ahead and spin it again. I want to get a better spin if I can. It was almost to the dom, but it was close enough to the line. I felt like it. Well, and it basically went to the exact same spot again, which is basically on the dom. So we'll just mark that 2 points for the dom, and Mike Rinaldi is happy again. Hey, Patrick is here as well. Hey, Patrick, with the super chat. Thank you. He said, Godspeed on the kits. I salute you, sir. Hope moving progress is going smoothly. It's going smoothly-ish. I'll talk some more about that, but spin that wheel. We've got, yeah, a little bit better spin that time. Another one for the Rosenzulu. All right, so it's 2 points for the dom, 2 points for the Rosenzulu. There you go. All right. Your cat meow for food. Yeah, I should probably do that. Let me let's go ahead and get started on the build, and then I'll go tend to the cats maybe in a little bit. Got the pulley caps and the palm parts out here separately because didn't want to get those mixed up. We need number 24. Why can't I see number 20? Oh, there it is. Okay. Explain the wheel, please. Patrick, yeah, so anytime there's a super chat on YouTube or a t-shirt sale from the new t-shirts, I'll spin the wheel, and at the end of the day, whichever two kits on here have the most votes are the ones that I will kitbash for a future kitbash project. Obviously later on, once we're set up there in America. So that'll be for a future project. So you guys can choose the first 6 kits that are on here were chosen by the first 6 t-shirts / super chats there. So that's how those got on there. So thank you for that. This kit is a fingerprint magnet. Yeah, I thought about getting some gloves, but a lot of other stuff going on, and ended up just saying not for that. Alright. Cherish your cats while you can. I found out my cat is in the beginning stages of kidney failure yesterday. I'm sorry to hear about that. Nice to be able to build up at 160 scale at the same time as you. Ah, very nice. What are you building? What inspired you to create a pretty cool Plamo? Ah, Lorenz, I explained that a little bit earlier, but I can tell you again. I just always say pretty cool in my videos, and people had pointed out to me, and then I thought I should put it on a t-shirt, and then someone else commented, you should put it on a t-shirt. So I took that as confirmation that I should go ahead and do that. And I did, so I decided to just make it into just a kind of brand. So I should tell you guys too about that now that we're here. One more thing about that brand is you'll notice coming up here in the rotation below me, there it is, the Chris Pabs custom one. So another idea I had with that is to basically run it similar to like a skateboard brand where they have like pro models, right? So like anytime they sign a new pro to the team, they'll have the pro model, and that's what I wanted to do with the t-shirts. So I think probably about every 2 months or so we'll have a new pro model. So the very first one is with Chris Pabs. So basically what that means is that the pro, in this case just the modeler that I want to help support, is they get to choose like the color scheme that they want. So like the colors, so Chris chose obviously the white and lavender colors, and then the dark gray, it's dark heather gray for the shirt, and then their logo is printed on the back, so whoever it may be. So like in this case it's Chris Pabs, but in future editions it'll just be whoever the creator is or whoever the modeler is. Their logo goes on the back, and we have the pretty cool Plamo logo on the front in their own custom color scheme. So that is the first pro model that we have. So that'll be only available till the end of the year, and the same thing with the camo versions. There's 3 different color camo versions of the shirt that are also going to be limited just until the end of the year. So if you guys like some of those, definitely check them out. So how that supports the builders is that the sales of the pro models, a portion of that goes to Chris in this case, or the pros. So if you want to support Chris, he also gets some of the money for that. And a big super chat there, a big thank you to December Black. Thank you. He said, my guy, hoping all is well, and thanks for the communication on old Facebook. Yes, no problem. I am working on a Tekkaman blade kit. That's a pretty interesting looking kit. I have considered getting that. If they reprint it, I might get one. I will share once done. Okay, cool. Any idea on a possible restock of the Takeda Shingen red figure? I don't know about that. I would assume that that's probably not gonna get a restock. I don't know. At least at USA Gundam Store we might get some more, but what I mean is I don't think they're gonna make more. we may get some more at USA Gundam Store, and I'll have to check with Adam about that. But as for that company making more of that figure, I don't think they're gonna do that probably. But let's go ahead and spin the wheel for that very super chat. See if we can get one of the other guys on the board, or it'll be one more vote for. No, it's for the Violent Custom. All right, so that's the first point for the Violent Custom. It's on the board. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, that was a very cool figure. I'm sure they're probably going to be focused on making something new rather than using like time and production costs and all that to just make more of the same kit. Even though I'm sure it was probably pretty successful for them. I hope so. It's a really cool thing. You can make. Why was I thinking that you could make the chair differently, whether you're going to have it in unicorn mode or destroy mode? I thought that was something you could do with this kit. Is that not right? Or is that a later step? I thought it was no. Maybe not. I don't know what kit. I feel like there was a kit that you. It must have been the MGEX kit that you could choose how you make the cockpit in there based on whether you wanted to have it in destroy mode or unicorn mode. That's what it was. They didn't do that with the Perfect Grade, and that's why. Yeah, that's why the MGEX is the ultimate version of this kit. That's kind of weird. Hang on. Plugging that into there, and that doesn't seem right. Hang on. So that seems like it should be plugged straight into there, but that's like too wide. So do I have like something upside down or something? What's going on? I don't think so. That's strange. That doesn't fit in there exactly how I thought it would have. But okay, we'll just kind of roll with that. Deonjo with the other super chat there. I know you're not into many Gundam games, but have you seen some of the designs for the new Gundam Battle Operation Code Fairy game? I've not really seen much about those. I've just like seen the announcement for the kits and seen that I'd seen like a very short video clip of the game, and that's all. But it seems like there's gonna be some cool stuff in there. And we need to spin the wheel again. Shiny indeed. What's the Reddit post name? Okay, you guys talking about something different. I'm gonna say that's very slightly leaning towards the Violent Custom. Almost to the Woundwort. The Woundwort has no points on the board yet, so he almost got one. The Woundwort and the Core Gundam are so far not having any points yet, but really appreciate you guys' support. After building the Byakuchi, are you more interested in building the 140 full mechanics game? Yeah, totally. I even Byakuchi or otherwise, I was definitely always interested in building. I mean, any new kit, unless it's a design that I just am really not into at all, I'll always be excited to check out some new kits. So, yeah, the 140 scale, is that what it is? I just like. I remember that they're a different scale. Yeah, I was about to say 1/100 scale, but yeah, right, they're a different scale, aren't they? So yeah, definitely looking forward to checking out that kit, just because I think it'll be cool to see what the difference is. I already built the HG and already recorded the review. I just have not posted the review, so it's another thing I've mentioned before, but I am recording a lot more than what you guys are seeing uploaded. Normally in the past I kind of record and upload just like steadily. I don't just like hold back videos. I don't just like keep recorded videos. If I've got it recorded, then I'm going to edit it and upload it as soon as possible. But what I'm doing right now is just kind of pacing myself with the uploads, because there's going to be at least a month and a half or so, probably more than that, where I'm just not really able to record anything. I'll hopefully be able to still do like a live stream here or there, but I won't be able to record anything for a while, so I'm just saving up the videos. So I already have the review of the Kenbu and the Bunyip Boomerang. I already have those reviews recorded and everything, just haven't uploaded them yet. They'll be coming out later. I'm excited about getting an RG High from USA Gundam Store. Can't wait, Richard. Yeah, hopefully you should get that soon. I know they got some, and I know that they've been getting a bunch of messages from people like, yeah, I see other people got it, but why haven't I got mine yet? And last time I talked with Adam about that on the last live stream, I thought he said that they were getting all the RG High at once. Normally they're kind of broken up, or at least like it's not normally, it's like recent normalcy. This year, that's kind of how it's been, is that Bandai ends up breaking up the shipment. So like they'll send like half or a quarter of it, whatever, at once, and then they'll send the other half later. But I think Adam said that they were, at least for the High, they were sending them all at once. But based on the fact that I've been seeing a bunch of messages coming in, at least like to the USA Gundam Store Facebook page, of people complaining about not getting their kits yet, so I'm guessing that maybe they didn't get them all yet from Bandai, or from Bandai Bluefin. That is what I would assume would be the case, and that'd be the reason why some people are not getting theirs yet. But I mean, I'll just speak for Adam and say that I appreciate you guys' patience if you're waiting on that, if you did pre-order it. You know, as we always, is there another polycap printer that I missed? Oh, there's, okay, yeah, there is two. I thought there was two. If they have the kits, I'm sure they'll be working to get them out to you guys as soon as possible. But if you haven't got a shipping notice yet, then I would assume that that means that they just don't have yours yet. Palm 1. And this guy. So there was something else in the chat I wanted to say. Chris was here. Yes, that's what I wanted. I want to say hello to Chris. Hey, Chris. I was just letting everybody know about your Pro Model shirts. So, Chris, I hadn't told you in our chat yet, just because it's just been kind of a busy week getting everything all set up, aside from everything else going on. But Chris, it does a heads up to you that I'll get a kit, or not a kit. I'll get a shirt for you sent out to you later. So just in case, like if you wanted one for yourself. Don't go ahead and order one for you. I'll get one for you. I hadn't mentioned that to you yet, but before I forget to tell you, or before you go and order one for yourself or something. Welcome back, guys. Thanks, Zach, you're a legend. No problem, Chris. Except how we might have to do that is, I think probably what I'll have to do is get the shirt sent to Adam, and then he'll have to send it out to you. So we may have to then remind him to do that later on. All right, I'll order one anyway. I like the design, and any support I can give it is good support. Well, thank you, Chris. Or maybe order one for your wife or something. Order one for you, and then tell me the size you need for your wife. this part, I'm having some trouble getting on here if you guys can't tell. Is there a trick to it? There's not. It has to like slot into place up here and then plug in down here. And the slotting is the problem. I don't remember this from building the Banshee Norn way back when. The problem is like just because of the shape of the pieces, it's kind of hard to get a good grip on it. And this is tough. Okay, hang on. Need to focus. Try to get. The problem is like pushing this part on here, and then. Push this piece down, then it's kind of pushing the polycap out, which is what's getting in the way. If I push the polycap in, then it pushes the whole piece back down. So that's kind of the problem. I just have to just muscle this basically. 아니 있어. 샌드위치 샀어 어제. Out of the three, which unicorn is your favorite? That's a tough question. Honestly, probably not the Phenex. It's cool, but it's very gaudy. I don't know, which is not necessarily always my taste. Ah, that's so chunky. Finally. That's the part 4 shoulder connection. Now the problem is that I have to do that one more time. Because you have to do that twice. But my favorite unicorn, let's see, probably the original. I mean, the Banshee is so cool in black. But I mean, the original is so cool, and then there's also, like, if you want to count it, you could also count like the final battle versions, because it's also different colors. So some people may prefer the original unicorn, but in the final battle colors over the just regular like a red pink cycle frame color. So I don't know. Golden perfectibility. Yeah, the perfectibility is definitely not one of my favorites. That's probably like one of my least favorite variants of the unicorn, to be honest. Just because it's so extra. I mean, I know that that's probably why some people like it, is because they just like that it's so like overloaded. But for me, it just kind of it's just too much. Are you gonna get the America RX-72 when you get to America? Nah, probably not. It's not for me. It's a collector's item thing, right? I understand that. Let's see, round hole side. Oh, okay, got that. It's a collector's item, and it's funny, but it's not anything that I really care to own. Isn't it special? Gabriel says, I already got it. I want you to get your kits now. After all this effort, what's that? I assume that comment is not for me. part. Yeah, just have to kind of muscle that one in there. What are the differences between the XS and the Deep Striker? I built the XS thinking about if it's worth building the Deep Striker. Well, depending on which version of the XS you have. If it's the 1.5, then the body, the arms, and the head should all be basically the same. But if it's the old XS that you built, then some parts will be different, but generally it's going to be mostly the same. Mercenary said that MG Deep Striker is a smoking pile of trash. I definitely disagree with that. It's most definitely not trash in my opinion. It's just, you just have to know what you're getting yourself into, and what you're getting yourself into is a kit that's not going to do much. it looks great, and it's a big Deep Striker. And if you wanted a Deep Striker kit, your options are like pretty slim. You got like the Mechanicore kit, which is super expensive and like not beginner friendly at all, not even like intermediate friendly. And then you've got like there's an Ace model kit, which is, if you want to talk about trash, that's some real trash. This is the wrong way. Let's see. That's right. So honestly, the MG Deep Striker from Bandai, I think, is a great kit, just for the fact that it exists, basically, and it does, you know, everything you would expect a Deep Striker to do. I would never expect a Deep Striker to be able to do like some like super wild anime. It doesn't even have legs, so like, what are you really expecting it to do, right? Let's see. This should be a Psycho Frame part. No. Like this. There we go. How deep should that slot into there is what I'm wondering. Hey, there's December Black with another super chat there. Thank you for that. Let me just go ahead and get this part here put together, and then we'll check out the super chat there. So this one goes on the top here, and underneath should be, this one should be right. Yeah, with that part to the back. Hang on. One thing I don't remember about this kit is having to muscle it this much. Which is it was because I think this part's backwards for whatever reason. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the manual wrong. Yeah, I should probably pay attention. Look more closely at the manual. And yeah, that is supposed to go deeper into there. Hang on. I think, let's see. That goes like that, and this should be on here, like that. By the fact that that doesn't close up all the way that it should, I think that this part is not slotted onto here as far as it's supposed to be. Yeah. So that needs to go in there. Bear with me a minute, guys. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Alright, there we go. That's right. Okay. Whew. I'm getting warm. Sorry, December Black had his super chats there, and we need to address that. Sorry. He said another idea for Kitbash, MG Tall Geese 3 and MG slash Zaku. I'll pay for this because I don't have your magic hand skills. Let me know if you're interested. You're Timmy. Tall Geese 3 with slash Zaku. How would you go about doing that? I mean, I don't know if I want to do any commissions again for a while, but if you have like more specifics about the idea, you can message me about it. I'll think about that. You're building this with the LED, right? Yes, Uberzaku. So with December Black's super chat, that means it's time to spin the wheel again. Let's go ahead and give that a spin. You guys can see that, all right? Well enough, yeah. It's kind of small there on the screen, but it's going to land on the Bayerland Custom, giving that 3 points. So he's in the lead now. But again, it's going to come down to the top two. So, but that's 3 for the Bayerland Custom, which seems like it's going to be a very Kitbash friendly kit, considering that the kit already, like the Bayerland Custom itself, already looks like a Kitbash, just because it's got such many weird design features going on. Next year you should get a pair of black glasses and go as Zakurilius for Halloween. Eh? What? I don't get it, but okay. Production and quality on that wheel is top notch. Yeah. I actually had this made. I made this for it ended up not being 24 hours, but the 19-hour live stream that I did, the start to finish build of the HGC Rezel. I made this for that live stream, but I ended up not using it because I didn't have a good idea of how to use it. I didn't have it as like a Kitbash challenge, whatever. I added that yesterday. I just had the wheel itself made. Ended up not really having any good idea of how to implement it in the live stream, how to use it, so I just scrapped it. And then, but I still had that, and I was still trying to think of a good way to use it, and so I thought today would be a good opportunity to use it like that. So, yes. Wheel spin is smooth. For being cardboard, and actually what this is held together by here at the center, what's holding this is just cardboard wheel on a piece of cardboard. What's holding it together is a little piece of runner. Just use like a little T-shaped piece of runner. Super glue it in there. It's on HLJ box piece. Yeah. So it's very, what's the word? I need to start getting better at English now that I'm going back to America. I need to like remember my English. It's not ghetto, that's not the word that I want to use. What's the word for, yeah, like something that's just like very like shoddily assembled, kind of like slapped together kind of thing. What's the word for that in English? Can someone help me out? Someone who is also a native English speaker. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Janky? No, that's not it. Poor? No. There's a specific word. Slapdash? No. Simple? No. That's not the word that I'm thinking of. MacGyvered? That's funny, but that's also not it. Slipshod? No. What's the word? It's like makeshift? No, that's not it. No. Cajun engineering? I've never heard that before. Crappy cobbled, jerry-rigged. I think, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Pat. I think that's, yeah. I think that's the word I was looking for. Jerry-rigged, yes. It's very jerry-rigged. Exactly. All right, so now we can go ahead and snap this, and we should hear that snap. Give me that satisfying snap sound. Come on. Why aren't you snapping? Oh, had it backwards. Man. Not the snappiest snap I've ever heard, but that was pretty good. What's really disappointing is when it's supposed to snap and you just hear nothing. That's not fun. Hey, Petit Shree, hey, how are you? And Geek Eric. Hello, I've seen you. You've been in there for a little bit, Geek Eric, but I hadn't said hello. Just trying to say hello to all the familiar faces, but everyone else as well too. Shadi, Zezav, Se, Chris Young. I think it may have been Ragey Gamer, or who was that? Someone asked me on Twitter if I was going to be doing another Genshin live stream, another Genshin Impact live stream, pulling on the new banner. I decided, because I had held off, I just am going on a tangent here. Thank you, Shuri. She said the new shirts look dope. Thank you. If you see something you like, hopefully you can pick one up. But if not, that's okay too. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna go on a Genshin Impact stream for a minute. Genshin Impact stream tangent is what I mean. Anyway, Jason Ghetto. Yeah, that was what immediately came to mind, but that's wasn't the word exactly I wanted to use. So, Genshin Impact. I didn't pull at all on the previous banner, the Child Tartaglia banner, because I already have him, and I didn't even want him in the first place, but I got him by accident a few months ago. I lost 50-50, I think it was, on somebody else, and ended up pulling Child before. I think it was on Eula. I think it was while trying to get Eula. So I already had Child, and I'd never used him, so I didn't care to have another constellation on Child. So I ended up just saving up the Primo Gems for a while. So I've been saving up for a while, and then finally, when the Hu Tao banner finally came, I just could not wait to do a live stream. I was just feeling that the itch of just really needing to make some wishes on that. So I couldn't wait to do a live stream, and I just immediately blew my load of like 80 wishes on there. And I actually at first was not actually really even sure that I wanted Hu Tao or not. I was just doing some wishes just to get Toma, and also I did end up getting Eula, Portanova, so it's okay. I did end up keep wishing, and I did end up getting Eula, so that was okay. But I just wanted Toma, and I also wanted some more constellation on Sayu. So that's why I wanted to pull on the banner. And the other reason why I ended up pulling so much straight away was because I was just with my kids and my wife, and I let them take turns. So like, I let my wife just like push the start button on like a 10 pull, and then my daughter was like right there, and she's like, I want to do it. And so then I was like, all right, so another 10 wishes. I let her do it, and like my wife's 10 pull, which is like terrible luck. I think it was like 1 Diona, which I already have at C6, so it's completely useless. And then my daughter did it, and then because my daughter did it, then my son wanted to do it as well. He was like, I want to try too. So, all right, I guess we're just using all the wishes. My son did it, and then I like took a break for a little bit, and I did the trial in the game. You know, like when there's the new character banner, there's like the trial for them. So I did the trial playing Hu Tao, because I've never played Hu Tao. When Hu Tao first came around, I guess I probably did the trial at that time, but when she first came around, I didn't get her, obviously, so I tried the trial. I was like, yeah, alright, she's pretty fun to play as, so I might as well just throw some more wishes and see if I can snag her. And now I ended up pulling Jean instead, so I lost 50-50. Did not get Hu Tao, ended up getting Jean. But so I just had to think, you know, should I cut my losses and just give up on Hu Tao, or just keep using all my wishes? And I decided you only live once, so I kept going and used all my wishes. So, but my pity is now built up. I should pull Hu Tao anytime now, because I've got the pity built up to around 70, around there anyway, so hopefully that means that Hu Tao should be coming. But as far as like the staff for her, that's just not gonna happen. That's just not. I'm not gonna spend even more of my precious wishes on the staff of Homo Banner. It would be nice, but this part needs to slot into the chest. I think something like that. There we go. And there's really no LED. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, when do we get to the LEDs? It's on the next page. So it's the first big chunk of the construction here is putting this together without the LEDs quite yet. So that's just in there like that, which actually, honestly, feels. Oh, this is supposed to be out. Okay, hang on. Do like that. That's supposed to be out first. Then we put this part on. Is that supposed to plug into that any more than that, or I guess not? And then close that up, but honestly, that doesn't really seem like it really made much of a difference. Alright. Oh, John with a super chat. Yes, John. Thank you, John. It's time to spin the wheel. Alright, let's see what we got here. Is the Dom once again. So that's 3 points for the Dom, 3 for the Barland Custom. That would be a little bit of a challenge. If it ends up being the two of those in the end, the Dom and the, well, I don't know, the Barland Custom, maybe not that bad, but that's a pretty good combination, I suppose. Hey, new to building Gunpla, and my only build so far was the HG Blaze Zaku Phantom. I don't know much about the Gundam universe, but it's probably one of my favorite designs, and it was fun to start building. Yeah, I really like the design as well. Obviously, I think the Master Grade is probably a lot nicer than the HG, but being a P Bandai kit, you know, it's more expensive. So I don't know. If you really love that design, though, I would definitely recommend checking out the Master Grade. It is nice, but it's just going to be expensive because it's P Bandai. Every time, like building a unicorn, except for maybe like the HG, but always putting the chest parts together on a unicorn, I just always find difficult because like the way they show you how to do it in the manual is just kind of very confusing to look at. So it's always kind of very slow going at this stage, putting the chest together. Let's go ahead and get that plugged in there like that. Close that up. And I did bring this cloth, which is a glasses cleaning cloth, to wipe off the fingerprints as we're going along, and it does seem to be working pretty well, so that's good. Yeah, I thought about wearing some gloves while building, but number one, I don't have any gloves. I would have to go find some or something. I actually did have some like plastic gloves like for painting that I just never used, but I did have some, but I just recently gave them away. But here's how it's looking so far. Alright, let's get on with it. Next, we've got we have to do 2 of these because this is the part for the Vulcans. So we got this one here, like that, and this part goes over the top of that, like so. I'm gonna fold that around and put this little guy on the top, like that. Okay, clicks into place. I like that. And this one on the bottom. Alright, very cool. There's one. We need to make one more. So that was, let's see if I can just do this other one from memory without looking back to the manual. Just did it, so I should be able to do it again. It goes on there. It's only 4 pieces after all, but always the orientation of it is always have to kind of get just right. So, all right, easy, as PewDiePie would say. Just fitting, wearing a PewDiePie shirt today. That goes onto there, and this drops down onto the top of here. Let's see, let me get this all lined up if I can. Here we go. That's on there like that. It's nice to see when it's all coming together. We can actually finally get this to like looking like something rather than just a bunch of parts. Alright. Yo, Zach, you in Florida yet? No, I'm not. The Universal Panther. I saw that name for a second and I thought it was my man, the Universal Juan. One of my friends from back home, not like home, I guess, from Kansas City home, from my university days. One of my old friends and coworkers from my time working at GameStop when I was a university student. I've talked about this before, I'm sure, in the past, but people can have their complaints about GameStop, and I totally understand that. But at least for me, when I worked there, I had a really good time. Uh-oh, this part's wrong. I had a really good time working at my GameStop because I had the really awesome coworkers, and it was just fun, just hanging out, just shooting the breeze with my coworkers all day, and then just like talking to people about video games. It's a pretty fun work environment, but obviously, people complain about the business practices, and we certainly even none of us as the employees, we weren't fans of some of the business practices, or at least some of the bureaucracy involved with just working in a retail shop. You just kind of have to do stupid shit that it's not fun, but it was a good time. I had awesome coworkers, so I'm still friends with them. I don't keep in touch daily or even weekly with all of those guys, but we all still cool. Where in KC? Jay Punisher. It was in the Westport. I don't even know if it's still there. The Westport GameStop. I would assume it is still there, but I worked at the Westport GameStop because I went to the Kansas City Art Institute, which is right near there. But kind of all the universities are kind of right around there, right, kind of in the same general area, kind of in Kansas City, Missouri. So definitely on the KC Mo side, but yeah, that Westport location is kind of on the way to KCK. So we had some interesting customers from time to time. There we go. That part was not in there all the way. We had there was even one time we'd have the occasional domestic disturbance there, which sucked. Nothing really bad ever happened while I was there, but one time Like we had somebody pull a gun on someone there. Just people, like customers, like just like getting super mad, like cursing out the staff. Which I mean, that can happen everywhere. But I mean, like, it was like a little bit dangerous place. But the place had been stolen from, like held up one time. Fortunately, nothing like that bad ever happened while I was there. I was part-time, of course, because I was just part-time. I was a student at the time, so I was working, I don't know, like 20, 30 hours a week, maybe. Depending. 30 if I was lucky to get some good hours. But I was also super busy, so I don't know. I'm sure, I don't remember offhand, but I'm sure I did enjoy getting some more hours when I could, just because for the money, right? But at the same time, I was a busy fellow. This little part here should, there we go, pop onto the chest right there. Is there a certain food you're excited to get when you're in Florida? Not necessarily Florida, but I am looking forward to like learning about, I don't know, like some more southern food, because I'm from the Midwest. I am from Illinois. I went to school in Kansas City, Missouri. So like, I'm just not from the South, never really been to the South. So obviously southern food is its whole thing. So I'm looking forward to trying out some southern food. And I'm sure there's probably, you know, it's not Miami, but it's, you know, in the same state and like kind of close enough to Miami. Hopefully I can try like some nice Cuban food and stuff like that. But really, just based on like food that I am familiar with, that I am missing because I haven't been able to have it for a long time, is just like the biggest things would be like American Chinese food. And that might sound weird to say, considering that I live in Asia, and you're probably thinking like, why would you miss like American Chinese food? It's trash. You're in Korea where you can like actually have good Asian food all the time. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, you know, it's just different. We have amazing food here in Korea. Yeah, definitely Korean food, and we have like Korean Chinese food here, which is kind of similar, but it's not exactly the same. But yeah, I'm just missing some of that good, like, you get that like styrofoam container. It's like $5-6 styrofoam container, like loaded up, got some fried rice in there, beef and broccoli, some General's chicken, like orange chicken, whatever, something like that. It's loaded up in your styrofoam container. Take that, and then like it's got like the 2 like smooshed crab ragoons on top. That's what I'm missing. That, and also Mexican food. We don't really have Mexican food here, which I've always been surprised about, because like considering like Korean food, seems like Korean people would like Mexican food. Like, it's got a little bit of spice, it uses a lot of rice, depending on the dish, I mean, but like rice at least is there. This is supposed to snap in place, but I don't feel like that snapped as much as it should have. And like, it's using a lot of ingredients. Now that's bending apart, so I guess we're not going to push that anymore. I guess it snapped onto there. I don't feel like it is though. We'll run with it. Yeah, I don't know why Mexican food is not more popular here, but for whatever reason it's not. So I'm looking forward to trying some more Mexican food when we get back to the US. Other food, like, I mean, just like hamburgers, pizza, other kind of just like typical American food. That stuff's all pretty prevalent here. You can get that kind of anywhere. So it's not hard to get a decent burger or a decent pizza. People may disagree about, I guess, what's a decent pizza. You know, there's the whole meme about like Korean pizza or Japanese pizza, if you guys are familiar with it. Like, they put weird stuff on it that some people don't like. But Yeah, as Anthony said, American Chinese food is not real Chinese food according to the Chinese, but it's good nonetheless. Yeah, that's why I specified American Chinese food, because it's not necessarily Chinese food that I'm missing, it's American Chinese food. Anyway. How do these go? Alright, it's LED unit time, so I gotta kind of pay attention to what I'm doing here as much as possible. But, what was I saying? I don't know. Anyway. Food is definitely something that I'm looking forward to going back. But at the same time, I need to go on a diet. Like this past year especially, like the dad bod has been in full effect. So I kind of need to watch what I eat for a while and try to get some exercise is the other main thing. But if I can do that, if I can get into the other, that's like one of the things that I'm definitely looking forward to about moving is because it's switching time zones. Right now, I would love to be able to get up a little bit earlier and like exercise in the morning, even if it means just like going for like a walk/jog for like 20-30 minutes or something, just something in the morning. But it's just hard to get up in the morning. So that's one thing that I'm going to try to do. Because we're switching time zones, I'm just going to try just as soon as we get to America, I'm just going to try to be in the habit of just getting up earlier, because I'm going to have, everything's going to be readjusting anyway, so I might as well take the opportunity to reconfigure the time when I'm normally waking up. All right, so that's the goal. We'll see how well I can stick with that. And your dad bod and our dad bods can form into one giant dad bod and save the universe. I'd prefer to just not have a dad bod, but I mean, I am a dad, so I do have that excuse. Ryan, what did you say? Ryan said, when you get to Florida, you should totally go find yourself the most authentic Korean restaurant, then speak perfect Korean and film the reaction. Yeah, I don't know if there's any Korean restaurants there. I actually haven't looked. I've searched a few other different things like around the area, but I haven't looked if there's a specifically Korean restaurant. I feel like maybe there's not. Good look. I heard you mention you went to the Art Institute for college. What was your art major? Yeah, blazing. My major, actually, when I first went, I was planning to study graphic design. But at Kansas City Art Institute, I don't know if this is the same for other art universities. They're probably different, but at least at our school, your first year is undeclared. So what they have you do is just try out a bunch. You have like, I don't remember what it is, the number is, but there's like maybe like 15 different options for like different classes. There's like a painting class, a video class, a design class, a drawing class. There's all these different ones. And like for the first year, you have to like pick, it's like 4 or 6, 8 of them anyway. I think they had it separated that you do 2 per semester, and I think you have like 2 a day, so you had like 2 main classes per day. So I think we had 8 in total. The point is to just get you to try different types of art, because it worked for me, because I was originally planning on doing graphic design, but because one of the classes I took during that first year was video production, I ended up really liking that, and so I ended up deciding for my major to go to digital filmmaking. So my major is in digital filmmaking, even though I originally went for graphic design. So anyway, I'm just checking my mail here as well, because we sold a few t-shirts, so we need to spin the wheel here. From Joel, who ordered one of Chris Pav's custom shirts, Chris Pav's pro model shirts. So let's go ahead and spin once for that. That's going to put us at the O, HG the O. And we got some more here. Here. From Lorenz, who ordered the Chibi Bondoc shirts. Glad to see you guys that like those. I wasn't sure if people were like really going to be into those Chibi shirts or not, but... the Core Gundam. Alright, the Core Gundam is on the board. That's the first for him. So far, the Woundwort, though, not any points on the board. So, there you go. thank you guys for supporting the shirts. I think that's all. Yep, that seems to be all for the time being. So thank you guys. I'll check back a little bit. The other thing that I wanted to check was, while we're here, Daytona Beach Korean restaurant. I think probably what it'll be is that there won't be a specifically Korean restaurant. Oh, there is, apparently. Sunbee Korean Garden and Chop Chop Korean restaurant and Rice Bistro. Rice Bistro, I'd imagine, is probably just like a fusion kind of place. But there are 2 places that specifically say Korean restaurant in the name. So looking at the pictures, they do look pretty authentic, actually, as far as like just how the food looks. It looks pretty accurate. So yeah, definitely we'll have to check those out. One is actually relatively near USA Gundam Store, as far as I can tell, just looking at the address. All right, there you go. One's in Daytona Beach, one's in South Daytona. Very cool. Sweet, yeah. We'll definitely have to check it out. Ryan, and I hope that you will come and visit as well, Ryan. Bring your family down and like to visit Orlando to go to like Disney or something, and we can hang out together. Wink, wink, please, please. Come hang out, Ryan. Squid Game and BTS. I did watch Squid Game. I do not like BTS though. When I come to Florida to visit you, we have to go eat. Yeah, if you want to try, I'll try the Korean restaurant first, and if it's good, we can go there. If it's not any good, then we can skip it. All right, let's get these wires tucked in here so that we can finish up the torso finally. I expected this build. Mike, I'm expecting to see you as well. Waiting for the day when you live stream for Chop Chop Daytona Beach. Mike, I hope to see you there as well. Alright, let's see if we can get these wires in here. I expected this build is going to take a while, but it's definitely going slower than expected, but that's okay. It's Saturday here. My family today, my wife took the kids to go with her mom and sister and sister's daughter. They are all going to like this flower festival a couple hours away from here. So they're having a fun day doing that. Let's see, so this one goes down here through the center, which I guess this one goes to the backpack, I can assume. In there like that, if I can get the wires to stay in there. Yeah, definitely, like, aside from the food, aside from trying to update like my sleeping / exercise schedule, that is definitely one of the main things that I'm also looking forward to, is just being able to see more friends, like friends that like I already know, and then just like meeting more friends, meeting people. Like there's a lot of friends I just know like in the Gunpla community that I just know online. And it'd be nice to actually meet some of you guys in person there in the US. So whether that be like in Florida or just like at different events, because like that's the other thing that I'll be able to do that I just haven't really been able to do in the past, is just be able to attend different events and things like that, different conventions and things. So being able to travel around and do that will be a lot of fun. I think now we're set with the wires for the time being. Make sure our LED unit's in there. All good. Oh, nope. These ones have to also be tucked into there. How? Oh. Down through there. So how do we do that? those. Ah, this is supposed to be pulled out. It's supposed to be in destroy mode at the moment. There. Are you going to miss the Gunpla selection you have now once you move to the US? Yeah, of course that will be something that I'll miss. Being able to just like anytime I want or need a specific kit or tool or paint or whatever, having pretty easy access to kind of anything I need. And I can get it like, and also because Korea is such a small country and the delivery system is very efficient here, I can usually get like, it's usually like next day delivery on pretty much anything you order online. You don't even have to select next day delivery, it just is naturally most of the time. Sometimes it might take 2 days, but that's less common. So yeah, of course, that's one thing that I'll miss about Korea, of course. Let's see then, what's that say here? It's supposed to go out to the side. Oh, okay, under this bit right here. Tuck that up into there. Let's see. No bill or files, yeah. Yes. Getting the wires situated in this kit is a little bit tricky, but if you just have some tweezers, it should be all good. Pretty good, and probably some less sharp tweezers would probably be ideal because I'm trying to worry about like being careful not to poke the wire too sharply. I don't think I have any other tweezers around though, is the problem. Come on, get up in there. Get in there. Basically, it just needs to come out through there. There is a little slot for that to be up inside there. Come on. Is there anything else I have that would be good for poking this? Joseph Brown said, I'm building a 160 gym. Sorry, I know you've commented that a few times. Sorry, I didn't read it entirely. I just seeing it, your comment about that at a glance, I just took that 160 as a time. So I thought you were just saying something like I'm building at like 160 p.m. I didn't like really look at the time that closely. Sorry about that. And then, yeah, now that I actually read the comment, I see that it's 160 GM, right, not a time. Because, yeah, I noticed you keep commenting that, and the time keeps being the same. So I'm thinking, like, why does he keep commenting that he's building at the same time? I understand if like, your point was to say that you're building at whatever time it is, like in your local time zone, but why do you keep saying the same time? Now I get it. I was just not reading it. Alright. Fortunately, let's see. The way this is set up, it's kind of difficult to get the wires in where they're supposed to be, but on the plus side, once you get them in, they do stay in there pretty well, so like they're not just like popping out, except for these here at the back, but that's good. Hopefully that should do it. What a mess! thoughts on the new Hexagear kits. Lorenz, I'd have to look at what they are. I don't remember offhand what's new in the world of Hexagear. I honestly don't really... There's some cool designs, but I don't really like the Hexagear stuff all that much. Now this guy needs to go down here. Alright, there we go. And these two to go out through here. And then we can put this part on here, which should hopefully close everything up and hold everything in place. Where does this actually plug onto is the question. This should be opened up for destroy mode. This should plug onto here. If everything is in place. Oof. Phew. All right. Then we get to go through the fun of actually transforming this to destroy mode later. But, ooh, no, 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 no. Don't do that. For the time being, it's going to be in unicorn mode is how you build it up at first and then you transform it later. But, hang on. That part should also close up at the bottom. But why is it not doing that? Okay, here we go. Maybe that's right. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's get this other piece on here real quick before anything else gets messed up. Got that on there, easy, easy. And this part over the top. Right, that just fits onto there. Then we'll definitely have to give this a wipe down. To get our gold looking all nice and shiny. There we go. And then this piece. Gotta fit our wires for the head up through here. Put that down. Oh no, the back piece came off. Don't do that, please. There we go, there we go. Wires go up through this neck piece as well. We're almost done. We're in the home stretch on the torso. So finally. And when did we put those parts on? When did we put these parts on? Did we not do that? Yeah, or did I miss that step? We didn't. We put those on last. I guess that's like very last thing, or when did? What the hell? Are we not supposed to put those on until like later, for like the arms or something? Anyway, we can put this part here on the chest. Cockpit hatch. It's a very not satisfying click there for that, and we can close that up. And there we go. Yeah. All right, let's give this a wipe down, get that gold looking all nice and shiny. It's gonna immediately to get more fingerprints on it. I'm gonna try to be careful. There you go. That's shiny. Love that. So I guess we put the those last couple armor pieces on the back corner later, probably after putting on the arms, I guess, because that's where like the LED wire is coming out. So maybe you're meant to tuck the wire in there a little bit. Yeah, gosh, she put them on like way later. Let's see. After we put on the arms, they're still off. Yeah, until after you put the arms on. But why? Like, I think I could just put them on now. It doesn't really seem like there's any reason why you wouldn't be able to just put those on now, except for like, yeah, just like tucking in the wire is easier to do later on. So alright, I'll set them aside for the time being. And that means next up we have the legs. But I kind of want to put together the hip section first. Probably shouldn't skip anything in the manual, but I think we'll probably be safe just putting together the waist section next. How does no one realize that there is no 160 gym? Is there no 160 gym? Isn't there an old 80s 160 gym kit? That's what I assumed you were talking about. Is there no 160 gym? I guess maybe there's not. Maybe there's just the 100. But there's a number of like old 80s 160 scale kits that I feel like are like not very commonly built, so that's what I assume you're talking about. But now that you mention it, I guess maybe you're right. Maybe there is no 160 scale gym, even in the old line. Maybe some G systems make one. Yeah, I assume there's probably a G system. I think there's a 160 scale resin Gym 3. I think is one that I can't remember, at least off the top of my head. It's one that I remember that I've seen before, I'm pretty sure. The chest flap is not closed all the way? Oh, sorry. I didn't have that closed when I closed up the cockpit. Oops. Pulled off the cockpit there. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, this part is just not clicking on there as it's supposed to. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah. Come on. Fuck. No. I think it's just gonna have to be the way it is, which is fine. The chest is not actually, that part is not actually plugged on there all the way like it's supposed to be, but we'll that over there. What was the time frame for the Discord chat? We can go ahead and do that here in just a few minutes. I think I'll get that set up for us. On a scale of 1 to 5, how different would you rate this model? Difficult? Difficult. How difficult? Like 5 being the most difficult? Difficult compared to what? Just compared to other Gunpla? Then maybe like 4 or 5. Gunpla in general is pretty easy, so this one is going to be a little bit more difficult than other Gunpla, so that's going to make it like a 4 or 5, but like just, it's not difficult. It's just slightly more difficult than other things. Does that make sense? You know what I mean with that? Palm part right here. That's gonna go into there like that. Turn that slightly, please. There we go. Oh, that's the wrong way. Put it in like this. And this goes in here first. And that in there like that. Right. Then these two guys that go together. The beats are so chill I can I can cool my drink. Yes, again, shout out to Pink Ghost for the music, for the part of the music. Other part of the music is by, another part is from Chuki Beats, another part is just like from YouTube, another part is from Osaka Warrior, who's changed his name on SoundCloud, but that's how, when I first had the songs donated for my use, it was Osaka Warrior, but I think I'd seen it like on SoundCloud now. I put the link. The links are all down in the video description. If you guys want to check out any of the music, and you should. But yeah, I'd seen that Osaka Warrior has changed his name, something different now on SoundCloud. But yes, so I had been meaning to change the live stream music for a long time. Sorry it took so long. Hopefully that the old live stream music was not just completely killing you guys, but I'm sure it was probably getting pretty old. I also changed up the way the music plays now that I can actually hear it. Before, how I had it set up, I didn't actually ever hear the music, so probably that would have incentivized me to change the music earlier had I also been hearing it again and again. But now that I can hear it at the same time, I am enjoying it. And we'll probably want to change it more regularly. Just change it up every now and then. Let's see. Where is this piece that I'm looking for? Also this one and this one. That goes in there like that. That should, let's see, that should, is this on the should, there we go, clip into there, and this piece should fit onto the top of here like that, there we go, bingo bango, very cool. Alright, easy enough for that center part. That's for our side skirts, we'll come back to those. It's even got gold inside the thruster bells. It's that shiny. Polycaps are a pain, yes indeed. The old live stream was pretty chill and laid back, so I liked it. Nothing wrong with these beats though. Yeah, the old live stream was just kind of like a cafe jazz music. And I agree also, nothing wrong with polycaps. They can be a pain when they don't go in correctly. That's the only time when I kind of curse polycaps, is when I'm putting some parts together and like the polycap isn't in right and it ends up just clogging up your junk. That's annoying. So we got some stickers. I was actually not really going to be paying much attention to the stickers, but we might as well use the foil reflective stickers for the Psycho frame. I hope I didn't miss any in the construction of the torso. I don't think so. A reminder to you guys, this is the water slide decal sheet for this kit. Pretty massive. Big boy. So kind of like, it's not A4 because the dimensions are different, but it would be essentially kind of similar to like an A4 size decal sheet. Is one. Howdy doody. I don't think I missed, let's flip back to the torso here real quick. I don't think I missed any stickers in the torso. Did I? Just take a quick peek through here. I don't think so. Yeah, that's good. Okay. We'll go ahead and put this one on here for now. Sticker number 5. These are a little bit different kind of foil stickers. They're like the really thin ones, not like on paper. It's like a plastic kind of sticker. And this will go on this part here, right? Yes. On the back side of this, it goes on here like that, alright. So if I can carefully get this down here, right into place. Very nice. While we're here, might as well just lay the other one. While I've got the tweezers in my hand. We'll be efficient, do them both at once, but let's keep that one here. So, or that's the one that for the part that I'm currently working on. Do people panel line this kit? Yeah, panel lining on plated gold kits. That's a good question. To do it or not to do it? I would say on plated gold kits, maybe not to do it. On painted gold, though, maybe do it because the black helps. Like using a black panel liner helps to really sharply define the details on your gold parts, and it ends up looking really nice. It makes the gold look like, yeah, I don't know, just like really nice and really well defined. On plated gold, I'm not sure if it would really look as nice though. Best thing to do would be just try it. Unfortunately with this kit, you don't really have many leftover parts, so it wouldn't have too much to really try it on. You'd have to just try it on one of your parts. Especially on a kit as expensive as this one, you may not feel inclined to do that. So let's see. Okay, so this part goes on here first, like that. And this part on here. And this part on here. Oh, stick around that one too. Damn. Stickers. Sticker 3. This one. But that's pretty easy. Goes like that. Alright. That's on there like so. And opposite of that one. There's no order for this one, right? Okay. It goes over the top. This one goes over the bottom. And this one goes on the front. Nice. There's our one front skirt. Very cool. Put together the other one, and we need a sticker for that. How's the kit so far? Alvaro said. Well, it's slow going. It's speeding up a little bit now. The torso was difficult. The waist section is a little bit simpler. Not difficult, I should say. I should avoid using that word because I don't want people to think. I don't want anyone who would be interested in the kit to think, oh, I really like that kit, but I heard Zaku say it's difficult, so I don't know if I'm ready to get it. It's not difficult. You just have to, like, pay attention to what you're doing. And so it's difficult to do while live streaming. That's the caveat I should say. So it's like, if I was just doing this by myself, just like focusing and not doing anything else, or like just having some music or something playing on the background or whatever, totally different story. Would not be complicated at all. That's the thing. It's a complicated kit, obviously. It's a perfect grade, but it's not difficult. Anybody can do it. And should not forget about this part. It's going to be kind of important. There's nothing more difficult about this kit than any high grade. All it is, you're just putting parts together. There's just a lot more of the parts. The LED, the wire, I mean, you just pay attention to the manual. Alright. Let's, while I finish up the skirt section, let me get Discord open up. Discord, here it is. Let's have some chat. Live streaming under pressure must improve your building skills. It's not under pressure, it's just you really have to multitask and yeah. So like people who play like really especially like really fast-paced, like competitive gaming, and they're also like able to talk like on a live stream, I have a lot of respect for it, because man, that takes a lot of brain power to be able to just like talk on talk like to your audience on a live stream while like playing a game at the same time. So I don't know if I could do that. Like I've done a couple of live streams playing Genshin Impact, but like it's not like just constant like fast-paced action, right? Live stream chat, not cat, chat, voice channel, create. So I'm gonna turn the adjust the audio settings here for a second. So bear with me a second here, guys. I'm gonna turn the music down a bunch so that I can hear the live stream chat. I'm gonna turn that down even more. All right, in the chat, I see someone asked, and I'm also gonna throw the chat over here in a separate window. So it's very limited window space. That's another thing I'm looking forward to getting set up in America. Having multiple displays will make it a lot easier for doing live streaming. Now I've just got my laptop, so number one, it's not like ideal for as far as like computing power for like live streaming and whatever. Having a desktop will be better, and it's also not ideal not having multiple monitors. Someone asked in the chat about how to join the Discord. The Discord that I have is for it's a reward for my Patreon supporters. So if you want to join my Patreon, you can join the Discord. Once you join, the connection between the two though has never worked. I don't know why, but so once you join Patreon, you should automatically be able to get into the Discord, but it just doesn't work for some reason. So if you join Patreon, then I have to then send you a new link to join the Discord, and then manually update your status once you're in there, or whatever, your role. So it's a pain, but gotta get that 5-screen setup. Yeah, turn it into like Matrix setup over here. Mike Wazowski, how are your eyes after the surgery? My eyes are fine. Thank you for asking. But yeah, they're good. I can see better than I could with glasses, so I'm very good. In your opinion, who is better between the MG-EX Unicorn and the PG Unicorn? The MG-EX Unicorn is just better in kind of every way, except the size. If you really want something really big, then go for the perfect grade. But if the size is not necessarily that important to you, then I would say the MG-EX is just better. It comes with more stuff, depending on which version of the PG you're comparing it to. It comes with more stuff in the box as far as like weapons, and you can make the triple shield and all that as well. The only problem is that at the moment there's only one version of it. You can choose the LED color, but if you wanted like if you preferred a Banshee or a Phoenix or something, those aren't out yet. I'm sure it's only a matter of time though. Let me just ping everyone in the Discord here. All right, and I may have to make further adjustments to some audio levels and stuff if I need. So we'll see how that goes. So far, no one's in the voice chat. So once someone pops in there, we'll see if we need to make any adjustments. But all right, Let's try to finish up the waist section here. So our side skirts are going to be pretty straightforward. This just going to go on here.
Hello there.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
There's somebody. Hey. Hey, Silver Wolf. Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much, you.
Just building this kit.
I pull up the stream real quick. I'm actually currently building a model kit myself.
Yeah. Let me see.
Real great time, you.
I'm just checking the audio settings here. Guys who are watching, let me know how the audio sounds in the chat. If you guys can also hear Silver Wolf fine, if you're hearing everything okay. The real grade high new, you said.
Yep.
How's it going?
Hey.
Oh, I love it.
Who else is here? Let's see. I heard another hey. It's Crow. Hey, Crow.
How's it going, man?
What's up? Working on anything?
Not in this very moment. I got that 30-minute second kit.
Eh?
My little big speed thing went off. But I have like a 30-minute, what is it, 30 mission sister or whatever?
30-minute sister. Right.
Yeah. I got that thing I'm about to paint up.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Silver Wolf, you got any plans for the RG Hainu?
I'm honestly more of a straight builder than you two folks are, so I'm planning on just building it up.
Yep.
Putting all the marking stickers on it, and then just putting it in a cool pose, putting it on my shelf.
Easy. Yeah, good enough. I mean, RG kits look so good out of the box. You don't really need to do a whole lot with them.
I mean, this one in particular, though,
Yeah.
looks really good.
Yeah. I was hoping to be able to get mine and build it before moving, but still have not got it yet, so just have to wait.
That sucks.
It's okay. It's not like I haven't had anything else to do, so it's kind of been all right. Just would have been one more thing to worry about. What did you say, Carl?
I was saying, I'm pretty sure you have an extensive backlog.
Yeah, backlog. I mean, just everything else related to moving. There's no shortage of things to do here, so
Yeah.
been busy enough.
My sister's moved a few times, and just moving across town has been enough of an annoyance to her that she doesn't want to do it anymore. I can't even imagine how bad it is moving overseas.
Yeah, I mean, like, when I came, it wasn't that bad. Because, you know, when I came over at first, it was just me. So, it was it. But now, I'm moving with my wife and kids, and so, like, the first challenge was just getting my wife's visa approved, and that was a pain in the ass. And then now we have to actually deal with, like, actually trying to get a house and all that. And from abroad, you know, we have to worry about how we're sending money over, and then, like, trying to look at houses without, like, actually being there, so we can only look online, and then, like, trying to figure out with, like, a mortgage lender online about, you know, all our finances and everything. It's very difficult to do. And then, like, if I need to call any place, because of the time difference, I can only call, like, at night. So, like, I have to stay up late, which I'm already up anyway. But it's just kind of, if you have to, like, call somewhere, like, for something, like, business related something, I feel like it's probably a lot more comfortable to do that, like, in the morning or something like that, like, when you're awake and alert, not, like, at night when you're just, like, in your cool down period, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm not trying to be, like, calling realtors and calling banks and stuff, like, at 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. Not comfortable. But, Crow, you had a party last night, didn't you?
Oh yeah. It was the Marine Corps birthday ball.
Yeah? You alright?
A little tired, but you know, pretty good all around. It was a pretty wholesome party.
That's good. Not too...
Did you finish up on the visa portion for your wife?
Yeah, we did. So that's kind of what we were really focused on first. And so, like, we weren't even, like, like we were looking at houses a little bit online just like out of curiosity, but like we weren't even like really doing anything else until we had that done, because that was like the most important thing that we had to make sure it was done first.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pain because like I'd heard from other people that like it just sucks to do. I was thinking like, oh, like what's the big deal? You just have to fill out a bunch of paperwork. Like, yeah, that's annoying, but like you just like fill out paperwork and wait. But no, it sucks. It's just not fun.
You gotta show like proof of like relationship through various means, like shared accounts and all that.
Yeah, like that portion of it is really not all that bad. Kind of the part about it that's really bad is just that like if you need help with anything, like because of like everything, like the whole application process and all the documents and everything that you have to submit is all done online, and like if there's any point like during that like you kind of like say you need like one particular document and you don't really know exactly what it is, or like you have a question about it, like we don't know if we need this particular document to, if like we need an English version of it or we don't necessarily need an English version of it or whatever. There's no, you can't call and ask someone. There's like no number to call and find out answers to your questions if you have any questions. So like, the hard part comes from like if you have a question or if you don't know what to do for something, it's really hard to find an answer for it.
Well, so you're just going for the marriage visa, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not doing the green card.
Well, that's what it is
right now. Oh, okay, so it's like one of the same.
Yeah. You just apply for a spouse visa, and then that will be their green card. Once you don't actually get the card until you enter the U.S. So that's something you have to keep in mind as well. It's like once you're approved, like once the visa is approved, then you have to enter the U.S. if you're applying from outside. And that's the other thing we found out too, is that it seems like the entire process is set up in a way that it's meant for people who are already in the U.S. So doing it from outside the U.S. was like more complicated.
Like for my wife and I, we first did it in the States, and it was a goddamn nightmare because they kept asking for like certain relevant proof, even though we sent them like pictures, we sent them joint accounts and all this other stuff that shown a history of us being together. Yeah. But they like sent the package back and like, oh, you need more relevant information. Yeah. All these translations that need notarization or to be notarized. And we had to do what is it called? Like a renewal when we was in Japan, and they wouldn't accept the like payment because you had to like write your information on a paper. And they wouldn't take that form, and we're just like, well, you sent us this paperwork.
Yeah, the same thing happened to us too. After we first submitted everything, then that's the problem with it, is that like it's just a lot of waiting once you submit everything. So you submit everything and then you're like in line, and so then it's like a month. It was like a month and a half or something until like they actually reviewed our documents, and then our documents were reviewed, and then they came back and they're like, oh, you need this and this, something more. So then you send the additional documents, and then you're back in the back of the line again. So I had to wait like another month and a half, and then they finally got word back like, okay, you're approved, and now you'll be set up like for your interview at the embassy. And then it's like waiting. Okay, when are they going to tell us when the interview is? And then finally they tell us when the interview is. And then after, like, once you find out when the interview is, then it's pretty much done at that point. So that's good.
Yeah, the interview process was easy. It just asked a few questions, and they're like, "Are you good?" It's like, that was it. Like, I drove all the way over here for that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if the microphone was. Yeah, it took me 2 years with my wife. Like, all the paper was bullshit. So,
Hey.
I feel for you.
Hey, Shaka.
Hey.
Didn't know you were. I have the Discord on the other screen, so I didn't see who's all here. Shaka's here. Tora
No,
is here.
I had things like, for me it was more problematic as like the European Union shit, it's more complicated a bit. So I don't know for you guys Like, at least for me, like, was a lot of travel between countries and going to different embassies and all that bullshit. So I don't know. At least you're lucky you can do it online in a way. Sucks you cannot ask for help though.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do it mostly online. We only had to like actually go to the embassy for the final interview. So that was good. Because the embassy is up in Seoul and we live in the far south side, so we just ended up making like a 2-day trip out of it. We took the kids and we went to like a theme park and stuff there, so we had some fun. But
At least you made it a good experience.
yeah, the interview was at 8 a.m. too, so we had to get a hotel.
Sheesh.
Yeah, we had to get a hotel which was like nearby there so that we could actually get there by 8 a.m. because it's in Seoul, it's like Seoul traffic. So if we went, like if we stayed anywhere like outside that area, and like 8 a.m. is like rush hour, so like we had to wake up super early to try to get there like on time if we were anywhere else other than like right nearby. So we
Well,
did.
at least we were able to do a lot that day then.
Well, yeah, so we went in and like once you're in the embassy, like we had to wait in line to get in the embassy, and then we were in there and you were waiting for a little bit because even though like we had a reserved time, I think they just reserve like for every like hour block, I think they just put like 10 or 15 people, whatever. So our reservation was at 8, but I think there was probably like a number of different people who also had reservations at 8. So we were waiting behind those people, and then yeah, finally I had the interview, and then after that, it only took, I think we were probably out of there by around 9 or so, so it didn't take that long, and then we just had to drive to the theme park, so not too bad.
Wait, question.
Even worse.
I don't know exactly how the US or Korea is, right? Like, are they part of the Hague Treaty or?
What did you say?
Because I know, I don't know. It's Haga, Hague. Hague is the capital. Like, how is it pronounced in English? Hague, no? The thing is, like, that's a standard treaty, international treaty that makes like paperwork compatible between different countries, and it sucks if the countries are not a part of that treaty, you know, because the paperwork it's not compatible, and they need to create like equivalence. And
Yeah.
it's weird.
I get what you mean, but I've never heard of that, so I would assume that it's not something that is here.
Maybe it is, and they didn't complicate your life with it. Like,
Possible, yeah.
show me the papers and stuff like that, because it happened to me like the Philippines. My wife is Filipino, so it's like the Philippines is not part of the treaty, and their paperwork is not valid anywhere. They basically it means nothing to other countries.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of
It's
it.
not fun.
Silver,
I suspect the US it's part of that. I mean,
probably. I think Silverwolf, was that you that was about to ask a question? Something?
I wasn't asking a question. I was just commenting, saying that does not sound fun.
Ah.
In the slightest.
Yes.
man's got to do what the man's got to do.
Yeah. It's done anyway.
It's
So
some diplomatic problems.
definitely
It's just diplomatic problems, like, it's just bureaucracy and stuff. Like, they want to have everything written down and registered, and like, can't be any problem regarding laws and law and everything. So
Yeah.
they just want to be sure that everything is correct.
Thing is, like, you encounter two major problems during processes like this. For one, like, there's no it's really hard to find somebody who can advise you on things. Like, I had so much trouble finding like a lawyer that knows actual international, like,
yeah.
all the policies and all the fucking details and shit like that. It's like it's impossible to find a person that's really expert in so many countries. And the second one, it's like the bureaucrats don't really care. Like, they don't have like a formula for each combination of countries and stuff like that. There's no smoothed out. Maybe like bigger countries, like if it's US and Korea, maybe it's smoother in a way because they had relationships for so long.
No, yeah, I definitely felt the same way, though. Like, that was the trouble about like if you like I was saying like if you have questions, there's nowhere to go because like there's information online, but every case is different. So like you can find information, but that doesn't mean it like will apply to your own situation, or at least you have to figure out if it could possibly apply to your situation because it'll be different in some like very small detail. So yeah, I totally get what you mean.
Also, a big problem in Asia. A lot of official spelling for different places has changed during the years, and I saw sometimes incompatibility with like this town was spelled this way in English
Yeah.
20 years ago. So when my wife was born, was spelled differently than nowadays, and like I got into some stupid complications. I was like, how the fuck do I fix this? Like, because they wouldn't accept it. Like that place doesn't exist. Like what?
Yeah. That happened in Korea as well, and I think it was around 20 years ago or so, maybe around there, maybe 25 years, something. Yeah, they did the same thing, where they changed like the official English spelling of everything, so a lot of spelling of different cities and things like that changed. We didn't have any problems with that, like for our application process, but yeah, I can totally.
It's good because like if you have like the passport of that person was born in another place than it says on her birth certificate. It's like, oh god, I had that nightmare and I had it.
Yeah, I can totally see that happening.
I had to bring the definition and like all kinds of stupid papers from that village just to show like them was crazy.
Hey, is Crow-sama still here? Crow, are you still here?
Oh, I just left.
Maybe not. Okay.
What's this all about? Like, what's with the live stream? Because I saw you were asking. Like, is this a thing that you wanna try out?
No, just for this live stream. No, just to kind of last kind of big live stream before leaving Korea. So I won't do any more live builds after this.
This is live somewhere. This is live somewhere.
Yeah, on YouTube and Twitch.
Oh god.
Sorry,
My
Shaka.
first time being present on a live stream, so I'm cool.
Sorry, Shaka.
No, maybe I shouldn't have gotten so much weird details.
It's okay.
It happens.
Yeah.
Hey, the chefster.
What up?
Hey, the chefster there. Should not have.
That's
Finally
another
hearing the
one.
voice of some people.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I should let everybody else watching know that we don't normally do live voice chats in my Discord. We should though. We should do this more often. Not necessarily
definitely.
live. But so yeah, we'll have to do that. We'll have to do more voice chats more often in the future. But for most everybody in the Discord, I've not actually talked live to most of you guys. I think maybe one or two of you guys I've talked to before, but so I won't recognize people's voices. I have to check and look at the screen to see who's talking.
I mean, there's not many of us, so
Yeah.
shouldn't take too long.
But no, what I wanted to ask Crow, which because I think that maybe he's the only other person that this may apply to, but it's another thing that like I just found out, because Shaka, you were talking about like finding a lawyer who is familiar with international law, and like that reminded me that I had been like for doing my taxes, even though I'm not in America, I still have to file taxes in America, which is a pain in the ass anyway. But the person like who had been doing my taxes, apparently I guess just is not very familiar with international cases, because just this past week or like the past like 2 weeks or something, I like for the first time in my life heard about FBAR, and really should have known about that a long time ago. Have any of you guys, like any of you Americans, ever heard of that before? FBAR? No?
I have not.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, unless you live abroad, then you really wouldn't. And even if you live abroad, apparently you wouldn't, because I've never heard about it, even though I've been living abroad for 11 years. But basically, it's like if you
You're paying
have
taxes back in the States?
it's kind of related to taxes, but it's that if you have like more than $10,000 in assets in the like foreign country where you're living, then you're supposed to just report it to the U.S. Basically, just you don't like pay extra taxes on it or anything. You're just supposed to let them know you have it. And if you don't, you can face big fines. And I never even heard of this thing until this like past couple weeks. So now I'm not feeling too good about that. So now I have to like file like delinquency and just like try to prove that like, hey, I didn't know this existed until now.
Yeah, I mean, like, how do you find about it? Like, who tells you, you know? Like,
Right. Yeah.
You have to tell Uncle Sam everything all the time.
Yeah, it sucks. Really sucks. And yeah, like, so I feel like my tax person probably should have known about that, and or like somebody related to like the school system here, because like I am not teaching anymore, but like I was a teacher before, and like teaching in a public school, it's like it's a public, I want to say it's like a public program, right? So there's like a part of like the public school system here, there's a section that deals with the foreign teachers, and I feel like they should have let us know about that at some point. And I can assume that like probably most teachers, if they're just coming here for like a year, 2 years or something like that, they're probably not going to make $10,000 in that time. So,
exactly, I was thinking that, like, they're teacher, they don't need to.
yeah, so it probably wouldn't apply to most people in most cases, but like at least I feel like they should have let us know.
Shouldn't like the embassy?
Yeah, no, they
be something
definitely
too,
should have
if
at least
they're
told you,
filing
hey, this is a thing that you need to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, the embassy, yeah, right. Or someone. That should have been included like with the information packet we got at some point or something like.
It'll be fine. Prison, fines, no big deal.
Yeah, it'll be fine, or there'll be big fines. So.
You're gonna be on the run when you come.
Yeah.
Classic Florida, man.
So like we've been kind of stressing out about that a lot, but I don't know. See how it goes. And like I called because I've never worked with like an accountant in the U.S. before. So like I called one place. What was it? Just like there, like in Daytona Beach. I was like, hey, I'm moving to the area soon, and I think I'm gonna need someone to help with some accounting. And they're like, oh yeah, sure, we can help you with that. And I said, do you have any experience like with foreign clients, especially like dealing with like FBAR cases? And they're like, oh yeah. And they're like, well, just the first like meeting, just like counseling when you first go in, like what was it? It's hundreds of dollars for like just the first counseling meeting. Like, that sucks.
First one be free?
Yeah, guns are not that cheap.
And then they reel you back in?
Well, I like after looking at it a bit more though, I think that the accounting firm that I called, I think one reason why it was particularly expensive, I think, is because they mostly deal with like businesses, not like personal accounting. So I think that's probably why their rates are a little bit higher. If I went to like a personal accountant, it might be a little bit cheaper, I guess. I don't know. But it's all
your assets to your wife's name.
right. But
That's probably the best idea.
She's just a rich Korean person.
yeah, especially like if we're trying to get a house and everything, so it's just all complicated. But yeah, it's like because I came to Korea straight after university, so like I've never lived in America like as a just adult. So like my wife's never lived in America, period. I've never lived there as an adult, like having to worry about accounting and taxes and all this stuff. So like it's a big learning curve for both of us, even though I'm 33. I'm not just not familiar with how things work in America. So
Neither am I.
and you're in America? I can
I mean, this
understand.
year's gonna be my first year doing taxes because I have my first ever job.
Well, congratulations on that. Anyway.
Probably get money back. That's not bad. I did.
Yeah.
I mean, this is gonna sound stupidly European, but like, why doesn't your jobs like calculate those taxes for you? Like, if you have just one job, I mean,
They do the like they take it out. What you're doing is just making sure that you paid enough, and if you're most normal positions, you get a refund back because you paid too much.
Hopefully.
Yeah, unless you're like, yeah, I mean, you really have to try to not pay taxes to then have to owe money.
depends on
Especially
the state
Especially
too.
with that's different. So there's the two different levels. There's federal and there's state level. I'd like to think keep things nice and complicated.
Yeah.
Complicated and expensive.
It's actually easy to think of the US as a cluster of different countries, really, their own governments.
Yeah.
I think it's easy to think like that.
Luckily,
That's a
Kitbash
pretty
has
accurate way to describe it.
nice and easy.
Yeah.
Click, click, click. You're all done.
There is
They have, like some common rules that are for like the entirety of the US, and it's just like the European Union have like
Yeah, but we don't
regulations.
like. I don't do like taxes for the European Union and stuff like that. That's just more.
Yeah.
Right. Well, at least for us, it depends. Like, if you have kids, that can complicate it as well, because it depends on like how you claim your kids as dependents. So it's the entire thing is very complicated, which is why there's so many.
It's like, yeah, I came here for the accounting.
Right, yeah, which is why there's so many like people who either go to accountants or like what's the abbreviation for it? It's like a
Okay.
Financial advisor.
No, not that. There's a different word for like that type of professional who does taxes. Basically, there's a abbreviation for like ATC, something like that. I forget what it is. It's like maybe it's a CTA. That's what it is. Certified Tax. A stands for something. I don't know. CPA.
Accountants.
CPA.
Yeah, Certified Personal Accountant. I think that's what. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Right. Yes.
We have accountants in the chat.
No.
Where's this dang piece? Okay, here it is. All right. Got it. So yes, and like we're just finding out like how it's been now that like we're trying to figure out our finances and stuff, and like in preparation for looking for a house, it just seems like everything's bad news. Like we find out something and it's more complicated, and we find out something more and it's more complicated. Like, dang.
It's like you're moving back to America. It's weird.
Right. No, but like we expect, and like just compared to here, and like my wife's been like really flabbergasted by the whole experience as well too, because like buying a house here is pretty simple. Like it's pretty straightforward. It's a lot less complicated than it is in the U.S. So like the whole process of like how you have to go through everything, whatever, she's been like, why is it so complicated to get a house? Like, I don't know.
Sitting here nodding, agreeing.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
The kids were going to an English-speaking school already,
No, they're not. But I mean, like we speak English at home, and like for their age, they're probably not at the same level of like American kids of their age, but they can speak well enough that they'll be fine. They don't, and like there'll be a few months at least. My son will start, I think, like first grade in like August. So like, and I think we'll try to get him into like some preschool or something like that ahead of time. But his English is better. My daughter's got some time before she needs to start going to school, so I think they'll be okay. Maybe a little
Start
bit.
getting that Florida twang.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they will. I'm missing another
Honestly,
piece.
the only reason why I know my dad didn't have any trouble getting the house he currently lives in is because Kodak bought it for him.
Kodak?
Eastman Kodak. My dad used to work for them.
I thought you meant Kodak Black, the rapper.
No. Eastman Kodak Company.
Yeah, just kidding.
His dad is OG.
Yeah, no, they hired him and paid all of his moving expenses.
That's nice. I heard someone.
They also.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
What were you gonna say?
Basically, they also bought his current house, bought his old house from him, and then sold it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that works out. I was just gonna
So
say.
actually owns the house in the end. Is owned by Kodak or was owned by your father then?
They wanted to hire him quite badly.
So basically, they're like, we'll get a new house for you, and basically just we'll take care of selling your house, whatever. So yeah, I mean that works out.
Yep.
Yeah, makes sense.
Getting back to skateboarding videos. Somebody's asking in the chat.
We need more skateboard videos on Florida. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I definitely want to do some more skating. I know that like there at USA Gundam Store, like there's I'm sure there's like some out because it's just the warehouse, right? So I don't know. Maybe we can have some space in the warehouse or at least outside the warehouse to like build a box or something like that, so you can just like skate the box out behind the warehouse or something. Definitely.
How's Konya about that?
About skateboarding?
Yeah.
It's especially where I live, like no one does it. So like you can skate around most places pretty easily and like not have any trouble. Like if you were really like if someone came out and like saw you like while you were really damaging some property or something like that, they might say something, but most of the time like it's not like in the US where I know like a lot of times if you're skating somewhere like you'll get kicked out because of like insurance. They're worried you'll get hurt and you'll try to sue them or something like that, and or damaging property. But like here, people are just so unfamiliar like with skateboarding in general. Like if anything, they'll just like see what you're doing, but like you never like get kicked out of places or anything like that. And there's lots of spots around. I used to skate more here like when I first came, but like not so much these days.
Was it different in Japan?
Different in Japan?
I saw it's like not illegal, but it's kind of frowned upon or something like that.
Yeah, I actually skated more in Japan because I had friends who were skaters there.
So I don't know if anyone would say anything to you generally either, would they?
Yeah, not really. We wouldn't really, unless it's like a security guard. So like if we were skating like at a train station or something like that, and maybe the security might come. But never, as far as I can remember, it never happened. So yeah, people just like out of shyness, politeness, whatever, like not wanting to cause a scene, no one would really say anything to you unless it's like their job to do that. And then, but yeah, people skate in Japan much more than here in Korea. So I feel like more people are probably like familiar with it. But yeah, probably still the case where you could probably just skate pretty much just about anywhere and not really have any problems unless it's like some really private property kind of thing. So yeah, that's something I'm definitely looking forward to. Taking a little.
Somebody in the chat commented like culture shock for your wife.
Yeah, she's been to America a couple
I mean,
times.
for you might be tough.
Yeah. Honestly, like
You're already feeling it.
Yeah, it's gonna be an adjustment process for both of us, really, to be honest. Cause like I said, I moved here like right out of college, so I'm only 33 and I've been here 11 years. So it's a third of my life has been here in Korea. So I honestly kind of feel like just as much Korean as I do American. So it is gonna be kind of weird or difficult or whatever to adjust back to American life.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a culture shock seeing everyone skate around.
I don't know, and just like it's a really different environment as well, just like the environment itself. Okay, hang on, why is this part not going on there? Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. Why is this not going on there? Like the nature itself. It's like here is super mountainous, there is super flat. Like that's what I grew up in. I grew up in the Midwest where it's really flat, so it's not like completely new. But it's gonna be a big change from what we're used to here. I'm worried about like feeling really bored with the environment, just it being so flat, you know?
I mean, you're gonna be below sea level, so that's gonna be interesting.
And I don't know, anyway. It's not like here, it's not like we're going out hiking every weekend or something anyway, so like we're not exactly taking advantage of the mountains of Korea all the time anyway. It's just nice that they're there.
You're gonna be in Florida, right?
Yeah.
In that case, you're actually going to probably be a few hours or so away from the Appalachian Mountains, so if you ever wanted to go mountain hiking, you could just
That's true.
make a nice trip out of it and go over there.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I'm also East Coast, and I'm living in New York, and about 4 or 5 hours south of me is the Appalachian Plateau, if I remember correctly. Like right in the border of New York and Pennsylvania.
That's true.
And also, my family's got a little cabin in the foothills of the Adirondack Mountains, so I've gone to that area quite a lot. And it's nice.
I've actually, now that you mention it, I think the only place like around the area that I've been to, I went to a ski resort once with my aunt and uncle, which was in West Virginia, and I can't remember the name of it offhand. Can anyone?
Interesting.
What was the name of it? It's, shit, I don't know. It was dope. I used to snowboard as well from time to time, but it's another thing that obviously I just haven't really done in recent years. What was the name of that? Damn, now it's going to be bothering me because I'm going to try to think of it. Man, I wonder. I don't know. That was a good time. We have ski resorts and all that here in Korea, but I just have never really been. One of my friends and coworkers when I was working at a school, another teacher there, Korean teacher, he loves snowboarding, so he went all the time and he invited me a few times, but never ended up going.
Do you have a driver's license?
What's that?
Do you have a driver's license?
That's actually another thing that has been a complication to our entire experience, because I do have a driver's license, but the one that I have, I have my Korean one, and that's fine, but the problem is with my American driver's license, because I do still have mine from America, but it's now, like, expired. So...
It expires?
Yeah.
Yep.
They expire.
Why?
Unfortunately. I don't know. So you have to get it renewed every, like, 5 or 10 years, something like that? I don't know.
Oh,
I think it's like
a
every
passport.
7.
It could depend on the state, too. I don't know. But my point is that I was trying to set up a new bank account in a different bank there because, like, from, like, my hometown, I use US Bank, but there's no US Bank in Daytona Beach. So I was trying to set up a bank account in a different bank. But in order to do it online, you need a driver's license or a state ID. And I don't have a driver's license or a U.S. state ID.
Because you guys don't have a national ID.
Right. We just use the driver's
Doesn't
license.
that make everything more complicated? I suspect Korea has a national ID, no?
Yep, we do. So we have 2 separate cards. Driver's license and ID is separate. Yup.
In the U.S., everything is on a by-state basis for ID.
Yeah, it's like things that I never understood.
Yeah.
Or
So
like register to vote stuff. I never understood that. Like, what do you mean register to vote? I'm a citizen.
yeah,
Like, you have my name, so.
voting abroad is a whole other thing too. But yeah, so I do. I think so. I think what I have to do to get a driver's license when we arrive there, I think what I'm gonna do is get my driver's license here changed over into an international license, and then once you're there in Florida, you can exchange an international driver's license for a Florida driver's license. So kind of roundabout way of doing it, but hopefully that should work. But considering how things have been going so far, I'm sure something will come up that will prevent that from actually being the case. It won't be as easy as I think it's going to be. That's how everything keeps going down. Anyway. It's like it's just been... everything's more complicated than I expected. What do you do? What can you do? Basically though, like, just trying to stay focused on the positive of things, right? So that's why I like the...
Because it's moving forward.
Yeah, and that's, I was just actually just talking about that to my wife last night. It's like, you know, there's that saying that like change is always good. It's like, it's always better to have change than just like remaining stagnant, whatever, in your life, even though living here in Korea is much more comfortable for us if we just didn't have to move, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I wasn't exactly sure what... I mean, besides the whole, like, American USA Gundam Store stuff, like, I felt like you were pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, no, definitely the main reason we're moving is more for our kids. The fact that I'm going to be able to work there at USA Gundam Store is like a plus that like also helps to kind of like facilitate the moves. Like, we were always kind of thinking to move back to the US, like for our kids' school, but we didn't want to do it until like we knew that like I would have a job to go to. So then like talking with Adam and getting all that set up, it's like, okay, so I'll be able to work for Adam and then work at the store, and then I'll actually have a job to go to there in the US rather than like going there and then having to find a job. So because of that, that helped us to be able to move. The main reason for us moving though, like from the start, was more for the kids though. It was for the kids to go to school in the US. And people will say,
Somebody's asking, do you speak Spanish?
if they can learn Spanish, they can already speak Korean too, so they'll be...
Oh, do you speak Spanish?
Oh, do I speak Spanish? Oh, no, not really.
Jose Gabriel.
No.
That's how life goes.
Of course I studied Spanish when I was in school, but I don't remember hardly any of it. Like, if I heard it, I'd be able to like understand a small portion of it just by hearing it, but like as far as speaking, I wouldn't be able to really speak much.
I took Spanish classes for 5 years, both years in middle school and then 3 years in high school, and I can barely remember half of it because it's been so long since I last used it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's with any language. Like, I used to be a lot better at Japanese, and just like if you don't use it, it just goes away real fast. So
Yeah, I studied in school like 12 years of French, and I cannot speak for shit.
yeah.
But like, I started working in Spain, and just because of like the work environment, I just learned from scratch. And it does the thing. Like, if you work with it and practice it, it just works. But school, like learning it in school, sticks.
Yep. If I
sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, just the last thing on that is that that's another thing that's kind of on my to-do list. Something that I want to do, and something that I'm looking forward to about moving back to the States, is I want to get back to studying Japanese. Try to get my Japanese language skill at least back up to where it was before. Would be nice.
definitely want to actually learn Japanese. I took a 1-semester course on it in college, but that's nowhere near enough, of course.
Yeah, I mean, like...
Because I learned arguably very little.
Yeah, sure. And, like, that's the thing with learning in college. I learned at first in college as well. But, I mean, like, when you're in a big group of people, and people learn at all different speeds, so the class kind of has to go a little bit slow, just to make sure that, you know, people aren't just getting left in the dust, because it's a difficult language to learn. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, like, learning the basics, like the super basics, at least, just to get you to be able to have like very simple conversations, is pretty easy. And where I found, like, then after that, like moving into like intermediate, it's like a big plateau of like moving from beginner to intermediate. That's where it like gets really difficult.
Yeah, the class that I took, it was literally just like the absolute basics.
Yeah, sure.
Where they taught you some phrases and some words, and then how to read hiragana, katakana, and about 15 kanji.
Yeah. It depends on your professor as well too. I guess if you had a good professor. Like I had a really great professor at my university, but I don't know if you did or just kind of had like.
My professor was really good too.
Yeah, that's good.
She's actually Japanese by origin, and she actually did a really good job of teaching.
Mm. So you mean she's native Japanese?
She was born and raised in Japan, but got married and moved to the U.S.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, so that's just something. Honestly, like living in the U.S., if like for most people who want to learn Japanese, it's mostly just like for just a hobby, right? They like anime or whatever, so so they want to learn Japanese. And the problem is that then you have to actually, in order to really improve, you have to use it a lot. And if like you're just like studying it by yourself, like without any real incentive, it's hard to improve like past being a beginner. So I'm trying to make sure that like I'm giving myself some incentive to learn. So like saying or like telling myself that I'm gonna use the language for like in the hobby for like communicating with Japanese modelers more, and like trying to actually do stuff with the language. And I think that'll help a lot in trying to learn if you have like a reason to learn, you know.
Speaking of that, are you going to try to go every year to Japan and the GWBCs?
Yeah, it's a lot harder to do that than it is from just here in Korea. It's just like a real like quick and cheap plane ride to get over there really easily from here. But yeah, from America it's a lot more difficult. So no, I don't think I'll be able to go very often. I haven't been for a couple of years now just because of COVID. But
yeah, last one was pretty fun. I mean, like the videos and the stream.
Yeah, it's like I definitely miss it.
My plan is... Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, I definitely miss going and would like, I mean, like before I was going like once a year and it was great, but just haven't been able to go. And then like obviously from America, I don't think I'll be going every year, but I'm sure there will be a couple of opportunities now and then to go to Japan, hopefully with Adam, hopefully to visit. Last year, 2020, we were supposed to go to the Bandai headquarters in Shizuoka, like with Adam and I, and like it's gonna be a lot of fun. We were gonna be able to see the Bandai headquarters there and do like all the Shizuoka stuff together, and we were really looking forward to it. And then COVID happened, so that was big sad.
I saved the location of that tiny shrine in between the buildings.
What do you say?
Because like you pointed out a tiny shrine in between buildings.
Yeah.
Time you were there. And I saved it on my map because I was planning to go in 2020, but you know how that went.
Yeah.
And we kind of postponed my trip to Japan, and I saved exactly that shrine because I'm curious. Like it's so weird. It's
super weird and unique, but yeah, I'm really glad that I found that. I found that from some other just a Japanese J vlogger, some other foreigner there living in Japan made a video about that. So yeah. I always like to check that out every time I go to Akihabara.
For some weird reason, there's a lot of talk about swords in chat. Like
Swords?
you can finally own swords if you go to the US.
I don't get that.
Because in Korea, apparently, we cannot own swords.
In Korea, we can't own swords. I don't know. I never tried to own a sword, so I don't know. But that makes sense anyway.
Like I was going to say earlier, my whole goal about learning Japanese is that I actually do want to take a trip to Japan at some point in the future. I want to be able to at least converse on a basic level when I go there.
Yeah, totally. That's I totally get that. That's a good motivating factor, especially like if you have a plan like to go, and especially if it's like a concrete plan, like not just a desire or want to go, but like if you actually like have your plane ticket reserved and you're going like 6 months later or something, whatever, down the line, and you have like enough time to try to learn some basics. Yeah, it's a really good opportunity to learn some. And you really don't have to know all that much, I think, like to get by and like just like be able to, you know, ask for directions if you need, or just like if you're at a bar or something like that, you'll be able to have just like a really basic conversation with people, and really nothing too deep, but like you'd be amazed at like how much conversation you can have with like very little language skill, just because you end up using just like a lot of mixed language and body language and all this, and you can get by with not that much. And most Japanese people have at least some experience studying English, so the problem is they never get a chance to use it. That's the same thing like we're talking about. If you don't use it, you lose it. And that's the case with all of they've all studied English, but they've never had any chance to use it for the most part, so.
However, when you lose the language, you still do know it somewhere, so it's really easy to actually pick it back up again.
Yep, I'd imagine so.
Yeah, it's more like with time you just understand it, and you're having a hard time like speaking it, but yeah, it can happen.
I'm not really in any rush to learn Japanese though, because this is not something that's going to happen for probably several years.
Yeah.
Once I get an actual like stable job, instead of working at Best Buy, probably working on software at a company, save up the money, specifically plan it well in advance, and it would take a while to get ready.
Well, I'll give you guys a heads up, at least for those of you in the US, and don't tell anybody about this because it's a secret plan. But one thing that I've talked with Adam about is that I want to organize a trip for like people who are interested in going to Japan, and I'll basically like facilitate it sort of as like a travel guide. Basically, like I'll organize the whole thing, and so that like we'll all be able to go over like, I don't know, 10-15 people or so, whoever signs up and like wants to join, and then like go over like during a time like when there's like the Shizuoka Hobby Show, some like big event or something, so we can go to the hobby show and then like see all the other cool stuff, Akihabara, and like because I'm someone who's been there a bunch of times, I can help to kind of show people around or whatever. So I think that will be something that we'll try to do in the future when it's possible.
That's actually really cool. The only issue for me when it comes to going to Japan is the best way for me to do that is that I need to take 2 flights. One to JFK in New York City, which will probably be just a couple hours or so. But then there's a direct flight from JFK to Tokyo, Japan that is 17 hours.
Yeah, it's a long flight, but I can tell you, I mean, it just depends. Have you ever had like that long of a flight before?
I have not. The longest flight I've ever been on was New York to Florida, and then Florida back to New York, and that was back when I was 7 years old.
Yeah.
I'm 24 now, so it's been a long time.
Yeah, that's probably something like a 3-hour flight or something, I guess. Ah, shit. I was looking for this part and it was right here the whole time. Damn it.
It's on loose socks. Trust me on that.
But yeah, like those long like trans-Pacific flights, I mean like they're long and they just suck because like you just get like sore, like your body just gets sore, I feel like. And I can't sleep on the plane.
Like, no sucks. Most important lesson
I
ever.
think for me, it's not just trans-Pacific. I have to go all the way across the continental U.S. first too.
Right. But
Also, don't sleep before it, so you're just dead tired on the flight.
yeah, that's probably good advice. Cause yeah, I was just gonna say I can't sleep on the flight. So like if I can sleep for like 20-30 minutes at a time, that would be lucky. I just can't sleep.
Also,
well.
you can use that time and see all the stupid movies that you missed during the year.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, no, I could just sit
it's-
there and
it's-
watch who knows what for that amount of time.
Yeah, you'll be
So from
surprised
all
by
the
the
flights I've had-
stupid movies that you missed.
So from all the flights I've had in the past, I can really recommend to get a noise cancelling headset because it actually just drowns out the sound of the airplane itself, making it much easier to actually fall asleep.
Yeah, maybe I should do that.
So that's something I would really recommend.
You know what probably would help me to go to sleep is like then just listening to music, because actually like I find that like listening to music, especially like in times when I'm having trouble sleeping, listening to music actually makes it easier for me to sleep. So I think like for some people like they need quiet, right? But for me it's kind of the opposite. Sometimes listening to music or like having
I
something
kind
on
of
helps.
understand that. I got so used to sleeping with a fan when I was a kid because the air conditioning in my house, we've got central air in the house. It's never done terribly much on the second floor, especially during the summer. So I'd always have a fan blowing on me while I was sleeping, and I got so used to it I can't sleep without that fan on anymore.
Yeah.
You can take advantage of the long flight and just somebody recommended in chat, like do your backlog. There's a tray in the plane, so get some meters.
I know Josh has done that.
We really have.
Really?
Yeah, Josh did that on his flight to Japan for GBWC, and I think he just had like some nail clippers that he used for.
That's how he built his GWDC.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't paint it. They didn't allow him on the flight.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I actually don't have terribly much of a backlog because I don't buy too many kits overall.
That's
The only
cool.
one that's currently sitting not finished is my Bandai VF1A/S kit. And that's simply because I was building that and not enjoying it, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna put this down for now. Which sucks because I'm a massive Macross fan and I would love to have that in my collection, but I just can't bring myself to finish it because it isn't fun.
Well, that can happen, yeah. Let me see. I want to take a second. It looks like I probably need to do some readjusting here a little bit for the stream. The sun is getting brighter as it's moving across the windows here. Also, just want to take a minute while I adjust this. Let me see. It's maybe a little bit better. Just for anybody else watching, if you just recently come in, if you don't know what's going on, if you don't know who we're talking to or what I'm doing here, the voices you're now hearing other than mine are some of the other awesome members of my Discord. If you guys are interested in joining the Discord, it's for my Patreon supporters, so the Patreon link is down below. You can check that if you want. It's a very cool Discord, and we also have this that I'm doing here today. I need to check my email, see if there's any more shirts ordered, but this is the Kitbash challenge. So we already got the 6 kits on the board here that are the 6 options. Anytime there's a YouTube super chat, or anytime someone buys one of the shirts, and a bunch of new shirts that I have down there, and again, Shaka, who's in the chat, did the design for the pretty cool Plamo logo, so thank you again, Shaka, for that. Now that I've actually got the shirts ready, I'll have Shaka, you have to let me know which one you want. I'll send one to you.
No, I just saw them. I didn't notice.
Yeah, so the shirts are ready. So anytime someone buys one of the shirts, or anytime there's a super chat, then I'm going to spin the wheel, and whatever it lands on, I'll make a mark on here at the end of the live stream. Whichever 2 kits have the most points, basically, then I'm going to make a project out of kit bashing the two of them. So the options are the Woundwort, the Core Gundam, the Rosen Zulu, the Dom, the O, and the Biolearn Custom at the moment. So that's what the deal is with this. So if you guys want to super chat or check out the t-shirts, we'll do that.
Honestly, if I did that, my vote would be on the Bjarland Custom. I love that design.
Let me see. I'm just checking my email, see if there's anything new. I was happy to see that one added on there because I think that's going to be a pretty easy one to kit bash because it already kind of looks like it's kit bashed as it is. But that'll be good. We'll see. We'll see if that one ends up winning. At the moment, it is in the lead, tied with the Dom, 3 points each, two of those. Biolearn and the Dom will be kind of a weird mashup, but all right, it's LED time. I chose a good time.
Hey, Zach.
Yes.
I just got a question for you from Discord.
Okay.
Wondering if you've seen 86 yet.
No, I've not. I've not yet watched that. Have you guys?
I've been keeping up with the Anime Weekly, and I've read all 8 currently translated volumes of the light novel in English.
Oh, there you go. So, yes, indeed. No, I just... Number 1, no time, and then number 2, just honestly not that much interest. I don't know, I just don't really watch much stuff other than just like some YouTube stuff. Patrick, did I miss your super chat? Sorry. Pat said I missed his super chat. Was that, when was that? While I was talking? Sorry about that. Yeah, we had a super chat. Oh, okay. So yeah, a couple people mentioned about that. Oh, and there's another one. So I missed it, and then you did another one. So let's do 2 for Pat's sake. Sorry about that, Pat. What am I drinking? Black coffee. Black iced coffee. Dom. It's Mike Rinaldi's lucky day. That was his choice for that. And then the other one here is the O. There you go.
Good choice.
All right. The other thing, just while I'm doing some updating for anyone who's just coming into the chat, into the live stream recently. The other thing is with the t-shirts, there's the chibi designs. Those are by Lynx53 Customs. I have the stickers for those are at USA Gundam Store if you guys want to check out the stickers. So I just thought I'd make some shirt designs out of those as well in case anyone wanted an actual shirt of those designs. There's that, and then there's the pretty cool Plamo. It's just a new brand that I'm trying to just make some cool shirts that you can just enjoy. And the one in particular that I wanted to mention about is the Chris Pabs Pro model. It's something that I wanted to try where I want to make it, like the idea came from like how skateboard companies make pro models for like new skaters. So like I think it'll do every 2 months or so we'll change out to a new pro model, and it'll just be like a custom for like just another builder or another content creator or something, somebody else in the community. I chose Chris at first, and then later on we'll choose somebody else for the next one. I don't know who it might be, but I've got some ideas. And so the like the color scheme of that is chosen by Chris. So obviously it has purple in it. So it's a white and the lavender logo on the dark heather gray shirt. There it is, right there, down there. And then it's got the Chris Pabs logo on the back of the shirt there. So that's just a cool way to kind of involve other people in the brand as well. So it's not just and there's no Zakurillius on there at all. So it's not about me at all. It's just Plamo shirts for people who just enjoy Plamo. So, and then for whoever the pro model is for, and they get a portion of the profit made from those shirts as well too. So if you want to support Chris, then you can do that. All right, I think that should do it, guys. You can feel free to chat freely again now. Just wanted to give an update on that. But now I'm back to...
This is another sort of like 86 related question just from me. Are you actually planning on checking out the high-grade Regan Life?
Yes. Yeah.
At all?
Yep. Yes, I will.
I can tell you this, it does have some slight color separation issues, mainly on the main cannon that the ones come with.
Okay.
But overall, it is a really nice kit because I've built it twice now. And I'm planning on building it 3 more times.
Nice, making a whole team of them, eh?
Yep, I'm going to be getting the whole squad.
Yeah, I enjoyed the first one, the Juggernaut. Built the 2 different variants of that. It's a really nice kit, and so yeah, I definitely plan to check that out. It's actually already currently available, but I haven't got it shipped yet because just gonna wait until after moving and then build it. So that'll be one of the ones that I'll build and review shortly after moving, and once we're all
Smart
set
idea.
up. Yeah.
And one other thing to say about it is actually quite a bit bigger than the Juggernaut.
Okay, yeah, I'd seen the... I think I told you guys that I went to the Gundam base recently. I saw one on display there, and it did look a little bit bigger, yeah. That's cool. It's a really cool design. So, like, in the story, like, going from the Juggernaut to that one, it seems like, just as for someone who's not seen the series, but is, like, looking at it, it looks like a lot more technologically advanced. Is that the case with that, or what's, like, kind of the...
It definitely is.
Okay.
The story behind how it was made is a bit of spoilers, but it is based directly on the Juggernaut, and it's meant to be an improvement over the Juggernaut in every way, shape, and form.
Okay. Alright, yeah. Looks like... Yeah, like, it's made to be like that, or even, like, made by someone else entirely. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't seen it, but... I got that, just by looking at it.
Basically, it was created by someone who found a Juggernaut and was like, oh hey, I like the idea of this thing, but this thing is built way too dangerously, so let's just make it better.
Cool. Yeah, I've not watched that yet, and I've also not seen anything of the new Kyokai Senki series either. I should probably try to watch a little bit of those.
It's not terrible.
Yeah.
It's nothing particularly special, and it feels like a mix of Iron-Blooded Orphans and Code Geass for the most part.
Okay.
But it's not terrible.
I've never seen Code Geass. I just kind of know vaguely what it is, but I definitely got the Iron-Blooded Orphans vibes from it, just from, like, seeing the story and just kind of having a general idea of the premise.
I am definitely looking forward to the 1:48 scale Kenbu though, because that, from the images I've seen of it, it looks really cool. And it's going to be really interesting too, because it's actually the same scale as the Regan Lathe and Juggernaut.
Oh,
so
nice.
it's like 2 different designs from completely different series in the same scale, right next to each other. I could have that on my shelf.
Someone asked in the chat if I'm going to finish this in one sitting. I'm going to try to, but we'll see. It's going kind of slowly. And we have a super chat there, so I need to spin this wheel. Tactical Mitch said, have you ever played any of the Xenoblade games? No, I've not. Sorry to say, but I will spin on your behalf. Thank you for the super chat there.
I can tell you this, they're very good games.
Fireland Custom, we were just talking about that. Got the point. Yeah, I mean, they look good. I've just never played any.
I've played Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, which is the remake of the original, and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Because both are available on the Switch. I'd love to play Xenoblade Chronicles X because of the customizable mechs called Skells. But that's on the Wii U, and I don't feel like getting a Wii U just to play that.
All I can say about that, it's like the very big time sinks. So you take it from there. Because I know you're already like investing a lot of time in Genshin. Have you
yeah.
been playing Genshin lately, or
What'd you say?
have you been playing Genshin?
Oh,
still,
yeah.
Or like
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. I can't stop. I do really
I am
enjoy
so
it.
looking forward to Ito.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm not really at the moment, but I could definitely change my mind once the character is actually out and once we see more. I think I need to see like some gameplay. As it is, just like the character design doesn't really do all that much for me yet, but
Honestly,
we'll
for
see.
me, it's the character design and the already in-game character interactions. You go around the billboards in Inazuma, you actually get interactions between him and Kujo Sara that tend to be hilarious.
Okay. Yeah, I've not played
And he
the new
basically
event
just
yet.
seems like a hot-headed, muscle-bound guy who's just like, I want to fight.
Hmm.
And it's very amusing.
Makes sense based on his character design. Is that part of like the new event that's going on at the moment?
Actually, no, it's just you go around looking at the billboards, and every now and then you'll just have messages from Ito to Sara, and then from Sara to Ito, or whatever.
Okay.
And just all randomly around Inazuma.
Okay. I must have missed that. So I know, I think like just yesterday or 2 days ago, there's a new event that just started. I've not played it yet. Anytime there's a new event, I usually like procrastinate for the first week and then try to cram the second week.
The event hasn't started yet, it just got announced, though.
Oh, okay. Something with some ancient warrior or something like that or something. I think is what it was. I don't remember the exact name of it.
leave you guys. It's really early in the morning here, so talk to you soon.
Okay.
Do the same, Shaka. I'll go
See you in
to
the next
as well.
one. Hopefully, there's gonna be more of this.
Yeah. We'll have some more live chats. Not actually like during live streams, but I mean just like some voice chat sessions later. Yeah. Yeah. See you, Shaka.
Also, could be cool like on stream if we like a few tell us beforehand. Like we can have like we're gonna do some builds too, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
See you.
See you guys. Yo.
Later.
See you, Shaka.
I think
Right.
Tora, did you also
That
say you're
is
leaving?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm leaving as well. For me, it's the same time as for Shaka. It's literally 3:30 in the morning.
Okay, yeah. All right. Take it easy.
But so leaving. All right. Good luck on the Phoenix.
Thank you. Yeah, good luck finishing it, eh?
Bye.
Yeah. Alright.
I'm still here. I'm still cool to hang out. It's nearly 10:30 p.m. for me, but I'm cool with that. I don't typically go to bed until like 11 or midnight.
Yeah. Yeah,
I just finished the main body and backpack of the Real Great Hainu.
nice. I
So
tried
now I'm working
to.
on its accessories.
I was actually thinking about for this one doing the like shields and weapons first, because I feel like the body is gonna tire me out, and then I'm not gonna want to do the shields and weapons at the end. But just as far as like the time, I usually try to make the timing of the live streams and things like based on U.S. time zones. So yeah, I kind of feel sorry for the guys who are in Europe because it's usually not ideal time for them. But
Yeah.
what can you do?
And on my last like major build was actually a unicorn. It was the Real Great Unicorn Perfectibility, which I've currently got sitting on top of my shelf, looking extremely impressive. But man, did that build take a while.
Yeah, I can imagine so. The real
It was
grade, you say?
cool. Yep.
Yeah.
It was cool. Looks really good now that it's done. But the build itself was honestly not the most fun. It was enjoyable, but a bit stressful too, because you can definitely tell the kit is very fragile.
There's just a lot going on. to the LED getting into the legs there is kind of not that bad, just a lot of wrapping it around all over the place. Oh no! I forgot this piece, which is going to be probably difficult to get on. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if I can get this part off. Forgot the opposite side of the knee joint. Okay, good. That's why you need a part separator.
Should probably get one. I only use I have a Victorinox Swiss Army knife. And I just use the small blade on that as a part separator as I need it, because it is thin enough to do it for the most part.
Okay, to bend that, then do that. I missed this step, unfortunately. I was only paying attention to the LED.
Oof.
Forgot to put on the other parts. And okay, there's a few more parts. Speaking of that, there's a couple of parts here left over. I'm thinking, oh shit, where do those go? But not to that point yet, so I'm still safe. Put this one back on here. Now we can add these parts for the knee. But where do these go? On like the back of the leg. That's weird. How does this go on here? Like that. Okay.
That is a very shiny kit.
Yes. Super shiny. Let's see. Then that will fit onto there. Right?
Oh yeah, and something I've got to look forward to. Guess what finally shipped from where I pre-ordered it yesterday?
Don't tell me. That new kit from Bandai, was it big something? That blue kit? I don't know what it's from at all. Some new kit.
Definitely not that.
Okay. What is it?
The Master Grade Eclipse.
Ah, okay, nice. Feel like I pulled that a little bit too hard. The Eclipse.
So I'm definitely looking forward to getting it because I do quite like the design.
Yeah. That'll be fun. Shit. Pull this off. The leg is supposed to extend, but it's not extending. So what's the problem here? Let's see if I can get this on without doing that. Just see if we can get by without the extension, because I don't know why it's not working. That's fine. One thing that I don't really like about the proportions of the PG Unicorn, and it's the same with the RG, is that the legs are quite thick, especially the lower legs.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Especially compared to the Verka or the high grade.
I still have only built one perfect grade.
Which one?
Exia.
Huh. Arguably the best one, so that's good.
I got it as a birthday gift from my father about a year or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I got it because I was like, you know what, I want a perfect grade, and I love 00 and the Exia, so I'll go with the Exia. To this day, 00 is still my favorite Gundam series by far.
It's fun. I've only ever watched it the one time. I have never rewatched it after seeing it the first time, but I enjoyed it well enough.
I'm genuinely hoping that the P-Bandai high-grade Plutone that Bandai released means that we'll be getting the Sad Al Sud and Abulhul, the other two second-generation Gundams.
There's definitely a lot of really cool designs from the series, so Yeah, anything more, especially I especially like a lot of the double O MSV stuff. So yeah, anything more of the double O MSV, I'm happy to see.
I'm super excited to be getting the Final Battle Harut and Zibanya as well, because those are going to be cool. Now, we're getting them a bit later than just about everywhere else stateside, unfortunately, but that's just how it works sometimes.
Yeah. I'm sure
We're
it'll
not
be a
going to
lot
be getting
better.
them until January or February.
It'll be a lot better than the. There was that bootleg version of the Final Battle Harut that I built and reviewed a few years back, and it was.
I remember that review.
It's kind of crappy kit. It was not that good. It's very kind of loose. And... Here you go. I'm sure the Bandai version will be a lot nicer. Won't have as many like effect parts and stuff.
Unfortunately, there is one thing that third-party version has over the Bandai version.
What's that?
That version had like 5 scissor bits for each booster. The Bandai version only has 2 total.
Right. Yeah. So doesn't quite.
Meanwhile, the design canonically is supposed to have 20.
It's not really any good way, like for anything like kits that have a lot of bits like that. Is similar kind of with the Cubile. Like there's not really a good way to make stuff like that in model kit form. There's just so much going on. Like it looks cool in anime, but like as far as like trying to make it into a model kit, not the
Yeah,
easiest
that
thing.
much is true.
So I actually kind of don't really mind whether it's 2 or 5 or 8. Ultimately, I probably wouldn't end up using them that much. I wish they would make some like I don't know what it would be. I don't know. It's like a master grade, I guess, because there's some other really cool designs from what would be Awakening the Trailblazer. Some of like the Gundam designs from that are really nice, but the high grades just don't look all that impressive. It'd be cool if they made some of those as master grades.
Yeah, I get that. Honestly, of those designs, the one that I'd love to see get some form of update the most is actually the Raphael, because of how, honestly, not great the high grade was.
Yeah. Just tons of, yeah, that's the one that I always tempted whenever I see it at the store or whatever. I'm always tempted to pick that one up because it does look, it's such a really cool looking design, but yeah, when you look at the actual kit, it's just like hollow gaps everywhere and just like doesn't really do like kind of all that it really should do that well as far as I can tell. So yeah, that one I would agree. Certainly seems like it needs an update. I've never built it though, so I mean I can't say with absolute certainty.
The one thing that I'd love for a new version of it to do is actually just have a transformable Cerev 2 instead of just the brick that it comes with.
Yeah.
I've been using the wrong part this entire time.
Isn't there one for Exia? Oh, my chat is stopped here. There we go. Update that. There we go.
I'll explain why I've had difficulties here. I've been using the wrong part this entire time.
How do you feel about the Hainu? Do you like it in blue or in purple?
Honestly, my first ever introduction to it was the blue version when I was looking at model kits to get when I first started out building Gunpla. I saw the high grade Hainu.
Okay.
So I really don't have any strong opinions on what is the quote-unquote correct color scheme for it, because I think that both look really quite nice.
Yeah.
Like, I've got the Verka sitting on top of my shelf. I've had it for several years now, and I love it. And that one looks good, but this one also just plain looks good.
Yeah. yeah, as far as like what is the official color, I don't know either, and I'm sure people will probably would argue that one way or the other, I'd imagine. But either way, yeah, I first built the blue version as well. I built the old Master Grade, the 1.0 Master Grade, ages ago. So I mean, but I think I do kind of prefer it in purple though. I like the Verka color scheme. Never really was that big a fan of the gradient on the fin funnels though. It seemed kind of weird, but I don't know.
You know, I tried using the water slides on those, and I just couldn't.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like. I mean, like it seems like you could try it, and you could probably get it to where the water slides look pretty good. But I mean, definitely painting, that's gonna be your best option. Let me see. Now that the one leg's done, hopefully building the second leg usually goes a little bit faster. Putting this all together, and I've made all the mistakes and know what to look out for. Things that were forgotten and things that were missed. If I can find the right piece, here we go. Here's that, and close up the foot. Yeah, don't know if we'll be able to finish the entire thing. What I might have to do is like build, once we get to the arms, right after this, like build one of the arms and then save the other arm for later, just in case we run out of time. At least it's got one arm on there. Something like that. Let's see. I'll try to go pretty speedy though. Speed mode. Pat says, I want a Kshatriya repaired. As in like an MG?
I honestly want the Kshatriya repaired in general. Bandai, reissue it, please. I'm begging you.
Yeah, just the HG. Yeah, come to think of it, I don't think that's one that I really have seen much in the wild for a long time.
I haven't seen it since it was first released, so I regret not getting it back then.
Yeah, I mean, then again, it's not something that I've been looking for, but yeah, I haven't seen it for a while.
And another kit I regret not getting when I had the opportunity is definitely the Master Grade Amazing Red Warrior.
Yeah. It's a nice one, yeah. Even the
it's
HG.
It's a similar story with the Master Grade Universe Booster, because I don't think Bandai has literally any intention of reprinting that.
Let's see, someone, Mike Scheller said, I can't believe Marita was left out of the poll. You're talking about the poll that I posted about yesterday of like the Japanese fans voted on like the sexiest female characters. I don't think it was a poll, as far as I understand it. I think it was just like free voting, so they could vote for like whoever they wanted. And I think just maybe not that many people voted for Marita, unfortunately.
I feel no shame in admitting that my vote would have gone to Felt Grace.
I'm only like, I've seen Seed, but it's been a long time ago, so like I don't remember the character at all. The only reason that I have like any familiarity with the character actually is just from
Felt Grace isn't from Seed. She's from Double O.
Yes, right. From Double O. See, that proves my point a little bit there. How unfamiliar I am with the character. The only reason that I know what the character is, like looks like, or like that I even know the name of the character is just because I know that there's a lot of, or there's a number of different resin kits of the character. So like every now and then, like when looking around online, like at resin kits, I'll come across a Felt Grace one every now and then. Other than that, I wouldn't remember at all who the character is.
Understandable.
Yeah.
For me, her peak design was definitely in season 2.
Was it like an outfit change, or what was it that changed?
Slightly longer hair, the standardized Celestial being uniform, just hers being in pink, and it honestly looked really good. She looked pretty good in the movie with short hair, but I honestly preferred her with longer hair.
Now see, I've heard, anytime I've heard anything about the movie, people say don't watch it. But do you like it or what?
It's not bad. It made some good choices in my opinion. All the characters were in character. It's just, it's a bit too rushed. They've tried to do too much with it in too short of a time. And it basically just seems like a whole bunch of nonsense action scenes with some plot connecting them. It's not entirely loosely connected, it's just a bit underwhelming.
Yeah.
Again, I do like it, it's just, it's the weakest part of 00 by far.
Yeah. Can see there, Mercenary said in the chat, he also said Trailblazer was alright. Yeah, like, I'll occasionally see someone saying, like, is alright, but it's pretty rare, at least in my experience, to ever really see people like that really like it. Most of the time it's people say it's terrible, don't watch it.
The only thing I really don't like that they've done with the story of it recently is what they did for that play, where they decided to have Bram Aker be alive, which completely defeats the point of his sacrifice in the movie.
You think that he was just like the only reason that they did that was because maybe he was just a popular character, so they wanted to include him in there, or what?
He was easily one of, if not the most popular male characters in 00.
Yeah.
And I do genuinely like him, it's just, I honestly thought that his sacrifice was impactful because he died. Like, he was one of my favorite characters and he died, and that made his sacrifice have impact.
Sure.
And then just him surviving takes that impact away.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the way he survived actually did make sense, at the very least. But, like I said, it just took away the impact.
James in the chat said Graham is 100% dead. There, I put the squeeze on that one.
Though I do quite like the design of his Gundam from the play, which is the Exia Repair 4, was it? Yeah, the Repair 4.
Uh-oh.
Meanwhile, the one from that confuses me is the Dynamis Repair 3. When was there a Dynamis Repair 2, and what did it look like?
Just kind of throwing numbers out there. I was just thinking about that. There was something else, or it was not 00 related, but I know there was something similar to that just recently. I was looking at that thinking, like, how is that a 2 and there was never a 1 as far as I know? Something like that. They do that sometimes. It's very strange.
Like, I mean, for the Exia, it did make sense because we had the Exia Repair at the beginning of Season 2, Exia Repair 2 at the end of Season 2, and then in the manga side story, how Setsuna got to the hospital in the movie was with the Exia Repair 3. So, Graham's Gundam being the Exia Repair 4 actually made sense.
Yes. Like, that's something that I've always kind of felt like I would like to read more of like some of the manga and things like that related to some of the series, not necessarily Double O, but I mean like a lot of different series have side story manga and things like that I just never really got that much into, but I'm sure there's a lot of really cool stuff that you could get from some of that stuff.
You know, some of it is really cool, and one thing I am waiting for is for the Iron-Blooded Orphans side story manga to finally reveal the Gundam Seer. Because it's been mentioned, and the silhouette seen at the beginning of the manga was apparently the Seer, but that's all we've seen of it.
I can't find a piece. But once it's revealed, then there's that's why I can't find a piece. The palm piece. There's the possibility that they might make it into a kit, even though the series is long done. Obviously, Bandai doesn't have a problem with continuing making IBO kits. So
definitely, if they do another Gundam frame model kit, the last one they actually have to do is the Voile Yuhana, which is from that manga series as well. And I quite like it. It's a bit on the weird side, especially the feet, but it's a very interesting design, and it does have a very big gun.
Big gun's always popular. I like that.
It's also got a chainsaw mounted on the back of its left arm.
That's fun too. Let's see. We need a Calamity IBO. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people would like to see like another IBO series, something that kind of revisits the Calamity War, because of how much they talk about it in the series. It's kind of like it's the whole filmmaking, or like I guess like TV premise, the whole Chekhov's gun thing. If they're gonna talk about it so much, they have to eventually show it at some point. Otherwise, it kind of leaves you hanging, and that's why I think a lot of people are just kind of feeling left hanging, that they never really got to see anything about the Calamity War. And I don't know. I think from a storytelling aspect, that does. I mean, there's value kind of in going both ways. I guess there's value in just leaving it vague and letting people kind of imagine it, just based on the information that's presented in the story, people just talking about it. But I think people would like to see it too. So.
Oh, I'd definitely love to see it myself, actually. It would be, honestly, even if they just did like an art book going through all 72 Gundam frames and how they looked during the Calamity War, that would be cool to see.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
sure.
that would also be interesting because there would be a couple repeat names again. Like, I know the Barbatos itself actually is already a repeat name. There was a Gundam Barbatos before the one from Iron-Blooded Orphans from SD Gundam G generation, I think it was.
Yeah. Right.
But there would be like a new Gundam Phenex. There would be the Ashtaron and its sister unit from Wing. Oh, no, Afterwar Gundam X. Those are actually named after demons from the Ars Geisha as well, so there would be ones that share those names as well.
Yeah, that was like when this Gundam was first announced, when the Phenex was first announced. I remember like looking it up online and then like seeing the Gundam Phoenix, which we now have the HG or the SD cross silhouette kit of, and coming across that and be like, well, I've never heard of that before. So that's why.
No, the interesting thing though is that the Unicorn Unit 3 Phoenix, the spelling is actually based off of the demon from the Ars Geisha. So one of the Gundam frames was called the Phoenix, spelled the same way as the Unicorn one. I have stressed a part on the Ryogai Tainu, and I don't like that.
As far as like those
I'm gonna have to be careful with that.
weird obscure designs, I mean like it's kind of interesting how with the SD cross silhouette line, how they did a number of pretty obscure mobile suits. They did that. They also did the Cascade. Really obscure. Never would have expected that, I guess, but it makes sense in that line, I suppose, considering I think it was originally an SD design from the start. It was just kind of interesting that they would go so obscure with the SD line, like, because that made sense.
Honestly, I like the idea of them doing obscure designs. That sounds really cool.
Yeah, totally. And like, that's one reason why I really like the RE100 line, is because it gives them opportunity to make some of the more obscure things like that into actual model kits. So yeah, I mean, doing that same thing with just in SD form. Plus, I would prefer non-SD if they were HD or RE100.
I still remember that potential list of future RE100s from several years ago.
Right.
And of that list, the one I wanted the most by far was the Reborn's Gundam.
I can imagine, yeah. That makes sense. But
it would have been a big boy. Reborn's Gundam is tall.
Even though they have not made most of those as RE100 kits, most of them have come out in one way, shape, or form. It's like, for example, like the Leo was on there. It came out as a high grade. What else?
The Gym Sniper 2 was on there. It got a really nice master grade.
Yeah. I think the E3?
Just about everything on that list did get a new kit, other than the Reborns, the Gaia, and the Kshatriya, as well as the one like crossbone design that was on the list.
Ah, yeah. That really super weird one. But anyway, so a Reborn's Gundam as a RE100 may not happen, but just because it's on the list and they are slowly making their way through the list, there's still, I think, hope that some new sort of Reborn's kit could be coming out in the future.
If they did a master grade of it, it would be a pretty pricey one.
Yeah, but I don't know. I honestly don't think it's that crazy to imagine that if they were to do a master grade of that, because I mean, I'm sure it would sell well.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. So I don't think it's like, honestly, like between that or the Kshatriya, I think they're much more likely to make a master grade Reborns before they'd make a master grade Kshatriya.
So. Yeah, no, something about the Reborn's Gundam that a lot of people don't realize is actually like literally just how tall it is, because it only ever appeared in space in the series, and only very briefly at that. The Reborn's Gundam is actually taller than the new Gundam by like 2 meters.
So it's head taller or something, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, there's big MGs like that, so that would make it. So what's the height of it then? Like
it's about 23 meters tall in Gundam mode.
That's the same as the Unicorn, so it's not completely unheard of anyway. A little bit more, I'm sure there's a lot more plastic, but I don't know, the Unicorn obviously has a more complicated inner frame, but the Reborns with its transformation, all that would certainly be a lot of plastic.
The transformation is very simplistic overall, so it would be fairly easy for them to do.
Yeah. I don't know. Doesn't seem completely out of the question, but at the same time it is, you know, it's not one of the main Gundams of the series, so
I'm honestly hoping that after the Master Grade Virtue comes out, they're going to definitely continue doing 00 Master Grades, probably with the Master Grade Cheridim.
Yeah, I don't know. If they are going to continue them, I think it'll either go to Season 2 or they'll do a 2.0 Exia next.
Yeah, and if they did do Season 2, they're probably going to do it the same order that they did the Season 1 ones, which would put the Cheridim next, followed by the Arios, and then the Seravi and Seraphim.
That makes sense, yeah. But I don't know. I just kind of have a feeling that they probably are not going to jump into doing the Season 2 Master Grades. They'll probably do something else and then maybe come back to that at some point in the future.
Probably. Maybe, like, when they finish that, they'll do a couple more, like, IBO Master Grades.
Well,
And then maybe jump back at some future point.
yeah. It's safe to assume that they've got at least one more new IBO MG that is in the pipeline. Just a
They're
matter of-
definitely going to be releasing a Master Grade Barbatos Lupus, maybe with the parts to convert it to the Lupus Rex.
I would say if they
That's definitely going to be happening.
yeah, if they do end up making those, I think they'll probably be separate kits. I don't think they'll make it like with the Barbatos, and then they made the part set to make it into like the other different forms. I think if they're gonna make the Lupus and the Lupus Rex, those will probably be separate, like completely separate releases, because there's a lot of proportion changes and parts changes. Basically, the entire thing is all different.
Fair point.
Would be my guess on that. Let's see.
Personally, what I'd love to see is Bandai to prioritize, once they're done with the Barbatos for now, prioritize the Gundam designs that didn't get 1-to-100 kits. So like the Gusion Rebake Full City, or the Kimaris Vidar, the Flauros.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Because the other ones already have at least a 1/100 scale model, even if it's not a master grade, yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, that just makes too much sense. So, unfortunately, that makes it less likely. From Bandai.
Unfortunately, yeah.
There are certain things that you would just think are as clear as day to you and I, but when it comes to what actually Bandai is going to produce or not,
That's entirely up to them.
it's pretty random.
I still question their choice when they were doing the original 1-to-100 IBO line of doing the regular Gusion and the Gusion Rebake in one set with one frame, but you could only build one of them.
Yeah, that was pretty dumb.
And even then, you couldn't just reuse the inner frame of another 1-to-100 Gundam frame because they modified it for the Gusion and Gusion Rebake.
Yeah. Yep. That's weird. But what it did allow a lot of people to do was stock up on kit bashing materials.
Oh, definitely.
So you saw, like, after that kit came out, you saw a lot of kit bashes and stuff using pretty easily recognizable leftover Gusion parts.
Yeah. I've still got my, actually no, I think I took it off display. I think I finally took it off display. But I do still have my 1-to-100 Gusion with all of, well, Gusion Rebake, actually, that's how I built it. And I do believe I still have all of the regular Gusion parts, so I could just convert it anytime I wanted. I just never did.
That was one that I always kind of had plans to do something with. I actually wanted to use that as the base for a GBWC entry, but and I had a cool idea, which I still have, and I still may do someday, but I wanted to make something out of that. We'll see in the future. Let's see. Turn that and put that on. And put
I have
this
reached the most tedious part of the real Great Hainu.
the fin funnels.
Yes.
Yeah, fun times. At least there's only 6, right?
Yeah.
Let's see, yeah. Could be worse.
Could definitely be worse. And I'm actually planning on basically recreating the new, real grade new Gundam fin funnel effect set for this. except just getting 2 of the jet effect blue instead of the jet effect yellow, just to differentiate it a bit.
Speaking of, just a minute, get this put together. Speaking of kit bashing, look at the graph. For anybody who's recently popped into the live stream, if you guys haven't seen this kit bash challenge that I'm doing here, for every YouTube super chat and t-shirt purchase from the store, the link is down below. You can see the new t-shirt designs rotating through those below me. So any super chat or new t-shirt design, I'm going to spin this and award 1 point. Hang on, it's giving me some update here. Let's go ahead and go with that. Here we go. Okay, sorry. I'm going to put a point on here so you can see some of these have the little orange dots there. That's how many points they have. At the end of the live stream, the 2 kits that have the most points, I'm going to do a kit bash with them later on. A drink every time the cat meows. Yeah, I thought about doing some drinking kind of related challenge, but it's morning here. Well, it's just past 12 now, so. No, so this, it will be like a project that I'll do later once I'm set up there in America. Later on, but I will do it. So if you guys want to see a kit bash between the Biolent Custom, the Woundwort, the Core Gundam, the Rosen Zulu, the Dom, and or the O, then you can do that. So just using the super chat or t-shirts. Check out the t-shirts. Really happy with, I better check if there's been any recently, but really happy with those. So hope you guys like those. And some of them are limited to just until the end of the year. So like 2 months, month and a half-ish, like that. Kitbash Biolant, some Chinese dude. Well, currently the Biolant is leading with the Dom. They both have 4 points each. So
that would be an interesting kit bash right there.
I can see there's some contention going on in the chat about the pronunciation of Verka or version KA. It doesn't make sense to me because yeah, it should be Ka because it's short for Katoki. It's not an acronym, but in Japan they do actually pronounce it version KA. So if you like go to Japan and you ask someone, you're like, hey, I'm looking for this whatever Gundam Verka, they won't know what you're talking about. And that's happened to me before. Because they just all say version KA. So it's weird to say, and it doesn't make any sense because it's not an acronym, it's just short for Katoki. I don't know. I've mentioned it before. Yeah, Lincoln's also talked about it before on his channel. I think that's who originally told me. But yeah. So anyway, I say Verka. I think most English-speaking people say Verka because that's how it looks like it should be read. Just know that if you go to Japan, you have to say version KA. Good heads up for when you go to Japan.
Good to know.
If you're shopping, but normally, like if you go to a shop or something like that, you probably won't need to ask where anything is. You'll just be surrounded by everything. But if you did find yourself in the needing to ask where something is, or if they have some stock of something, for example. Let's see, put that together, then put this on here. And it just doesn't need to click into place. But we do. I did this wrong the first time. That's why I kind of had some trouble with it. Put some of these parts together in the wrong order. these side parts on first. Luckily, this leg is definitely going faster than the first one. Now building it for the second time. Let's see. Got this one.
Yeah, one thing I definitely do think about the real grade Hainu is that it actually feels kind of like building a Verka kit, especially with the ridiculously engineered legs.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's just kind of how RGs, especially the RG New and the RG Sazabi, and you can imagine like the Hainu would be kind of a similar feeling build to those. Of course, so that makes sense. So yeah, with how those are.
Only reused parts from the real grade Hainu are basically just the little frame pieces for the fin funnels and then the white parts for them.
Yeah. Yep, makes sense. But I mean, like, what I was meaning, just like kind of the way that how the kit is constructed. I would imagine that they would have designed it in a kind of similar way. Not that it would be sharing
that does
parts
make sense.
necessarily.
I do quite like it overall. It actually, thinking back to the build of the regular real grade New, this one is definitely a bit more on the complex side, but it's honestly, in my opinion, even more fun.
Yeah. As I mentioned from time to time, like the new Gundam is not necessarily one of my favorite designs, and the Hainu is kind of basically the same, but the kit is really nice. I do really like both like the Hainu. I really like the Verka, and I'm sure I'll enjoy the RG once I actually get a chance to build it. And like the new Gundam, I've not. It's like the opposite. I've not built the Verka, but I have built the RG, and I do really like that. And even though I've not built the Master Grade Verka New Gundam, I think I can probably say with confidence that I prefer the RG. But I don't know, I'll have to build the Master Grade someday.
It's been too long since I built the Hainu Verka for me to say which one I honestly prefer the build of. Because I built the Hainu Verka easily, like about half a year after it came out, maybe a year after it came out, so that's still, like 4 or 5 years ago now?
Yeah. It's been a while.
And it's just been so long, I can't really remember the build all that well.
Yeah, I had the one that I built originally when it first came out that I reviewed, and then I actually, like, somewhere in between, I had traded that away to someone. And then when I got the Rage Nucleon backpack for review, I thought, well, I kind of can't. Had always kind of regretted a little bit trading that because I did really like the design. It's just I didn't really have any plans to do anything with it anytime soon, so I got rid of it. But then I took the opportunity to get another one to build and use for my review with the Rage Nucleon backpack. But then after building it a second time, I still kind of felt like I really like the kit, but I just don't really feel like I don't know when I'm ever going to take the time to actually paint one up, so I actually sold that one again too then later. So I think
I still remember the one thing I do remember about that kit is the fact that the legs took me longer to build than literally anything else on it.
Yeah, it's got some serious chunk. And I like
no, I've still got it on top of my shelf. It still looks just as impressive as it did when I first built it.
Oh yeah, it's a really good looking kit, yeah. And I'm sure I'll be tempted to buy and build another one at some point in the future, but I think I'll try to hold off unless I'm absolutely sure that like I do have a plan to actually paint it. Because otherwise, if I'm not going to actually...
Probably for the best. Just saying that's probably for the best.
Yeah. if I don't have any concrete plans, I'll probably just end up feeling the same way again and be like, I don't really want to keep it now. Actually, that I built it again. So let's see, those wires all go through there like that. Then while this is still hanging out the front of the knee, we close the knee back up. And don't need to bend it all the way though. But after we close that up, we're gonna tuck this up into the front of there. And this LED needs to come out this side. This goes up and around here. Need to straighten this out. Problem is that with like the entire kit, like the part where you need to string the LEDs, they have like the kit designs that like there's these like kind of little hooks like this that you get the LED up, the wire up in there, and it's kind of held in place. But for whatever reason, on this particular part, they don't have that, so you just kind of have to like try to keep the wire there where it's supposed to be.
Oh, fun.
It's kind of annoying.
You know, when I got the PGXI, I didn't actually get the lighting version of it, so I've just got the base version without any of the LEDs. So I didn't really have to worry about stringing the LEDs through it.
Are you planning on getting the LED unit separately at some point?
Honestly, I wasn't. I was cool. That's just not having the LEDs. I'm still cool not having them.
I gotta tell you though, I think you are gonna really enjoy that kit a lot more with the LEDs though. So if you get the opportunity, I would recommend getting the LEDs for that, because I think the LEDs with that kit are really, really impressive, especially if you're that big of a fan of Double O. I think you'll really enjoy it that much more with the LEDs in there. But the LED set for that is
thinking about it.
Yeah, I think the LED set is not very easy to find. Unfortunately, they didn't make very many of them, and it's expensive, so you know, have to take that into consideration. But you know, if the opportunity presents itself, I would recommend it. I think that kit, that's kind of like the MGX Unicorn. Like a lot of people wanted a version of the MGX Unicorn that doesn't include the LED set, because basically because the LED set is like one of the reasons why the kit's so expensive. I understand that, but with the PG XCI, I feel like that's one that definitely should have. They shouldn't have sold any version of that without the LED, because I think it's just kind of, the kit is, in my opinion, so dependent on the LED as kind of like the main draw of the kit.
It's definitely cool, but I personally just really like the presence that it has in my collection, because it's the only kit that I have that's that big. It's especially amusing because standing on its stand are my regular real grade Exia, my real grade Exia Repair 3, and my real grade Gundam Estrella. So I've just got like a little Exia shrine, basically.
Nice. That's another one. I've never understood why they never made an Astria Master Grade kit.
Yeah, no, that would be a really easy one to do.
And they've got, you know, both versions in high grade form. They made both versions as P Bandai real grades. So I mean, Bandai knows that there's people who enjoy the design, and it's a popular enough design.
The only annoying thing about the real grade Estrella is the Estrella Type F, and that's the fact that it doesn't come with all of its weapons. It's only got the weapons that the real grade Estrella part set for the real grade Exia came with. And the only extra thing it has is the clear mask for the face.
Can you use the weapons from the high grade?
I believe they are compatible, because they're the like new GN condenser parts for the real grade Estrella do seem to have the same like tab slots that the ones on the high grade use. So I believe they are compatible.
having trouble with this wire here, so I'm gonna try to do this a little bit differently.
Yeah, no, I'm willing to admit that I overpaid for the Estrella parts set from Mandarake.
That had to have been, I don't know what the list price for it is, but I'm sure like just buying it later, I mean, I would imagine it could
With
easily go for
shipping,
like
I spent $40 on it.
Oh, that's what I was gonna guess. So I mean, that's a lot, yeah, for a part set, but it's about what I would expect. So it's not like outrageous. If you're gonna say like 60, 80, something like that, I'd be like, yikes. But 40 is a lot, but that's what I would have guessed. So it's not too surprising. And
The full Type F version shows up on Mandarake every now and then, and they typically ask 8,000 to 8,500 yen for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, 6, 7. I really like
Now,
I really like the
sorry.
design of the Astrea, both the white and the red one. But just didn't really opt for the real grade version, and just holding out hope that maybe it'll be a master grade, because I would prefer that.
Honestly, the real grade version does look quite nice. The difference between it and the Exia is basically just 2 runners of new parts, with one smaller runner specifically for the silver part for the new sword, but the differences do look quite nice. And with the Type F real grade, I believe you do have all the parts that you need to not just make the Type F, but also the Type F2, aside from the V-fin.
Even though I'm not super familiar with the designs, that does ring a bell. I do kind of remember that from when that kit came out. I remember hearing something about that.
Basically, the difference between the regular Type F and the Type F2, besides the V-fin, is it just uses a bunch of parts from the Exia. Like, pretty much the arms, full arms and legs, with just some minor changes from the Exia.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Almost made another grave mistake. Not paying attention to the manual.
It's always fun.
You think you're just like cruising along, like, yeah, I got this. And that's when they get you. You're not paying attention.
Ow!
This should
My
slide.
tweezers poked me. My tweezers fell and poked my leg.
Yeah, I've had that happen before. Yeah, not fun.
Sharp metal tweezers.
Here we go.
But hey, it happens.
What's worse is if you drop your knife. If that stabs you.
Yeah, that, I'm very careful with. If I'm not literally holding it, it's got its cap on it.
I couldn't do that. That would just slow me down too much. I wouldn't be able to do that, but a lot of times, which is probably pretty disgusting, but like I just stick it in my mouth. A lot of times I just hold it in my teeth like that. So it's not actually that bad considering how much I did. You'd think it'd have like a bunch more tooth marks on it, but somehow it doesn't. But probably pretty disgusting.
Mine's just a cheap one I got from Hobby Lobby.
Legs are done, and the waist is done, so we can skip past that to where we can actually put all of that together. Some more LED action. Just gonna put this down here.
One thing I can also say about the real grade Hainu is that the color separation on the fin funnels is quite impressive.
Yeah, that looks nice. Not having to rely on waterside decals. Okay, this goes through here first. And then leg goes on. Leg goes on, I said.
A part has vanished on me.
There you go.
Where'd it go?
And here over here, that goes through there. Leg goes on. Yeah. I remember often having this issue with the real grade unicorns as well. It's kind of hard to get the legs lined up for some reason.
Ah, there it is.
But it's coming together. Got the legs. Thoughts on the kit so far? Gabrielle asks, it's been a long time since I've built a perfect grade unicorn kit. I think I've only really built the Banshee Norn, so it's kind of fun revisiting the kit again. But it just takes a while. One thing that I remember about the Banshee Norn, and just what I thought, like my thoughts on building the unicorn, is that it's just a kit that took so long to build. So like people have asked me before, like what's the kit that took the longest for you to build, and I can say with confidence that it's the perfect grade unicorn, and I think that's, now that I'm building it again, I still feel the same. So it's just a lengthy build. Let's see. Okay. B2 and B3 go out the sides. This is over here. B3 connects to this leg. All our LED connections to fit together. And this side. Thing about it is that like I want to, even though it's not done yet, I want to plug it in, see how it's looking so far. But I just have to be patient.
That's one of the big challenges about this hobby, isn't it?
Patience?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patience for releases, patience for how the kit's going to look when it's done.
Right. But it makes it all the more fun, like especially on like a painted build. Something to look forward to in the future. It's like after you go through all the work of painting, like you're not really seeing too much of it really come together throughout the process, kind of on the whole, until you get to the very end. Then it's very satisfying. Let's see.
I definitely am going to paint something eventually. I just don't know what or when.
So, okay. One.
Forgot a part.
Me or you?
Me.
Okay.
No wonder this fin funnel was looking a bit off. I forgot a piece.
Don't psych me out like that. This
Sorry about
side.
that.
Goes onto here. The upper body.
You know, once
Just
I've
look
got
at the
these fin funnels
back
all
of this thing.
finished,
Just looks so silly like that.
I'm going to put the marking stickers on.
3.
And then it's going to be done.
Nice, but no doubt there's a lot of marking stickers in there.
I've already used most of them.
Okay.
Basically, as I complete like a limb or so, like when I finished the legs, I put them on the legs, and I moved on to the waist, put them on the waist, moved on to the arms, put them on the arms, so on and so forth. It's just the easiest way for me to do it, because honestly, putting them on the fully assembled kit is annoying.
Now we need to put it on the base. Yep. Alright. Oh, now we can at least test it out, see how it's looking when it's all plugged onto the base here. So let's see, 4. I need to string these through here. Through there, and slot this onto here. There we go. Then 6, hook this up. To here. All right. Let's see. Ooh, it's lighting up. I don't remember what the sequence is for this. I need to check the manual. But I think it's lighting up, right? It's too bright here is the problem. I'm not going to be able to actually see the lights. I think it's lighting up. What's going on with that? Are you lighting up or what? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just too bright here. But I can see the light in the torso. What about in the legs? Is that coming on or what? Try to show you guys here in a second. Why does that look like it's not coming on though? The lights in the legs. I have to press it again. What's the sequence for the LEDs? I don't remember. But why is nothing? Why does it look like the leg's not lighting up yet? Or is it just too bright? I don't remember how this is supposed to look. Yeah, let's wait and see. But I hope it's not like something. Oh, no, I can definitely tell the chest is lit up. Open up the switch. You guys, well, you can see that there, like in the chest. The LED's on there, but it shouldn't be like. Is it meant to flash like that? I don't remember. Does that mean like I don't have it plugged in all the way? Or it just looks flashy on camera? Yeah, it doesn't look. Yeah, I'm looking at it on the screen. It looks flashy. In person, it doesn't look like that though. Actually, so okay.
It probably, if I remember correctly, that has to do with the refresh rate of the camera.
Yeah.
And the way the LED actually works.
That's fine. I just need to know if everything's lighting up as it's supposed to. Because for some reason, yeah, and the LEDs in the lower body is not lighting up for some reason. Maybe it's this connection right here. Okay, hang on. Let's see. I think I have to take this off. I think the connection between the top and bottom half is not plugged in all the way, looks like. Let's see. What's going on in the chat, guys? Sorry, I've not been paying too much attention today. Ouch, there we go. Let's get this up off here. Seems like you guys have been carrying on in the chat. Just kind of talking about all sorts of stuff. So that's good. Going to SockCon. No plans to go to any cons of any sort at this point. No plans, but I'm sure we'll go to some stuff. When, or I don't even know what that is actually, but when or what is that? Let's see. Before hooking this up to the base entirely, let me just see if that will then light up for us. So the first time you press the button should be for the head. Yeah, press it again for the body. And yeah, I think the other LEDs are not coming on, so in the lower body. Why is that? Are you? No, it's not. Alright, so we have to troubleshoot that somewhere. That suck on these nuts. Alright, what's the problem here with the lower body? Oh, that's one way I guess we could check it. It's right there, but let's see. That should be fine. Ouch. Let's try one more time here. That's definitely working. But why is the lower body not working? Let me check just to be sure. Should say in here. Oh, maybe in here. Oh, in here. Should say in the instructions what the sequence is for the LEDs. I don't remember. Will you be doing an Oscar award pose at the end of the stream? Maybe, yeah. That's not helpful. Oh. Yeah, it does have the sequence in here, but it's all in Japanese. That's not helpful. And instructions for putting in the LED, but don't need that. Let's see. I don't know. Why would the lower half not be lighting up? Basically, that just means that the connection between the top half and the lower half is having an issue, but it looks fine. Anybody got any ideas?
I got none.
Yeah. Let's see. See what's going on there in the chat. Let's see. Nothing really too much. I don't know. Let's just maybe try taking this apart. When in doubt, take it apart and put it back together. Oftentimes that does the trick, but let's see. The problem is, might be a little bit easier said than done. That all looks fine. So strange. That's working.
Half done with the fin funnels.
Nice. All right, let's see.
Yeah, I was looking at chat briefly and they mentioned the F-91 being a smaller mobile suit and wondering what scale it was.
Aye?
If I remember correctly, to make the universal joints work on high grades, anything below like 15 meters in height is actually a different scale than the rest of the high grades. It's like a 1 to 1/32nd scale, I think it is, instead of 1 to 1/44th.
What could be the issue here? I'm very confused. Let's do an experiment. Let's see.
Okay, sounds like my dad's home.
I'm gonna plug in this one here for the head.
I'll be
That
right
works
back. I
fine.
need to get a drink.
Yep. That's working fine. One for the head. So what's the problem with these guys down here at the waist? Did I have the... It's possible, maybe I fed the wrong wire through here. I put the one that goes to the waist and the one that goes to the backpack in the wrong positions. it's possible. Let's try. Ah! Yeah, that's working. Okay. Strange that that would be such an issue, because they're basically the same connection piece as far as I can tell, but I don't know, just... Anyway, so I did the wiring wrong. Well, at least we found the issue. So it's not, the problem is it's not going to be very easy to fix, I'm afraid. Let's see. That's all fine. That's fine. We have to do some surgery here on the backpack. This one going up here, which I thought was going to the backpack, is supposed to be the one that's going down here. Which is the set for the backpack. On that note, let's try it out to make sure. Backpack. Oh. Just this little guy here. I don't know, I have to plug everything back up in order to test that, so not gonna bother with that. I know it's wrong, so let's see. I had to go back to the construction of the torso, see what I need to take apart or what I don't need to take apart in order to get this piece off of there. See, I think I should just be able to pop off this part here on the top a little bit, a lot of it. Take off the cockpit hatch, pop that out, pop this piece up enough.
Alrighty, I have returned.
Ew. I figured out the problem.
Oh, sweet.
And I have to unfortunately do some disassembly.
Oh, that's not gonna be fun.
I put the wire for the backpack and the wire to the hip section, I switched them.
Oh boy.
Not that difficult. Hopefully I should just be able to switch these. So this one actually goes down and this one goes the other way. So let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm stupid. Looking at it in the manual, you can see it's quite clear how it's supposed to be. And I just did it wrong. So that's out like that. And this one's down here. Go in there, will you? Okay. Then these two go out through here. Close that up. Put this back down. What a mess. This is why you have to follow the instructions carefully. There we go.
One thing I am genuinely hoping Bandai will do is that they will take advantage of the deal that Big West Entertainment and Harmony Gold came to when it comes to Macross, and actually reissue a bunch of their Macross metal kits to sell in the US.
Yeah, after that was announced, it doesn't really seem like there's like anything really has happened since then with all that, but
The one thing that has happened is Fathom Events announced that they were going to be showing Macross Plus Movie Edition in theaters in December.
That's cool. It's something anyway.
It's the first time that movie has been shown in the US, as far as I know.
All right. After that very annoying sidetrack, we're back at it.
Also, as far as I know, Damacy Nations is actually currently doing basically a survey to figure out which DX Chogokin figure to release on US Premium Bandai first.
Oh, nice.
From Macross.
And shit. That should be down in there. It's on here first.
Personally, I am hoping for the YF-29 complete set. But some people are hoping for one of the other two.
As someone who's not that into Macross, I don't know which one that is. I'd have to see a picture of it. But what's the name of that one? What is it?
The YF-29 Durandal complete set. Basically, it's the YF-29 Durandal in the main character of Macross Frontiers color scheme, complete with the super parts for it.
Okay.
And that DX Jogokin figure is actually the only way to display the YF-29 in Batroid mode.
Hmm. There we go. Now everything's lighting up. Now you guys are not really going to be able to see that very well because it's not transformed, but we have a super chat there. Unfortunately, I can't read the name. I'm sorry. You can let me know what how I should read that name. But I will go ahead and let's see, turn that off for a moment. Spin the wheel. It's that time again. What are we gonna have? This time it's the Dom again. It seems pretty good chances that the Dom is going to be one of the winners in the end, seeing as how it's now got 5 points. The Wound War still doesn't have anything, so not looking good for the Wound War. The Core Gundam has 1, the Rosen Zulu has 2, the O has 3, the Barlar has 4, and the Dom has 5. Wow, look at that. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are the odds of that? That doesn't seem very likely, but if you guys want to spin again for a future, for the future custom Kitbash project that I'll do out of this, you can use the YouTube Super Chat or check out the shirts down. Well, you can see the shirts below me, and then you can see the link to the shirts even further down there in the video description. And we can finish up the wiring, I think, on the waist section. So once
Every time you mention the Rosen Zulu, I think back to how the original high-grade Rosen Zulu just straight up was molded in the wrong colors.
Yeah. Right. That was a bit of a mess, eh?
They fixed it with the episode 7 version.
Yeah. Which skirt is this? So now we're looking at it from the front. This way. And we need this piece. Like that. So this guy goes into here. Hang on, and plug that onto here. Man, it's hard enough to do this with an unpainted model. It's gonna be a real pain to do this once if the kit is actually painted. Out there, right, like that. At least on the MGX, that was stressful. Putting that back together with the LEDs and everything once it was all painted. Let's see. Something like that.
Part of my reasoning for why I'd love to see the Macross kits Bandai released to get reissued is there's one in particular that I really want.
That has already been made.
Yep.
Yeah. Which one?
The VF31 Super Siegfried Mirage Farina Genius Use.
Yep. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure I've seen it before.
Fun thing, you know how you didn't really like the build of the VF25 all that much when you built it?
Yeah. The build itself is kind of fine. It's
The
only then
VF31
when you need
is
to transform it.
is similar, but also incredibly different, and it's a much better build overall. I've built it literally 3 times.
I mean, the build wasn't that bad, honestly. The build was fine. The thing that was kind of a nuisance was then just
The weight of the armored parts.
no, they're just transforming the kit. It's a huge chore.
Oh yeah, no, the transformation of the VF25 not fun. The transformation of the VF31 much smoother, much easier to do. It is also nearly 10 years newer.
Yeah. I just don't like doing transformations that much in general. It's not very fun, and then that one in particularly. It's very tedious.
I fully understand that.
I don't remember having so much slack wire in between the skirt sections on this and having to like tuck the wire in there to try to hide that. That kind of sucks. But the legs, waist, and torso are done. Looking very shiny. As it gets taller, it's kind of hard to show you guys actually on this camera, but I'll do my best. Alright. And I think I'm going to step out for a moment. Gonna take a little break just for a minute, so you guys hang tight for a second. And Silver Wolf, you too.
Yep, I'm chilling here probably until I go to bed.
Great. Sorry, I'm a mute. Right, now you can hear me again. Hey guys, sorry. What I was saying is that I'm gonna take a brief break from building for a second to eat some fresh sandwich. Which is not fresh because I bought it last night. But it's fresh enough. Didn't have time to go out in the morning, because this morning, like, to start the live stream, I just started straight away. So as soon as I got up. Bonus sandwich unboxing, yeah. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Just before, I need to get a stream deck. Yeah, I do. That is something that I'm planning on getting after relocating. So that's something that's on my shopping list, a stream deck. Yeah. No, yeah, Steve, you mentioned before I went that I should be wearing gloves. I thought about wearing gloves, but, like, I don't know, it's just so uncomfortable. And not wearing gloves is fine because I'm using this glasses cleaning cloth to wipe it down, and it works well enough, but the problem is, like, I'm still having to do it, so I'm not going to really bother too much with that until, like, later on. Later on I'll try to give it a good wipe down before, like, we're done, just like right before we're done, basically. So excuse me if you guys don't like seeing people eat, but I need to eat a little bit of something. I'm not gonna eat this entire thing right now, but I just want to talk in the chat for a little bit. CNA and baking soda is a time bomb. Tell USA Gundam Store I got a better deal for you. What's that? I don't know what you're talking about, so I'd have to hear the deal, and I don't know about that, but okay. Recently completed my first custom entry grade Gundam in US Air Force colors, Joseph said.
Nice. Now, speaking of USA Gundam Store, I am still waiting on them to get their back order of the Age 1 normal in. It'll get there when it gets there, though.
Yeah.
I am a patient individual.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'd seen somebody else messaging. Scarlet Rain said I'm muted. I'm not muted anymore, right? You guys should be able to. I can see the audio levels.
I can definitely hear you.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe his message just came in late or something. Yeah, no, I'd seen a couple people messaging, because it usually happens anytime Adam posts a picture, like on their Instagram account or whatever, of like some new thing that they've just got in. Then there's always like a flurry of messages after that. Did you get this? Did you this? Did you get my kit? Is my kit being sent out now? I haven't got any shipping notice for my kit yet. It was in that order. It's like, anyway.
From what I've heard, the last they knew, it was the Age 1 normal was sitting in a container in California, not being processed.
Yeah, that's the case with a lot of stuff, seems like.
Yeah, no, I'm honestly in no big rush to get it, because I'll be getting it. I don't have to worry about that.
That's the thing, like, I can understand people being impatient. Yeah, totally, like, if it's a new kit they're really excited about, they want to get it straight away, but at the same time, most people, I can assume, it may be a lot or it may be a little, but most people at least have some kits in their backlog that, you know, even if you can't get that new kit that you're waiting for right away, you probably have something else that you could build in the meantime while you're waiting.
I think the thing about the Age 1 is that this is the first time Bandai's properly reissued it in years.
Yeah. Shadow Ryu asks, any idea if USA Gundam Store is gonna get some HG Psycho Gundams? Been looking for a while. I don't know about that. You can message them directly. I think the next live stream that we'll have answering your guys' questions should be next Friday. I believe, possibly, probably. It just kind of depends on how our moving process is going, if I'm able to do it or not. And then even if you ask the question, we might not get to your question. There's always way more questions than we have time to answer. But the best bet, if you're really wanting to know, would be just messaging USA Gundam Store directly. Adam or someone else there will be able to answer if they know if it's coming or not. I haven't heard anything about that specific kit, so I couldn't say.
Gotta get that high-grade Psycho Gundam so you can paint the arms to make the Hazel Ozla giant arm unit. Which certain Deshevster is waiting quite patiently for Bandai to release.
I saw Dustbin there in the chat said, I build everything the day I get it. Yeah, I know some people do that. So, some people don't have a backlog because they either build fast or just don't buy that much. Either way, it's good for not keeping a backlog, I guess. Age 1 normal. Well, it is back in production, and I just actually made I don't have it here, I actually put it over in the other room already, but, oh no, it's over there. But I made a review for the MG Age 1 normal, but I've had it for a number of years, so it's just one from my personal backlog I finally got around to building, and made a review for that. That'll be coming out later. It's already recorded, it's just in the review. Now I've got a review backlog.
If it's not one backlog, it's another.
Said not buying often also helps, yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Definitely helps in the whole saving money thing to not spend it.
It helps if like you're only a fan of Gundam. Because if you're a fan of like Gundam, like Macross, Machine Krieger, Mechatro, any of these, like if you're a fan of like a lot of these different kinds of things, then they're often coming out all the time. Because if you like you were only into Gundam, then you could kind of pace yourself just between whatever Gundam kits are releasing. But my problem is that I like a lot of different stuff. So there's always more stuff coming in that I want to check out. Let's see.
Honestly, even though it's really old and the kit shows its age, something I'd love to get at some point is the high-grade Nirvash Type 0. Because I quite liked Eureka 7.
I've not built any of those.
I believe the USA Gundam Store actually did briefly have the Terminus Type R909 in stock. And I was very tempted to get it.
That's just one of those series that it makes sense why Bandai doesn't reproduce it very often. Unfortunately. It would be nice if you're trying to get your hands on it, but...
Yeah. But it also doesn't help that everything that Bones has done with it for the past decade has just been bad. Because they've been trying to get more money out of it. So they did a sequel series, which was bad. They did some compilation movies, which were bad. And it's just... Yeah, no, that's basically been the experience with the series for the past 10 years.
Brady said, I stockpiled a large backlog on purpose to combat the shortages. Well, there you go. Yeah. Or take the opportunity to just get what you can get. Like if you shop from like your local hobby store and there's like a bunch of models that you've been waiting to get, and like it's stuff that you pre-ordered that you have to wait like a long time to get, or it's like stuff that Bandai just hasn't produced in a long time. So if you're stuck waiting, it could be a good opportunity to just pick up something else instead that maybe you wouldn't have been that interested in, and maybe would have been like lower on your list. Take that chance to give something else a try.
You know what's a bizarre feeling, Zach? Going to Target and finding high-grade Gunpla.
Yeah.
That feels so bizarre. But that's where I got my high-grade Gundam Helios and my high-grade Blazing Gundam. Just my usual local Target.
Nice. Yeah, I'd seen some people. Some people were talking about that. You know, well, obviously it's just gone all over the internet for the past couple months, at least like Gundam-related places. And some people saying that like they don't like it. They're like, oh, we need to like Target. Like it sucks like for the other stores that like can't get enough merchandise. So like they're just not happy about the fact that Target was basically taking stock away from other like Gundam retailers like USA Gundam Store or whatever. But as we've talked about with Adam a couple times during the live streams, and definitely makes a lot of sense, is that Target actually, like in their stores, they're only getting like a handful of different kits, and they may be getting a lot of those particular kits, but they're only getting like maybe 6, 7, 8 different kits, just like the most popular ones, right?
My local Target has had the high-grade heavy arms, the new one, the revived Strike Freedom, the newer Sharzaku high-grade, the Barbatos Lupus Rex, a whole bunch of entry-grade Gundams, and they just had a couple of the Gundam Breaker Battlelog kits last time I went, and they only had one of the Helios, which I purchased.
So yeah, they're not getting like a really super wide variety. The good point of model kits in Target that I think a lot of people, it may not be obvious to a lot of people, is just that it basically acts like Target basically is acting like a drug dealer. That like people who maybe, you know, don't normally know about Gunpla, or just like Gundams, maybe they're just there with their kids or something, or they're just there looking around and maybe they didn't really know about like Gundam models, and they just come across it like, oh awesome, so they pick one up there at Target, because a lot of people go to Target, so there's going to be a lot more eyes on the model kits than just like online. People have to search for it specifically, right? So
Yeah. You know, I see it as a nice gateway to the hobby, in all honesty.
Yeah. So people will buy like a kit from Target, and then they'll be like, hey, this is really cool, and then they'll want to buy more, so they'll go online and search for a place to buy more, and then they'll find other hobby stores or whatever where they can buy a lot more stuff. So it actually, in a way, it kind of works out better for hobby stores in that way, because it's getting more people to look for the products.
You know, I've actually gone there and looked at the model kits a few times, and I've just had people come up to me while I'm looking at them, thinking about what I might want to get, and they'll be like, "Hey, I noticed you looking at these. Are they that interesting?" I'll just talk to them about them a bit.
Yep.
And every now and then, someone will be like, "Okay, I'll give it a try," and they'll just grab a pair of nippers off of the shelf, grab one model kit, and then purchase them.
Yeah. Like what would be... it just seems like so impossible that it just would never happen, but what would be bad is if they actually started having like large selection of stuff there at the store, so much so that like it would be like actually highly competitive to what other hobby stores are doing. The fact that they're basically pretty limited in what they're stocking is, so long as it's like that, then it's kind of a very fine situation.
just finished the last fin funnel. So now all I have to do is just put together the other hands, and my real grade high new will be basically done.
Nice. You said you're putting on all the decals, right?
Yep. So I still do have to apply those to all of the accessories, so that is going to take some time. But the actual building is just about done.
Nice. Or like, maybe not necessarily all the time, but sometimes on kits, I do feel like sometimes when you're finished building, it's a little bit of a bittersweet moment, 'cause especially like if you're really enjoying the building process, then when it's done, it's kind of like, no, okay, now what do I do with it? Like, I was just enjoying the build of it and just like enjoying putting it together and seeing it come together, and then once it's done, like, yeah, it looks cool, but a lot of times like the just building it is what's really fun for me anyway.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I've built Bandai's 1:72 scale Siegfried 3 times.
Yeah.
Because it's just that enjoyable of a build to me. And also, I do want to collect all the members of Delta Flight. And the only one I'm missing is Mirage's unit. And that's why I want Bandai to reissue it, because, like I said, that's the only one I'm missing. Like, either version of it would be perfect in my opinion, just so I can have it.
At least have one of them.
Yeah, but you know what sucks though? There are 4 different Siegfrieds that Bandai released, but there are 5 members of Delta Flight with a 5th Siegfried. That 5th Siegfried, Bandai never made a kit for.
Interesting. Strange. It's always kind of weird when they make like a bunch of different kits. That's why I feel like it would kind of be weird now if they didn't make a 2.0 Exia after making the new 00 kits. So that's why I don't know. Normally I would be, you know, thinking like, nah, they're not gonna do that. But it almost seemed more weird if they didn't make a 2.0 Exia now after making the other new ones. But
you know, what I'm thinking of doing is getting the DX Chogokin version of the 5th member's Siegfried and having that be my representation of him. Though that's going to be pricey.
Yeah, I don't know too much about those figures, other than the fact that I know they're quite expensive.
This particular Siegfried on Mandarake typically goes for about 16,000 yen.
Could be worse. I don't know. Yeah, it's expensive.
Oh yeah, no,
certainly.
some of them are much worse.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to get a DX Chogokin VF1 or VF25, you're going to be spending near double that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if you would have said like around 2,600 or even like or not 2,600, 26,000 or 30,000, something like that. Easily $100 or $150 more than what you said. It wouldn't have been all that surprising to me.
Yeah, no, compared to the other DX Chogokin figures, this one's actually very reasonably priced, which is why I'm considering getting it.
Yeah. Let's see. Swoop asked, favorite grunt suit? Is that a question for me? My favorite grunt suit?
I mean, we could both answer.
Yeah. Favorite grunt suit? I mean, just classic Zaku 2 is pretty great. From 1 Year War, I definitely prefer the Xeon grunt suits. For all.
For me, favorite grunt goes to the Union flag from Double O.
Yeah, someone else in there in the chat just said the grunt suits in Double O. Yep.
One thing that I do definitely agree on is, the fine build high grades that Bandai has been doing? Like the Leo and the Maganak and stuff?
Yeah.
There's actually a perfect one for them to do in Double O, and that's the Anf. Because that never actually got a model kit from Bandai.
Really? I'd have to see a picture of it.
It's a very simple design,
yeah.
And it would work with a very simple build.
The name is not familiar to me. I need to see a picture of what it looks like.
It's literally the first mobile suit to appear in the anime. The brown one with the machine gun under its chin.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I know what you mean. Right. It's kind of like very, like, ground mercenary looking thing.
Yep. It's one of the most prominent mobile suits in the series, and it just never got released as a kit.
Yeah. That is a bit weird.
Basically, anytime you see something happening in the Middle East with a fight, in that series, there were Ants there, because it was just the cheapest available mobile suit for them, sold by the Human Reform League.
Damn, what the plan said. Love the Tyrion. Yeah, Tyrion is pretty cool. I mean, it's a difficult question to answer, favorite grunt suit, because there is a lot of cool ones. It'd be easier if it was like favorite grunt suit from X series, not like X Gundam, you know what I mean? From whatever particular series. It'd be an easier question to answer from me. I don't know, even then, maybe it depends on the series.
Yeah.
Honestly, we've never been like a huge fan of the flag. It depends on, because there's a number of different variants and things like that. Some of them I definitely like more than others. The standard one is not really one of my favorites. Some of the other ones, later ones I like more.
Cancelled kits Bandai revealed many years ago was the Celestial Being flag from Awakening of the Trailblazer, and that is by far the best looking version of the flag in my opinion.
Where did I put the stickers? Two.
I'd love to see Bandai at least revive it as like a premium Bandai kit type thing, maybe, but as far as I know, Bandai has never gone back and actually released a kit that they cancelled.
Yeah, I think that was a question we had on one of the live streams before, Adam and I think someone asked that. So I could do if we knew of any kit that had been teased and then never came out and then did come out later, and yeah, as far as I know, they've never done that. Usually, I think that they wouldn't go back on a decision like that, but what they do from time to time is change their plans on a kit's release, so that, like, as far as what's going to be a standard release and what's going to be a Bandai release, it may be planned one way and end up going the opposite.
If I remember correctly, that actually happened with the high-grade Vargil. When it was originally revealed, it was just labeled as standard release, and then when they finally gave release information for it, it was premium Bandai.
Yeah. Another notable example would be the Deep Striker, which we were chatting about a bit earlier. that one was supposed to be originally P Bandai. But they changed it. So Deep Striker fans can be happy about that, because that'd be an expensive kit. I mean, it already is an expensive kit, but imagine if you had to pay P Bandai prices for that.
I mean, at least there's the US Premium Bandai Store for that now.
Yeah, no. Yep, indeed. What was that? Alright. And for whatever reason, like this kit is kind of different from like every other version of the Unicorn, where like you build the arm first and then you build the shoulder later. You build like half the arm, then you build the shoulder, then you go back and finish the arm. But I'm sure it's just related to the LEDs. So probably have to put the LED into the shoulder like before, and then put that like on the arm before stringing it through the rest of the way. Something along those lines. Not really, actually, now that I'm looking at the manual. But anyway, it's very strange. That clicks, and this should also click. Oof. That was a scary sounding click. Rotate that back and down like that. There we go. Okay. And over the top. It's nice to see like the shoulder is going together pretty quickly, but I just know that that just means right around the corner. That means it's LED time again. I'm not looking forward to that. Right? Oh no, I did that backwards.
I've stickered up the rifle and hyper bazooka, and now I'm working on the shield, and it is looking quite nice.
Let's see. You know, RGs typically have a ton of stickers, but there's been a few out that were kind of not really all that sticker heavy. How's that one?
This one is basically on a nice little median where it does have quite a few, but not as many as other real grades. The real grade I've encountered that had the most by far, that was a standard release, was definitely the real grade Gundam Mark II, actually.
Oh yeah. Going way
That one
back.
has a lot.
Mm-hmm. Going way back. Let's see. That's another thing on my to-do list, is to finish the AOZ Barzam Gundam Mark II conversion kit someday.
AOZ Barzam or Refined Barzam?
The what was the name of the model company? They came out with the conversion kit, plastic conversion kit, to turn the the real grade Gundam Mark II into the Advanced Zeta refined Barzam, I think it is.
Refined Barzam is from Sentinel, if I remember correctly.
Then I could be wrong on the name, or I could be wrong on the series, one of the two. But anyway, it's by Cute Cube, I think it was. It's the same company that made the 1/100 scale Woundwork kit, I believe. Back in the day.
Interesting.
Pretty bad conversion kit. it's a difficult one. That's the reason why I've never have finished it. Definitely, it's a plastic kit, but it's definitely glue required. Should that go in there more? Seems like it. Maybe not. Okay. And Chris said it's terrible. Hey Chris, I'm guessing you left and came back. Might as well make a conversion with paper mache. Yeah, I mean,
dear,
look.
that does not sound good at all.
Yeah, I know it's not good, but just gotta strap yourself in and go for it. Let's see
Right, that's the shield done.
how's this go? Hang on, that's like that. Very strange. And our hands. Alright, now it's LED time. LED set E. Start off with this one here. Let's see. I've been here, spent some time editing a podcast episode while you're working on this. All right, that's cool, Chris. I don't have any backlog, and there are no stores in New Zealand. What do I do? In New Zealand? I don't know. You probably have to order from Australia, right? Maybe? I mean, or you could order from other places, I suppose, but...
Does Mind Phoenix still exist?
No. That was why I stopped working with them, because they were dissolving their Gunpla, and they were just gonna do something else. I think they also had like a clothing store or something. I don't know if that's still around or what they are doing now, but... yeah.
Honestly, I only remembered them because I was rewatching one of your old reviews a while back because I was curious about a model kit.
Yeah. No, they're not around doing anything Gundam related. So I think in Australia, there's Hobbyco, and I don't know what other stores are there. Other than Hobbyco, I don't know. So, but I'm sure there's something else. And I heard that like recently Hobbyco's been like going through some changes with the ownership of that. How's your Dom doing? Mike, your Dom is winning so far with 5 points, and it's the only one with 5. Actually, there's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So the Dom is doing well, Mike. You happy about that? It looks very likely that the Dom will be one of the 2 kits for the custom Kitbash. Which I don't know if that makes it easier or more difficult, because the Dom is a relatively simple kit, not a lot of parts, so that means it should be pretty easy to work with on that aspect. You don't have like a lot of complicated parts to deal with. At the same time, I mean, it does have some the design is pretty like particular. Kit bashing it with like another similarly chunky design would be like the O or something would be probably easier than trying to kit bash it with, I don't know, like the Byerline Custom, which is currently in 2nd place. Which, I mean, it only needs to be in the top 2, so if it ends up coming down to Byerline and Dom, then we'll have to see. Then I can make some sort of like super Dom kind of thing, you know?
still need to get the high grade the Origin prototype Dom at some point because I really like how that kit looks.
Yeah, that's a cool one. I can imagine making like using like the Violence arms as like a backpack. How like the super custom Zaku 2000 F2000 has like the kind of mini sub arms on the back, like for holding weapons. Making something like that for like the Dom, basically like turning like the entire torso section of the the Violent into essentially kind of like a backpack for the Dom. Something like that. We'll see.
And with these 2 final stickers, I am done.
Congratulations.
Definitely a fun build. Definitely looks really good. I am quite pleased with this.
Yeah, it's one of those where I don't really like. I'm a bit sad that I don't have mine yet to be able to review, but at the same time, I feel like it's probably pretty obviously good that people don't really need. I'm sure it's gonna be good. People don't need me to tell them that.
You know how a lot of people like to complain about the like molded injection metallic plastic that Bandai uses?
Yeah.
This does use some of that for like the caps on the joints and some silver parts on it. But the way it's molded, it actually looks really good, and it doesn't have any of the normal like swirls in the plastic that said plastic normally has.
And there's not very much of it on that kit, right?
There's not terribly much. There's more silver than the like goldy copper color, and it's all mostly just highlight stuff. Like the only spot where I can't really think of it as a highlight is on the torso, like right at the bottom of the chest, but even then it blends in really well.
This strangely has you putting stickers on both sides of this LED. I'm gonna do it.
Interesting.
I'm gonna do it, but I'm wondering about that. It's a bit strange. Alright. You didn't wear a glove the whole time to touch the gold part? No, I didn't, because yeah, like you see, you guys are not gonna be able to see it very well, but like this part has a bunch of fingerprints all over it. And I just take one of these. It's for cleaning your glasses. Give it a little rub down. And voila! Super shiny.
Those of us who are blind have plenty of those microfiber cloths.
Yeah, we went to the glasses shop about a couple weeks ago. Anyway, after getting after I got eye surgery, and for whatever reason, the guy gave us a bunch of these. And like usually, anytime you buy glasses or whatever, they give you some, at least one, at least at the glasses shops here in Korea. But yeah, for whatever reason, he gave us a bunch. It's like, dude, you know that we don't wear glasses anymore. Why are you doing this?
You know, honestly, anytime I get new glasses from my optometrist, he gives me a case and a microfiber cloth for them.
Yeah, that's normal. But it was kind of just weird in our case. We had bought sunglasses, so I guess it was like for that, but it was still a bit odd.
But yeah, no, one thing I can definitely say about the real grade high new compared to the Verka is that it can actually stand on its own without leaning forward dramatically.
That's good. Without the use of the kickstand?
Yep. It's standing on its own just fine.
Nice. Let's
Although the fuel tanks in the back are long enough to basically act as kickstands for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't really need them though.
Alright, what's the deal here? I feel like this would be easier to do with that bent. What am I doing wrong? This part should slide into place on the side of the arm here, but why is it not? I can see it's not like lining up. There we go. And then you just pop on these guys. Oops. It's supposed to be in there like that. And like that. Very nice. Then oof. What? For tucking this LED up into the shoulder, it's like well confusing. What am I even looking at here? I think this is
Alright, Zach, it's been nice chilling with you, but it's about time for me to fall asleep because it's 12:40 at night and I should have been in bed like an hour ago.
no worries. You got the kit finished and that's all that matters.
Yep. Enjoy the build.
I'm looking forward to
talk to you again sometime.
Hopefully taking a nap after I'm done here as well too. But yeah, we'll do some more voice chat sessions for the Discord in the future. So I'll let y'all know. See you, man.
Later.
Alright guys, already got my shipping notice, my new Tia shipping. Yeah, I saw that, Mike. When I was just checking the email again, I was like, wow, that was fast. They were right on that. But it usually is quite quick for their services. The only problem is if there's an issue, it can be kind of annoying to solve. Earring, let's see. Alright, so now the space cheese is here. Space cheese!
How's it going, Zach?
Hey, what's going on?
I was actually hoping to jump in and ask Silverwolf about those Chogakins he was talking about, but...
About which one?
He was talking about DX Chogakin from
yeah.
Bandai's. That's my bread and butter.
Yeah, that's certainly not mine, so he would definitely have been the one to ask about that, not me, but how you doing there?
Pretty good. Long-time viewer. I have never chatted with you before. I hope it's okay that I jumped in for a
Yeah,
second.
yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're one of, if not the most recent member of the Discord. So yeah, definitely. Right? How is it so far?
Pretty good. You got a pretty tight community.
Yeah. Like recently, I haven't been able to spend a whole lot of time in the Discord. Personally, I just pop in every now and then just because just been busy with everything else. But no, it's really good there. I think it's a good place.
I imagine your life is pretty hectic right now trying to move back to the States.
Yeah. Oh no! I finally got this in there and I think I put it in the wrong way. Or the wires are crisscrossed. But yeah. And the other thing, like, you just recently joined up, so this hasn't applied to you yet, but it would probably have to be next week. I'll let you guys know, but I'll send out an alert, and you should get it in your email about the next. Oh no! About the next Gunpla critique, if you want to submit work for that. So I don't know if you've seen past episodes or not, or
Absolutely.
Yeah. If that was something that you were wanting to join in, because I'm not going to be able to do it for a little while after that, I should probably do an episode next week before everything's all kind of completely moved out and put away and everything.
I could send you some photos, but you could spend the whole episode talking about mine.
Yeah? There's a lot of stuff?
No, just probably a lot of critique.
Ah. Well, fair enough. Yeah, I'll let you guys know about that. I'll send out an alert maybe later today after this. For that.
Mind if I ask you a quick question about some painting tips?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So I don't do very much panel lining. The products that I use are all clad, and to me a panel liner just eats that stuff up. So I'm wondering if is it best to top coat that with some sort of like AK lacquer top coat before I panel line? Will that save my all clad? I don't know if you know or not.
Yeah, no, I have not used all clad, so I would not be the one to say for sure about that. Chris might. I can see Chris is there in the chat. He I believe at least would have more experience than I would with all clad. So Chris, if you know, feel free to chime in. But would a top coat help that? So you said it's a Tamiya, a Panaline accent color.
Yeah.
And then all-clad paint under that.
Yeah, and all clads normally it's enamel or lacquer, but some of the bottles don't really tell. They don't really tell you specifically. Some of them they do, some of them they don't.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, definitely if it's enamel, then that'll be a problem. Yeah, as Chris is saying in the chat, and he said depending on the all-clad paint, some of it is enamel. So yeah, if it's enamel, then yeah, it just won't work.
I used to use a lacquer enamel on top of a lacquer panel liner on top of an enamel paint, or do I need to top coat it with some sort of lacquer-based top coat?
I'm not sure. Yeah, if a lacquer-based top coat would certainly do the trick on that, because yeah, let me just see what they're saying in the chat, because yeah, basically if the paint is not lacquer, then using the Tamiya accent color, which is basically just really thin enamel paint, the problem is the solvent in it, the enamel or enamel solvent. So let's see. Yeah, because it's basically like putting enamel thinner on top of enamel paint, so it's gonna just eat it up. So you need some lacquer, but let's see. If you see there in the chat, they're talking about that, and Mike's there too. And between Chris and Mike, I would certainly trust their opinions on it. Mike said acrylic clear or Panaline with water-based paint instead. Yeah, that would be another way to go. Using water-based acrylic for your panel lining. Not as convenient as the Tamiya panel liner. But you can probably get those products from Ammo or Vallejo, I would assume.
Okay.
Clear coat, let me see. Chris said clear coat with the lacquer base clear coat, and you'll protect your enamel. Clear, then you have to make sure your enamel layer is completely cured. Yeah. Yeah, allowing plenty of curing time will also be important. So, hope that helps. I'm not sure what options you're open to. Like if you're open to using different brands, or like trying to use something in between to stick with the brands that you already have and try to make those work, or if you're open to just like completely switching over to using some different brands or different paints or something.
I'm not. It's not that I'm not open. I just I'm brand new to airbrushing.
Okay.
I've probably been at it for 6 months.
Mm.
I've built 7 kits and I've airbrushed them all. So I just stuck with all clad because I don't know if you've ever seen Barbatos Rex. He's a guy that does like airbrush paint YouTube vids, but I watch a lot of his vids, and not that I'm lazy, it's just I don't know shit about airbrushing, and I didn't feel like getting into a paint line that I needed to thin and flow improver and what have you. So, but the all clad line, I mean, you just pour it right from the bottle into your airbrush and go. So I think for a beginning level, that's why I stuck with that brand.
Yeah, if you like the convenience of that, then you may want to try SMS paints, because that's kind of it's kind of one of the draws of SMS paints. I mean, the paints are just pretty good quality paints anyway, but one of the features of the paint is the fact that it's just ready to go. You don't have to thin it or anything. So if that's what you really like, the convenience of it, then try SMS paints, because then those are lacquers. You won't have the problem with your pen aligner liquid on top of those. You should still have a glossy surface, so if the paint itself is not glossy, then you will need to apply some clear gloss before you do your pen aligning. But I think that would be a good way for you to go for that.
Awesome.
And
does USA Gundam sell SMS?
We are the official store in the US for SMS. So yeah, the official supplier for the United States. So, yep.
There goes my wallet.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm not recommending SMS paints because of that, mind you. I mean, it's not related to the fact that I work for USA Gundam Store, but just really it's based on what you want to do, and especially if convenience is what you're looking for, then that's definitely what SMS paints are great for. That said, I mean, at least as a beginner, that certainly works out pretty well, but eventually you are going to have to get used to just thinning paints and everything. So, I mean, it also wouldn't be bad to just, bite the bullet and try to just get accustomed to it. But, whatever's comfortable for you, right? Whatever allows you to enjoy it the most. Shit. Now how to figure out how to tuck this wire into the armpit of this guy. Oi? Let's see. Oi? Twirl before you hurl, is my opinion. Zach did not disclose his SMS conflict. Chris also vouching for SMS. What country? Some Chinese dude. SMS is from Australia. LED make it very complex. Yeah, it just kind of adds a layer of complexity to it. Yeah. And it's a lot of tucking. Tucking and twirling, and it's like really thin wire, so you're trying to be careful with it. So just kind of gotta be careful. If the LED set wasn't so expensive, I would not feel like as stressed out about it. But like because of how expensive the LED set is, that certainly adds a layer of kind of, you just really want to be careful with it. says to tuck the wire into there, if I can just get it in there. There you go. Now go in there. Alright. Then, ha. And I love the picture that they show you in the manual. There's like a picture of how it's supposed to look when the wire is tucked in there, and of course it looks so like just perfect, exactly perfect. Like, well, that's great. Good for you that you were able to get it all in there just so there's not any extra wire sticking out anywhere. It's just the right length, no bucket required. That's wonderful.
My phone is about to die, Zach, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump off. But
yeah. No worries. Thanks for popping in. If you have other questions about stuff, you know, just message me on Discord anytime or whatever. So it's all good.
All right, cool, man. Well, hey, while I've got you on chat, I just want to say thanks for all the content you create.
No, thank you for your support.
Definitely inspired me to gunpla on, you know. So
yeah, good. Glad to hear it.
Hey, and one last thing, I'm looking at the shirts on the links or whatever. Can I buy those through the USA G store or?
The shirts, like these ones showing here below me.
Yeah.
Those are on my merch store, which is there's a link in the video description down below.
Cool.
Yeah. It's just zacharilius.storemv.com, I think is what it is. But the link is there. So yeah, you can just check that out. At USA Gundam Store, we have the stickers of the chibi like artwork of some of my custom builds. So if you wanted to get the sticker set, we have it there at USA Gundam Store. But the t-shirts are on my store. So yeah, if you want to pick one up, that'd be awesome.
I'm a big shirt fan.
Me too. The problem is like that's something that's on my to-do list for next week actually, as we're like starting to get more hardcore into the packing. I have to actually go through and say goodbye to a bunch of my t-shirts because I have way too many. You know.
Awesome, man. Well, enjoy the rest of your build.
Thank you. I'll let you guys know how it looks when it's all done here. Take it easy, man.
Thank you, you too.
Yeah. Alright, guys. I should look at the manual, how this is supposed to go. Oh, and we're actually supposed to... What? Foot? Supposed to be some more tucking of the wire up into there or something. I think I'm just gonna opt to pass on that. I think I'll just be fine with this as it is. The problem is why is that not going on there like that? This surely goes on the outside? Or what? Okay. Like that. There we go. Gotcha. I'll close that back up, ideally. Maybe tight shoulder joint there. Whew. The LED unit there gives you a workout. Yeesh. Now we have a whole other arm to do. Alright. Get the Pabs purple. Yes. Get that Chris Pabs custom Pro Model T. So yeah, the Chris Pabs Pro Model and the camo versions. Uh-oh. The camo tees are also just limited to the end of the year, so you can get those just until December 31st. Then we'll switch it up to a new Pro Model after that. Who would it be? I see Mike there wants to dominate the wheel spin, even though the Dom is already dominating. But fair enough, Mike. Thank you for the super chat there. I'll go ahead and give us a spin just a second. So, and let me check while we're on the subject. Let me check my email, see if we got any more shirt sales recently. Nope. Okay. So we're alright with that. So just one wheel spin here for Mike's super chat. Oof. And it's Rosenzulu giving that 3 points, and it's tied with the O, but still the Dom has 5 and the Byron has 4. So still looks like it's the dominant, still looks like it's the, now you got me saying dominant, still looks like it's the Dom and the Byron Custom are going to be the two kits that get a custom Kitbash, unless we get some more super chat, and we'll spin again, or any more t-shirt sales. So let me know if you guys want to spin that wheel again. And alright, let's see, we need PC 7, oh that's Palm 7, PC 15, and from the other sheet right here. Mike, you actually kind of hurt your chances for the Dom because it ended up being a point for somebody else, but so far the Dom's still in the lead, so you can rest easy. It looks like the Dom will probably be getting some love. Is the gold plating scratch proof? I mean, it's not scratch proof, but it's pretty it's pretty resilient. It'd be pretty difficult. I mean, you guys saw I had the parts in the container, and like the shield parts I just got here in the bag. I'm not really worried about the paint getting scratched, so yeah, the plating getting scratched, I guess I should say, to be precise. So yeah, I think you'll be all right with that. Palm 8 and Palm 8. There's There's 3 palm runners or 4? I'm like psyching myself out because I was thinking that there's 3, and then I was like, wait a minute, that's not enough, and then there's 4. Hey? There is 4. Where's the other one? Here's 1, 2, 3. Oh, another one in the box I haven't even touched yet. So, there we go. It's hiding there. Sorry, Mike. You wanted to secure the Dom's position, but I think it's probably safe. We'll see. Even if the Byron comes from behind, even if the Dom takes second place, it's just a matter of whichever 2 kits are in the top 2 positions. So it's safe to say, unless we suddenly get a bunch of t-shirt sales or a bunch of YouTube super chat, 5 points is probably enough to keep it in at least one of the top 2 positions. So no worries. Can Milliput be thinned down by thinner the same way as Tamiya putty does? I would assume so, yes. I've never used Milliput, but as far as I know, basically you're able to use it in all the same ways that you would for Tamiya epoxy putty. But maybe someone who I think Milliput is more used in the US. I don't know about Europe, but at least in the US than it is over here in Asia. I've never heard of Milliput being used, so we just use Tamiya. But anyone there in the US that can confirm that, can Milliput be thinned down? And I guess you would just thin it down with like just Mr. Color thinner, or I don't know if there's any other particular thinner that maybe would work better or not, but you can use water and talcum powder to make it smoother. There you go. How finished is the kit now? Mike Wazowski asks. We're just missing one of the arms, the head, and the backpack and shields and weapons. So there's still a little bit of ways to go. But one arm down and one to go. Usually the second one goes faster. So. No, wait a minute. It's palm down. I forget, but it does remind me to new Milliput. I think you mean to buy a new Milliput? I'll have to try it out in America, see how it compares, because yeah, it seems like it's just much more readily available there than Tamiya. And PC 18. The gold chrome is glorious. It is so shiny. As I said, I think like way back at the start of the stream, which seems like ages ago now. I think it was. Or was I just dreaming that? But anyway. See, that goes in there. What tempted me to buy this kit, even though it's crazy expensive and probably normally I wouldn't have bought a kit like this. 17. I wouldn't have bought a kit like this had I not seen it in person, but because I had seen it in person at the Gunpla Expo in Tokyo around the time when it was first announced or first coming out or whatever. I'd seen it and I just had seen, you know, that it just looks so good. Because like normally plated kits, I would be kind of hesitant because, you know, like the whole thing with nub marks and the marks on them being a pain. Let's see, 3. Like having visible nub marks and just fingerprints and everything else, all the kind of problems that come with a plated kit, where that would have kept me from buying something, especially as expensive as this. But I'd seen it in person and I thought, that's a good looking kit. It's just so shiny. Even though it might have some minor visible defects if you get up and look at it up close, like especially when it's in destroy mode, all the shiny gold and the shiny light from the LEDs kind of coming out from between the gold, you're not going to notice a couple tiny little nub marks on it, especially for how just big the kit is. Gonna pause from that for a second. And most of the armor, I mean, it's all pretty well undergated. It's just that on some of the parts, even where it's undergated, does actually show. So the Bandai did their best to hide the nubs, to like hide where the gate connections are on a lot of their parts. But on some parts, there's just no way to kind of make it so that they would be completely invisible on the completed kit. But they did their best to hide that. for the most part. So. You guys will see. Still a little bit until we're finished, but when it's all done and once we got it transformed, it is a beautiful sight. PC 9. Joseph said, where online do you think the best place is to buy the HG GTO RX 78? I don't know. Anywhere that has it. Basically, I don't know. You just have to search for who has it in stock. I don't know. Obviously, if USA Gundam Store has it in stock, that's who I would recommend. But I would assume, because you're asking me that, I assume that means that we don't have it currently in stock. Damn it. Left out a piece. But yeah, if it's one that like is just sold out everywhere, the only advice I would give you is just don't overpay for it. If you can't find it anywhere and like all you can find it for is like from some seller selling it on Amazon for like twice the list price, don't pay that much for it. Just wait for Bandai to reissue it if you can't find it for a reasonable price. How much Gundam do you actually watch versus how much do you build? I build way more than I watch. I don't really, especially these days, I don't really watch it hardly any. In the past I used to watch more, but now I mostly just build. And I honestly, like, I'm a firm believer in the fact that you don't have to know anything about Gundam. Some of the best builders I know hardly know anything about the anime at all. They're just good at modeling. But then there's some people who try to say like, oh, if you don't know this, if you've never watched the show or whatever, then like you can't call yourself a true fan. I think you can separate the TV show and the hobby. Of course, there is a connection between them, but I think as far as just like what people enjoy and how people choose to spend their time doing one or the other or both, whatever, it's all equally valid. So, in my case anyway, if I did watch the anime more, it probably would be helpful just for having a better background knowledge about some of the mobile suits. It's like when I'm doing my reviews, I can know like in more detail exactly what this particular weapon is called or exactly what this particular aspect of the mobile suit does or something. It's just good like to have that background knowledge, I guess. But on the other hand, I'm reviewing the model kits, not reviewing the mobile suits, right? So like the background information can be useful as far as like terminology and just like knowing what a particular mobile suit is supposed to be able to do. But yeah, at the end of the day, I still feel like it's okay to not know everything about it because I'm just reviewing the model kit is all. I see a lot of those elitist responses from UC fans, not saying that only UC people, but there are a lot going around other Gundam series fandom. I think probably why it seems like there's more like series elitists in UC is because there hasn't been like a big, really popular UC series in a long time. Anytime there's a new popular series, that's what draws in a lot of new people into the hobby. So like Seed or Double O or Build Fighters or IBO. So these are people usually, if like your favorite series is 00, that means you probably got into the hobby from watching 00. So I think if you were to say like, oh, my favorite series is 00, then you might get someone who's kind of elitist, you know, making some elitist comment about that. Honestly, like, it shouldn't matter, and that's basically just being an asshole. But I can imagine that that's where that comes from. Saying like, if your favorite series was like Zeta, for example, that just kind of has an implication that you've been a fan for longer, because Zeta hasn't been popular for longer. You know what I mean? So I hope you guys I hope it makes sense what I'm saying. If your favorite series is IBO, then it seems like then maybe you've really only been a fan of the series for, you know, a couple years, maybe, since IBO was popular. It could not be it could be not the case at all. Maybe you've been a fan for 20, 30 years and you just happen to like IBO better than other series. But I think that's part of it. It's safe to say. If that makes sense to you guys. But that's why it's just kind of dumb to be like that, because the point of any new series is to bring in more fans. And more fans means more people consuming the products. More people consuming the products means more money for Bandai. More money for Bandai means more model kits for the rest of us. So, or not for the rest of us, for everyone, I should say. The rest of us sounds like I'm making some differentiation between newer and older fans. I don't mean to say that like that, but yeah, so people get kind of bent out of the shape. People, that's a weird way to say that. People get kind of bent out of shape, and I think probably more so in other hobbies. I think in our particular hobby, we're actually pretty fortunate that most people are pretty chill. But I'm sure you guys have seen this from time to time, and especially in other different hobbies. But whenever you have a lot of new people coming in, some people just kind of get weird about that. It's unfortunate. But it shouldn't be like that, because yeah, new people coming in to enjoy a hobby is just better for everyone usually. Oof. That snap doesn't sound good. Esculapius? Yeah, looking forward to that one. You're not a true Gundam fan if you don't like the OG series. Yeah, like that kind of sentiment. It's just kind of silly. Especially considering the OG series. Considering the OG series is so old and so retro, like, you really can't blame people for not being all that into it. If someone were to tell me, I don't really... If they've never watched it, then I have a harder time having sympathy for them, because you should at least try to watch it. But if someone were to tell me, like, yeah, I watched the series, I gave it a try, I got about halfway through, I couldn't finish, I'd be like, all right, wasn't for you. That's cool. I personally don't love the original series, but I like it well enough. It's not my favorite. Definitely. I think nostalgia also taking part on that. Yeah. Sure. There's a bit of nostalgia. Oops. Good. Do one of these. I'll quit out of there. Let's see. Zaku, you look like a total Chad without the glasses. Oh, really? Is that good or bad? I don't know. But thank you, I guess. There. Left arm. Here we go. We want this one. That and Sigma male. Still live, yes, we are still live. It's a long build. I was expecting it to take a while. It's certainly taking a while. It's all good. We then have this here, like that. Some stuff not pushed together all the way. That on there. That there. All right. And the hand, we did all that. So now we can do our LED. This is our last wired LED, basically, except for like the one in the head. Enon said, do you still think the MG Amazing Red Warrior is worth getting? I recently built the MG 3.0, but it left a really bad taste in my mouth. Both of them sharing the 2.0 parts makes me worry. The MG 3.0 doesn't share anything with the 2.0. The 2.0 is simpler, but not much. I mean, the 2.0, they both have a relatively complex frame, but definitely the 3.0 is a little bit more complex. So I don't know why the 3.0 left a bad taste in your mouth. I know there's a couple points of the build that are a bit tricky, so maybe that's why. I can understand that, but no, the MG Amazing Red Warrior is great. We were just briefly mentioning that earlier on in the stream, but yeah, it's a great kit. Any version or variation of the 2.0, the Master Grade 2.0 Gundam, it's been good in my experience. Any kit using the 2.0 frame. How long is this live stream been going for? Blaze, it's going for a while. It's gonna take a while. But we're kind of almost done with the second arm. Then we just have like the head. The backpack will be pretty simple. That'll go together real quick. The shields, I don't know. There's a lot of parts. There's a lot of big parts though, so I don't know if it'll really be all that bad. The head is small and not that many parts, but because of the small pieces and having to put our little LED up inside there, the head might take longer than expecting. But we shall see soon enough. Got that. Oh yeah. This wire is tucked up into there. Like so. Put this onto here. Close that up. Good and tight. Pop this up around there like that. 3.0 build wasn't too difficult. I just didn't like the empty chest, core flyer gimmick, posable hands, and the over-articulated waist skirts. Yeah, I mean, I can understand how it may feel a little bit over-engineered at some points. I feel you. If you felt like that, though, I mean, I think you'll definitely enjoy the 2.0, because the 2.0 is also very nice, but just a little bit simpler. So still a very good master grade, still with a good amount of complexity, but no, it's not overly complex. I can understand how you might feel that way at certain points about the 3.0. Uh-oh. All right. Come on. There we go. Then this one on here first. Like that. And there. And there. Now that's the easy part. The bit more difficult part here is then getting this into the shoulder here. I'm glad the stream is still going for a while. This is what's keeping me awake at work. Well, that's good. Hope you're staying awake. Once we get this arm on, I think it's probably time to check out the LED again, see how it's looking. Switch it on. Just take a peek. It's a little sneak peek how everything's looking before we get it finished up with the head and all that. I think I'm gonna skip the head and do the backpack first. Before I put on the hands, I should have bent all the fingers first. Now it says a heads up to you guys, those of you who are still hanging around watching. I am not planning on doing like a review of this kit, because honestly there's not a lot to review of it. I'll maybe just share a couple photos. Basically just wanted to do the live build, and then it's getting packed away for the move. What's the current wheel score? The wheel score, John, is still with the Dom. The Dom and the Barlow Custom are still in the lead, so those are going to be our two kits to Kitbash. Unless we have some more super chat and or some more t-shirt sales. So yeah, if you guys are coming in late, you don't know what we're doing with this, just for those of you guys who have been here, sorry to go through the spiel again, but you never know who's coming in later or whatever. But yeah, the t-shirts, so you can see right down there below me. The link is down below for any t-shirt purchased. We'll spin the wheel for any YouTube super chat there on YouTube. We'll spin the wheel. Whichever 2 kits here on this board get the most votes at random by the end of the live stream will be 2 kits that I will kitbash together in a future project. So, yeah. Right now it's looking like Barlearn Custom and Dom. So that'll be interesting. We'll see. Another kit could come from behind if we suddenly get some more YouTube super chats or shirts, or we'll see. Now that I've done it once, I'll say tucking this wire in for the arm is a lot easier to do the second time. Yep. Oops. Apparently, it's also easy to take the arm entirely out of the socket there. What about the narrative tails? You got this? No, this is not the narrative version. This is the original one, so I don't have the narrative version of this. It's tempting, but I figure one of these kits is probably enough for me. I don't need 2 of them. And the Space Cheese messaged me, who we were just chatting with not too long ago, said he picked up a t-shirt. Let me check here. Oh, very nice. The Messer shirts. Very cool. Alright, so let's spin, see if the Dom is gonna stay on top. That means the O and the Barlearn Custom now have 4 points each, so it may have to come down to a tiebreaker between the 2 of those for the top 2 spots. That'd be interesting. If it ends up being the O and the Dom, I think that'll be a fun kitbash. But either way, either the Dom and the O or the Dom and the Barlearn Custom, either of those would be fun. You can still buy the PG narrative tails separately on PBNI. I don't like the tails anyway, to be honest. So, just not any incentive for me to want to pick those up, to be honest. How did I do that on the other side? Yeah. That in. Shit. The wire came out of here. Go in there. Yep. More. Yes. Okay. That's in. Where's the piece? No, stay where you are. Gotcha. Alright, that back. Let's try switching you on and on. It's gonna be hard to see, obviously, because it's in unicorn mode, but you can still see the light popping through the cracks here and there. And especially on the camera, you guys are probably not gonna be able to see that too well, but I know if I can move it around, you guys can maybe catch a little glimpse of that in between some of the cracks. Maybe not really so much. That's okay. I'll show you guys later. Once it's done, I'll turn off some of the lights. In here, so that'll be easier for you guys to see. We'll give them a good wipe down. We'll get it all transformed into destroy mode. It'd be a good time. Yeah, beautiful indeed. So we got the head up next here. The LEDs still work. Yeah, the LEDs work. I was a bit concerned there for a moment when we were just like first putting it on the stand. The lower half of the LED was not working, but it's because I had one of the wires going the wrong way. I had the connection for the backpack switched with the connection for the lower half. It's crazy on a kit this big how you have such tiny little parts, like these two little tiny pieces there, which are for the Vulcans. I appreciate the part separation. And actually, we'll stick with the manual. I'm very tempted to skip the head momentarily and go right to the backpack first, but I'll restrain myself. Let's see. HG Justice Revive for next year? Yeah, I don't know if they're not using the Revive name anymore, but yeah, I am curious if they'll continue to do some other Revive type releases. That's there. What I would really love is if I can get this head together the first time without any mistakes and for it to go smoothly and not have to go back and disassemble anything. That'd be just perfect. But we'll see how that goes. Oh yeah, there was the Justice Knight there, wasn't it? Still waiting on the HGC Kapul to the... let's see. Somehow we have to put this tiny Vulcan piece into there, and somehow I was able to do it pretty easily. Luckily that fits in there pretty simply. And then we got this part here, which is a new piece for this kit. That'll help hold our Vulcans in place. That's good, so wouldn't want to lose those very tiny little pieces. One thing I've never really liked about the Perfect Grade Unicorn design is the added fins on the head. The part of the Unleashed transformation. It's kind of weird. These Psycho Frame fins that flip out on the head. I like the extra bits of the transformation, like in the arms, in the chest, in the legs. That all makes sense. I think for the head was just really not necessary. Seems like they just wanted to add something into the head, and someone said, how about some psychoframe fins on the head? And it's an idea that should have been vetoed, but unfortunately was not. Got a couple of stackers on here, but it's clear parts, so it seems kind of stupid to put stickers on there. I'm just gonna leave those stickers off for the time being. It's putting yellow stickers on top of yellow parts, so we'll pass on that for the time being. That's on there like that. And so the cameras on the unicorn's head are pretty difficult to see at any time anyway. How well does the magnets work on these? Because I don't remember how well the magnet worked on the original, but the magnet seems extra weak. The magnet's holding the V-fin together. Alright, so this one's going like that. And opposite side. It's like that. I'm gonna put these together for our rooster-headed chicken. Like that. No fixed V-fin option for this either. That would have been nice. I don't remember. I don't think the unicorn... Did the unicorn have a fixed V-fin option, or was it just the transformable one? San Kapul. Could have HGs by now. Yeah. I wish that we really wish that we had a just nice Kapul HG kit. Let's see, sticker 2. Yeah, I'm not gonna use that. Let's see, sticker 3 goes on the back side. I will use. Wait a minute. Maybe not. If I use the stickers on the back side, that means the LED won't go through there very well, right? Yeah. Okay. Do not apply stickers if using the LED unit. Right. Okay. There's even a little note in there to let you know, don't use those stickers. There's that. And there's that. And where's the mouthpiece? There you go. Oof. How nice does that look with that blue psycho frame around the gold for the eyes. Very nice. And for the unicorn mode, this one's going on here. I love those Pokemon Snap sound effects sampled in the song. Classic. There's a new Pokemon Snap game out or coming out, right? It's either already out or it's coming out. I remember seeing something about that. That's exciting news. Someone who's played Pokemon Snap, I don't know, played through that game many times. Played that game a bunch of times. New Pokemon Snap game is already out, Mercenaries. Okay, yeah. Couldn't remember if it was out yet or not, but that's one reason why I'm considering getting a Switch sometime. It's on Switch, right? One of the reasons why I'm considering getting a Switch later when we move back to America. At least in April. Okay. Any of you guys played it? Is it any good? I mean, I'm sure it's not going to be as fun as the original, just because, you know, it's not the original. But, you know, I'm sure it's still pretty fun. Any of you guys who have played it, what do you think? Go. Switch exclusive, right? Now the hard part. Now that we have the different sections of the head built, now we have to put it all together. So that goes through there. And CJ Tech Bay. Yeah, guys, get it. Okay. What a mess. I had a delivery guy calling me about a package. At the same time, my wife's calling me about somebody coming to pick up a package. Ugh. Alright. Hang on. Anyway, yes, double call all at once. Let's try to get this head put together. So this one goes through there and should be like that. Then this one goes on here. Okay, that's good. It goes up. Wait. Goes up. Then this part goes down. Not really sure. Okay, there we go. Ah. See? These dang fins on the head. They're gonna be a problem. While trying to get this onto here. Okay. Got it. Got that part anyway. So, let's see. Then the camera unit on top should snap into place. Supposedly, we'll find out if that's gonna happen. This one as well though, it's like, it just shows in the manual how, okay, I kind of see how it's supposed to go. Okay, I guess that's right, but now my face came apart. That's not good. And that should be slid forward. Then we can finally plug the face up into here. Like that, okay. Then we plug on the V-fin. And slide that back. Oof. Then what? Let's see. 4. Let's see. 4. What? Okay, 4, that comes down like that. 5. Oh wait. No, this one goes in here first. 3. The unicorn mode faceplate. This is why I was not looking forward to the head. Okay, unicorn mode faceplate is on. Then we close that up. Then fold that up. And we put on this piece here. Like that. And lastly, these pieces here on the side of the head, and we are done with the head, thank God. There you have it. Shiny head. Holy chicken nugget, indeed. Golden chicken. Let's give that a little wipe down. What's the deal with my... The delivery that was supposed to come here, but apparently the delivery driver messed it up. The delivery that was supposed to come here, that I guess now we'll have to wait until Monday to get, is, I think I'll have to double check, but I hope, probably, should be the last P Bandai kit that I'll get here in Korea. Right at the last possible moment, right before we're getting all packed up to move. One last P Bandai delivery. It's the HG, the Origin Desert Zaku. It's like the twin, double cannon type, something like that. I mean, can't really see what I'm doing getting this wire connected here for the head LED. I'm not sure if it's connected or not. There we go. Apparently it is. It is a little bit weak. I think it's not plugged in all the way. Should be good. There we go. You gonna turn on there, matey? Or what? Nope, it's not connected right. Dang it. There's just like a bit too much wire here, and don't really know how I can get at that any better. I think I need to take this off like that. And get this plugged on here good and tight, then we'll close it back up. One reason why I don't really like these LEDs is that they're really tight. They're really tight to get them to plug together. I feel like I'm breaking it half the time. And then once it's together, I feel like if I ever have to take it apart, I am going to break it in the process of taking it apart. That's on there. No. It's definitely working now, but I want to just check the transformation of everything. Eee. The fins are stuck up in there again. There you go. Yes, that's much better. Okay. Yeah, check that a little bit. There was some stuff just kind of not quite right. There we go. Much better. Now, backpack. Where's the other backpack piece? Is. I know I put one of the parts of the backpack was too big to fit in that other thing, so I put it separately. Alright. Shaking everything here, sorry. Is Pencil still with you? Yeah, Pencil's taking a nap out there. It's what they do all day, every day, until they decide to run around chasing each other or bothering me or something. But most of the time, yes, they're just lounging around, being cats and all. Bandai coming up with more Gundam series to make more Gunpla. Of course, that's what they do. No doubt about that. You can't make more kits if you don't have source material. Uh-oh, and I see missed a nub there. Let's see. You taking them to Florida with you? Chris, yeah, we're taking the cats. Yep. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's just yet another thing it complicates the entire situation. Something else to consider, right? But yep, we are. It goes on here like that, right? So yeah, like the cats are gonna stay with my aunt. Lives not too far from there, from Daytona Beach. She lives about an hour or so further south. So the cats are gonna go stay with her for a little while. And then once we're settled in, or once we actually get our house, then we'll take the cats back into our new place. Oof. Very nice. So those are sticking out, those are down like that, these are on here like this. One and two of these. And then number one, this goes over the top of here. And number two, this goes under here. Like that is all. Thruster there, fold that in. Right. That goes on top, this goes on bottom. I think the design looks good. Are you guys talking about the Barbotaurus? It should go without saying that I'm not a fan. It's certainly unique. It goes on there, one, and what's the deal? There you go. Then PC10, all right. These guys here, this LED guy right here, also PC14. All right, grab that. PC14 goes into there. Oof. These little polycaps gonna be a little bit more trickier to get in here, seems like. Kind of to put it in like backwards and upside down to get it in the right spot there like that. Okay. Then get this part pointed down, clip this onto here. Turn that 90 degrees. Clip this over the top of that. This goes on here first. These go on here next. And then with that, our backpack should be done, right? not quite. Uh-oh. That's not right. Hang on. Wait. No. Come off of there. That's right. There you go. I really like the look of how they use the gold parts inside the thruster belts there as well. That looks really cool there for the backpack. Pretty nice. Could you try to build a little closer to the center of the screen? Ah, yes, sorry. Just getting a little tired at this point, so it's kind of easier to like forget what I'm doing. Apologies for that. Yes, sorry. You. Thank you for reminding me anyway. Let's see. This guy. Like this, and this one like this. And this one like that. And like that. And this side. Like that. There we go. And the LED unit, that screw feels like it's sticking up a little bit. I could try to screw that down a little bit more, but I don't think that's going to happen. So we'll just roll with it. That fits into there. And this plugs onto here. I feel like, well, now it's going to be hard to get the LED unit out of there. It's going to be hard to get this plugged in. Let me see if I can pull this out. Hang on. There you go. It'd be easier to plug the LED together first before I slot it into the backpack. In you go. On you go onto the back, and backpack is on. Let's switch on those LEDs. So eyes are on, body is on, including the backpack. Looks all good. All right, wiring is good. Next in the menu is actually the rifle and the bazooka. I'm gonna skip those for the time being and just go right to the shields, if you guys don't mind. Quite a lot of parts for the shields, including these big guys on here too. So let's see. I know it's crowded with just a bunch of parts at the moment. Instructions. Go ahead and put those back up there. Hang on. Should be like that. That should plug into there. Why is this side a little tight? Me? what's the deal? A little bit of mold line on that, preventing a nice fit. Even still, okay, there we go. Now it's pretty flush. Trying to make sure the clear parts and the gold part were good and flush together. This top part of the shield. Let's see. Bottom part I don't need quite yet. I need the top part. These. This. This. And the gray pieces that fit into there. So that one goes onto there. That one there. Whew. That doesn't sound like it's ever coming apart without breaking anything. Alright. There's our other piece. There we are. Looks kind of spooky, like 4 eyes or something there. Alright, then we were doing these. Just happen to be pulling out the right ones. There's the left side and right side. They'll go together individually. I just happen to be pulling them out in the correct way. There's that. And no luck this time with the wrong one. There we go. I didn't even look. Are the shirts coming from USA or elsewhere? The shirts, yeah, are from the USA. They're produced in the US, yeah. Like the actual, like, the printing of the shirts is done in the US. I like the shirts themselves, I'm sure originally are probably made in China or something. I don't know about that. I could check if you're interested, but the printing of them and then like where they're mailed from is from the US, yeah. That's where the supplier is, or the producer that prints the shirts and sends them out. I'm too scared to pen a line. Hey Zach, can I have a free shirt if I subscribe? No, but you can have a free shirt if you subscribe and send whatever the price of one shirt plus shipping is to my PayPal. If you want to do like that, then I can order the shirt for you with that. Nope. Careful. That goes on there first, then this part goes on the back. I forgot just how big these shields are in 1/60 scale. I never really think of the unicorn shield as being all that large, but it is pretty good sized actually. Especially in like larger scales, especially like the mega size unicorn. Phew, the shield is huge. I just dropped by the channel for this gem. Hey, you can see me in the shield. If we use this one, you can see even more. Crazy. This one? It's got a big flat surface on it. Alright. Step 4. Open the shield. Step 5. Connect these parts together. Just making sure. Yeah. Really not looking forward to ever having to take these pieces apart again later. Has a real tight fit. Step 4, step 5, connect this onto here. And we're all done with the basic shield. And of course, that's only part 1 of my new 6-part docu-series called Armed Armor DE. So there's those. Then fast forward a little bit here. Which PUG unicorn has been your favorite so far? I'm partial to the Banshee since it has so many areas of contrast, but the Phenex is looking pretty sweet. I mean, the Phenex is really cool looking, no doubt. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to making my full armor final battle unicorn. So I have the final battle unicorn and I also have the full armor set separately. I want to combine the two of those to have the full armor unicorn with the green cycle frame. Armed Armor D's nuts, exactly. But yeah, the interesting thing about I'm all screwed up. The interesting thing about there's those two. I need the opposite pieces of those. Not that one. The interesting thing about the full armor unicorn PG is that it includes the parts for making the funnel shields, or you can connect the 3 funnel shields together to make the little triangle thing. But I'm not going to use those parts at all. So like it's similar to this kit. It's a big expensive P-Bandai kit. Like one of the main things that it has, I don't plan on using. So probably whenever I get around to putting that kit together, I'll probably just sell those parts to someone who wants to make a triple shield funnel effect with their PG unicorn or whatever, if someone's interested in buying those. If any of you are interested in buying those, send me a message or something like that. Not the extra shields, because I need all 3 of the shields for the unicorn, but just like the stand and the part that holds the 3 shields together. You know what I mean? So I need these. This guy and this guy gonna go together, right? That's gonna go together like that. And this part fits into here like that and makes a really spooky looking face. Looks like something out of like with the eyes like that, it looks like something out of a Ghibli movie or something. Oh no! I put that part in upside down. How could I be so stupid? And now how the hell am I gonna get it out of there? Oh no. That's not good. Shit. Well, let's try. Fortunately, as tight as some of these pieces are, these couple of pieces aren't quite as tight as some of the others, so. Hopefully, we'll be able to get this apart without much issue. problem is I'm not only trying to do this without anything breaking, but also not trying to ruin too much of the gold finish, obviously. Oof. Always a scary sound, but as long as nothing's broken. Oof. Alright. And still not too easy to get this part out of there, but let's see. I'll have to be very vigilant about how I put these parts in, because I thought I was paying attention and I still managed to put it in upside down, so. Let's put these in before we connect those together, so just in case I put it in wrong, I don't have to take the entire thing apart again. Right, okay. Aye. Can you make a vid on how to pack Gunpla when you move? I'll be moving soon too. Yeah, a couple people have asked about that, and I've thought about doing it. I haven't done it yet, and I'm kind of feeling like I don't really want to. But a few people have asked me about it, so I feel like I probably should. Yeah. So, at the moment I'm still kind of undecided. I will maybe do that, but please forgive me if I don't, because I just have a lot of other things to worry about, and making a video like that I know will be possibly helpful for a few people. But I know it's not very high on my priorities at the moment. What I would really love to find is our last little eyepiece. I know it's hiding around here somewhere. Just a small little circular piece. Where are you? You guys see it anywhere? It's probably like right here, and I just don't see it. Alright. Where is it? Hey, December Black again. Take a break, man. Put in some overtime today. Favorite music to listen to while building? Question mark. I'm pouring this drink for my friend. Cheers. Well, thank you. I will take a break from looking for that part because I can't seem to find it. Is it in the box here? I think so. I don't know how to find it. Well, let's go ahead and spin that wheel and see what's going to happen. Favorite music to listen to while building, though? It's the Wound War. Finally, the Wound War is on the board with the point, but I don't think that that's going to be enough for it to finish in the top 2 position there. Now where's that piece? I'm gonna have to like actually go through, take each piece one at a time, find it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it was hiding on top of another piece. Found it. Dustpin Gamios. Hoping for the O, and unfortunately not. Right now the O and the Bioline Custom are still tied, so we need a tiebreaker on those. We'll see. If it comes down to the end and those are still tied, then we'll have to get a tiebreaker going. Or who it's gonna be. But yeah, still seems pretty set that the Dom is probably gonna be one of the top two. But who the other two is still open. Alright, so these guys go on here. Like that. And these ones go on top of there. Very large. So this would be the aft section of the DE shield. A shame that there's not, they didn't make some way to get some LED lights into the DE shield. I know that there's a third-party bootleg set that has a LED set for LED set for the DE shields. I don't have that though. Let's see. Take all three. Dom body with parts of the O and jetpacks of the Barrelin. I guess we could have it just going three ways like that. That's, I suppose, it's a possibility. If it does come down to a tie, that does sort of make it more of a challenge. That could be fun too. Let's get those guys on there like that. Then take these. And these parts go inside of here. Make another like spooky looking face here with this. You guys can see that in here with the eyes at the top. Ooh, there should be one more of those. There it is. Alright. This one on one side, this one on the other side. Wait a minute. Alright, this one. Like that. And this one over the top of that. Yeah, this is gonna be heavy. I can already tell. It's gonna be putting some serious weight on the back of this guy, so hopefully, I'm thinking that it should, but hopefully the stand is enough to keep the whole thing standing upright without putting too much excess weight on the backpack. Certainly gonna be put to the test. Favorite armed armor, if any? I guess probably the DE. I mean, I do really like the armed armor DE. Maybe take this piece here. Doesn't say anything about one part needing to go in ahead of another. But what? Hang on. That goes in to there. that, I guess. This one. Okay. Manual doesn't say for this part to go in there first, but pretty obviously it does need to go in there first. Like that. Then this should go on top of there, apparently. Ah! Like this.
It's so far away it's almost impossible to imagine. Am I alone, or is there a wonderful person next to me? Knowing me, I'm sure you're causing all kinds of trouble for lots of different people.
Let's try putting that in there first, and then actually I think this part actually should have gone in there first. Yep, alright. So that goes in there first. Then this one. Like that. Doesn't feel like that's right, but gonna go with it. Could be right. And this one here. Oh, no, that's definitely right. This one's wrong. Ah, yes. Now that's right. Okay. Cool. Then... more sub-assemblies. Give me a break. Random question. Is Halloween celebrated in South Korea? And if so, did you guys do anything? Not really. Not anything like it's celebrated in the US. But... kids at school usually do something. Like schools will like exactly how much they do for Halloween kind of depends. Definitely nothing. I think like in like middle school or high school, I would be surprised if they did anything at all. Like as like a class, some students might wear like some fake makeup or something, but especially in high school, I don't think they'd even be allowed to do that. Middle school, I don't know, maybe like in their English class, maybe they have a small party or something, but if they do anything at school, it'd be probably in elementary school. And then it would be, yeah, like hardly a party, just like a small thing. So nothing too much, and they definitely people don't go trick-or-treating or anything like that, so it's not really too much of a holiday here. But most people know what it is, and like kids sometimes have simple parties or something at their school or something. Check that out. Very large. Yeah. Now, missing one more little piece here. I'm sure it's just hiding around here somewhere. Are you hiding over there? Nope. Here? There you are. Gotcha. Alright. Golden mirror wing, yes, and certainly needs a wipe down. Got some serious fingerprints on there, but it's okay. We'll wipe it down a little bit here. Once we get everything all put together and transformed and all that. If I had some gloves, I might put them on, but I just don't have anything. bit goes in there. Kind of hard to see the instructions over there now. So we take our shield here. We're gonna close this up. Close that up. Okay, kind of missed this part. Alright, that goes like that. This part. Hey. It says to open that up. 1, 2. I'm gonna remove the. I also missed that part of the construction. Like that. Okay. Like that. Then for this part, that fits onto here. 1. And 2. Close it this way. I'm off camera, guys. Sorry. 3, 4. There you go. Our giant gold surfboard. Let's go ahead and wipe this down a little bit as best we can. The problem is there's a lot of angles and things everywhere, but try to get it looking nice and shiny. Best as I can there. Something like that. There you go. Shiny and huge. Put together one. Goes on there. I guess these pieces would be sort of if you didn't want to have it. If you wanted to have the armor armor DE shield actually on the arm rather than up on the backpack, I think you could use these pieces instead of this one. I believe is what that's for. Yeah, so I think those are left over from the Banshee. I forgot that the I have actually built this DE shield before with the Banshee Norn. That the DE shield parts are not new to this kit. They're just recycled from the Banshee Norn, actually. Polishing. Would have been better to just use gloves, and that is what I'll do later when I'm getting this like actually set up for display. I'll use some gloves so I can keep everything as shiny as possible. But for now, there you go. So yeah, I think these are going to be just some leftover bits. And let's just look back at the parts list. Are those parts crossed off in the menu? They are indeed. Okay, I just didn't pay attention to that. So for our connector pieces then, we've just got, should be 2 of these. Like this. Silver Surfer meet Golden Glider. Yeah, that's exactly. We're in the home stretch. I think that's probably... There you go. Phew. This guy. And, yep. That goes on here. Like that. Feels like a pretty hefty connector, but boy, it better be able to hold up that shield. I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be able to take it. We'll find out. That. And this piece here, that goes up into there. Fine. Ah, alright. What? Wait, what? Ah. It's the other one of these. Alright. So it's like that. And like that. And nothing on the bottom, eh? There is something on the bottom. That's good. I was gonna say. That goes like that. So I mean, it's a pretty hefty connection system here, but I mean it all still has to be held together, so we'll see how well it holds up. So this plugs just straight onto the back here. That's a lot of weight on one little tabby there. But I don't know, seems alright. What you think, fellas? And any ladies if they're there? There you go. There it is in unicorn mode. But we're not quite done yet. Because we're going to transform this fellow. And before we do that, we have these pieces. These pieces are also leftovers. Didn't actually need those. And What about these? What were these for? I think this was also... Yeah, these are also leftovers. Oh, I didn't pay very close attention to the manual. These are just pieces for making the shield connectors if you just want to actually have the shield connected onto the arm. This goes on here like this. This one like this. And this one like this. And we're meant to make 2 of those, so actually goes like this. I won't actually be using these parts, so I don't really need to even put them together, but oh well, we got the parts here. So there's our shield connector bits. I don't need this. Okay. Let's do that transformation. So put this away, put this away. We have our little included part separator. Thank you so much for that. The weapons I won't really worry about for now. Well, let's just do the transformation here. So, first thing it says to do is to remove the backpack. I think that's probably a good idea. Or just remove the shields anyway. And apologies, I won't really be able to show you too much on this camera here at the moment while I'm just getting this guy transformed, or just try to mess with this a little bit. I'll turn the camera around. So maybe you can see some of the transformation a little bit better. Oh, it's quite bright though, isn't it? I don't know if there's too much I can do about that at the moment. And it's very near. How's like that? That's maybe a little bit better. Kind of turn that a little bit. There you go. Transformation. So first of all, have to lift up this little flap there on the back, which, yeah, if you don't take this off the base, how are you really supposed to do that? Okay. Or am I supposed to take this off the base or what? Did it say to do that at some point? Not really. Let's see. Doesn't say to take it off the base, but I think, we need to. Oof. Need to raise the base up. Probably not that much for destroy mode, but we'll see. So lift that little flappy there on the back. Taco, do we get a spin per purchase of shirts? Because if so, I'm ready for my spin. Yeah. Spin for the purchase of a shirt, or if you use a YouTube super chat. So let me see here. Ah, I see there's a purchase here from Haven. So we'll go ahead and spin for that. As we're getting towards the end here, coming down to the wire. Who's it gonna be? You guys can see the wheel now better, can't you, too? I'm gonna say that's on Rose and Zulu, just barely. But that means we have a three-way tie now between the O, the Barbatos, the Violent Custom, and the Rose and Zulu. Each have 4 points each. Let me see. Was that the shirt sale? Let's see. There's that one. I think that's right. Oh no, there was one more. No, wait a minute. Where'd it go? I think. Oh, here it is. Christian. I think I missed that one earlier. So, let's roll for Christians. Also, okay. Hui. Dom. All right. So I think the Dom is pretty solidly planted in there as one of the final two that will go for the Kitbash with 6 points now. But yeah, the O, the Rosenzill, and the Violent Custom are tied with 4 points each. So two-way tie is one thing, but a three-way tie, we have to do something about that. So all right, need to open this. Whoa. Not take that entirely apart, I just want to drop this down. It should, and once that's open, this part should just extend down. I don't know the extent, I guess that's the extent of that. Yeah, it should just be just a little bit, it's not that much of an extension. We should be able to close that then back up. Plug this back onto there, like that. That should be right. Pull out the sides without pulling the entire arms off, ideally. Pull out the sides of the chest. I need to pull out the sides of the torso first. And then I'll lock that back down to place, but I don't really think the order of that matters too much. We can use our handy little tool here. Come on, you. Hey. Come out. There we go. The tool is convenient, but there's not really actually much for it to grab onto to pop out the Vulcans on the top of the chest here. There we go. Actually, kind of just easier to do that with tweezers. Like that. And actually done with that piece then. Next, fold down the flaps on the chest, of course. And for Unchained, I was saying Unleashed earlier. For Unchained, you have to open those chests. I'm going to give this a little wipe down now that the chest is down. Hopefully we don't need to touch the chest much more, and we can try to keep it fingerprint free. For now, but probably not for very long. Let's just go ahead and go for a full unchained. Pop that open. Head to destroy mode to unchained. So you can open up the sides of the head. The face mask will go down, even though there's not really any way for it to go. The face mask goes down and the rest of the head goes up, like that. Oh god. The picture for this looks like such a mess. So step 4 would be to push this part forward, the face and the V-fin to the front. Step 5 is to open up the V-fin and not for that to come apart. Open up and not for that to come apart. Open up the V-fin. And step 6 would be to tuck a mask back up inside of there. Step 7, fold the head back down. Step 8, rotate around the sides of the head. And step 9, just close them all up. So rotate around this way. Close up around there, very nice. Rotate and close. Very nice. Okay, that was not that bad. So the head is done. Let's go ahead and give that a little wipe down here now too. As best we can, because this is just like a lot of little sections here and the V-fin part's just kind of coming off. It'd be hard to get it to be completely without any fingerprints at all. Just kind of have to do my best with this, basically. Oh, and we need to need to fold out. Oof. Problem is this V-fin part keeps coming off. Let's see if I can get this to stay on here. We'll definitely have to glue this later, eventually. And our little fins on the head, we'll go ahead and pop those open. Since we're going full unchained. V-fin's crooked. Tempted to just put some glue on this part right now. Okay, that's good. Alright, next is arms. So first off, this part will expand to the side. Because this should extend down and out to the side at the same time. There we go. Right. And part on the top of the shoulder should lift up. I feel like we really should have done the head last, because I'm just going to be knocking the V-fin the entire time. And I can't get this part on the top of the shoulder to lift up. Bear with me. Did you consider latex gloves? I did consider it. But I didn't have any and I couldn't be bothered to go get any. I will get some gloves for whenever I'm setting it up for display later. The thing is, how far? Supposed to lift up the top on the top of the shoulder, but just how far do we lift it up is the question. I think it's supposed to go up higher than this. Even more than that. It looks like in the manual. That's maybe possibly right, something like that, I suppose. And this part is gonna rotate out. Like that. Something like that. And for Unchained, we need to also slide down these parts. Easier said than done. It's like just like, especially with this being plated, it's like so hard to get a grip on anything. Everything's so slippery. Fuck. Slide down, will ya? Maybe just go like that. Yep. Now. Alright. Whew. What a chore. Here's my suggestions for a Dom Barlant custom Kitbash head. Dom, torso Dom, arms, Spiralarm, legs, waist and legs, Dom, backpack, Spiralarm. Okay, I got it. So basically a Dom with Spiralarm, arms, and backpack. So yeah, like what the fuck? To pull these sections apart, there's like just nothing you can use for leverage. And if I do like that, then it's just taking the whole thing apart, so that's not gonna work either. It'd be easy if this was a different version of the kit. That you could take the shoulder apart, or you could take the shoulder off, transform it, and then put it back on, but because the LED, you can't take the shoulder off without taking the entire arm and everything together off of there. Yeah. This is so intense. Yeah. Very intense. Don't worry. anything broken. Only my patience. Yeah. Phew. Done, basically. Supposed to be able to pull this part out and to the side at the same time while not being able to actually get a grip on anything because it's so glossy. Talk about your first world problems, alright? Back. Yeah. What a pain. Come on. This thing takes way longer to transform than a Michael Bay transformer, that's right. Makes Michael Bay look like a sissy. It's annoying. Just slide. Yep, see there, see the whole arm came off. That's what I'm worried about. Okay, don't do that. But I need somewhere to get some force on this. The other problem with it being a plated kit is that adds a little bit of thickness to the plastic, so like your tolerances are kind of messed up a little bit. So like on a normal kit, this wouldn't be that difficult. But this kind of thing can be a little bit more tricky. Here we go. Just because the kit is plated. Oof. It's not perfect, but I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna attempt to wipe down these parts slightly. I'm sure they're gonna get messed up again later, because now the arm is like not really attached because I can't get the right pressure on it to put it back in. There we go. All right. Good enough-ish for now. With that. Holy moly. Yeah, this waist section is annoying. I just don't know how you can really utilize this latch that you're supposed to use for the transformation of the waist section without taking this off the base. So that's supposed to drop down there. Anyway, well enough, I suppose. Skirt section. The arm, like the forearms, are also supposed to open up a little bit more for the unchained, but I'm not really gonna bother with that. I don't really like that part of the transformation. So, front skirt. Basically, that will just fold out, not come off, but ideally just fold out. Man, cannot imagine having to try to do this with a painted kit. It's definitely one of those that if you're planning on having it in destroy mode, any version of the unicorn in PG, especially in PG, other versions as well, but if you're planning on painting it and then having it in destroy mode, just build it in destroy mode. Don't try to transform it. And my legs came apart again because of that midsection expansion. And this part, when you're trying to fold up the part on the front skirt, it just comes off every time. And let's see, the side skirts, that's easy, just pull those down. But the arms are in the way. There we go. Back skirts. I'm tempted not to even bother trying anything with the back skirts because I know those are going to get closed again. That slides down, that slides down. Now the legs. Front skirts also need to slide down for unchained. Come on. Don't be rude. Just slide like you're supposed to. There you go. There we go. Has Zach done a vid on the RG Hainu? No, I don't have it yet, so nope, not yet. Leg day. So this opens up. Ooh, careful. That opens up. Pull that down. Lock that back in. That was fortunately pretty easy. Nothing came apart. That's good. Next, open these out. Now here's where I'm worried that we might have a problem again. And this part is supposed to move down. Yeah, but the whole thing just disintegrated, which is what I was worried might happen. Fuck. Because this the part's so tight, you have to like between like the calf and the ankle are supposed to slide to separate there, but parts are so tight of the frame that I knew that was gonna happen. See if I can get that slid apart before putting this part back together. And again, the issue is doing this while the kit is entirely all assembled is not easy. Easier to do this if I could take the leg off and transform it and then put it back on. Or I can't just like pull on the whole thing because then it'll come apart somewhere along the way. But that needs to drop down. Does the psycho frame go down with it or just the side parts? I think just the side parts go down, not the psycho frame. This. There it is. Whew. Now to attempt to get these parts back together. Come on, you. What the fuck? Before putting it on the base, I was actually thinking about just transforming it first ahead of time, and I think that would have been a better way to go. Because transforming it when it's all together on the base is just a pain. Now I'm also having to reassemble it upside down, which is not easy. Okay. Alright, you good? Damn. So might as well just go ahead and transform the foot while we're here. Alright, whatever. Gonna go up in there nicely, not gonna break anything. Can't see where that's going. There we go. And I think it looks like I need to drop this down one notch. There you go. Now as for you, on this side, the question is this foot also going to come apart when I attempt to extend the ankle or not? Let's find out. Wear gloves. How many times do I have to answer that question? I know! I thought about wearing gloves. I chose not to wear gloves. Jesus. I'll wear gloves later when I'm setting this up for display. For now, I just didn't feel like wearing gloves. It's okay. I'm not that bothered by a few fingerprints on the kit for the moment. It doesn't really matter. I can do this. The wipey. Fingerprints are all gone. But of course, that's not all. We still have to transform the midsection. So the top was easy, the bottom was a pain in the ass, the middle, let's find out. Did you build the LED system inside? Yes, I did. Pull that out. Pull that like that. Pop up the knee. C9. Open this out. 10. Pull that down. 11. Ugh, shit. Oh, I forgot. I forgot this is not like the RG that you can just push it from the back. There we go. Not that bad, to be honest. Is that stance too wide? Does it look goofy? I think I better raise up the base one little bit. Not that much. There we go. So we can get a good solid stance, but nothing quite that extreme. Still something feels kind of crooked going on there. The hip section, why would the hip section be kind of crooked? Unless that was not plugged onto there all the way. Yeah, I don't know. Right, anyway. When are you going to finish this? We are going back home soon. 여보. 아, 이제 잠깐 끝났어. 조금 남았어. There's that. Okay, the legs are done except for Unchained, but I think I'll not really worry about Unchained for the time being. What does that entail anyway? Just opening up the sides some more. Oh yeah. Let's go ahead and do one of these. Got home around 6. Awesome. Dustpin saying it's done. He's just doing the transformation now. I don't know if that really means much. This should be able to open up like that and like that. Maybe we'll just do just the outside, just for the wow factor, and not open up the inside of the legs as well. Pop out the little cycle frame bits a little bit if we may. Right. Not that much. Something like that. Good enough, I think. Oh, whew. Backpack. Try opening the cockpit, please. Don't mess with me. Just try to get rid of a little bit. I mean, there's way too much real estate to worry about all of the fingerprints. I'll try to clean them up a little bit here and there where I can, but I know I should be wearing gloves. I'll wear gloves next time. Clean this up a little bit. Some of the areas, big areas where you can really see the fingerprints the most. Backpack, fortunately, is pretty straightforward. So fold these around. Open that up. And flip this part up. Which I very often forget to do when transforming the unicorn. I always forget that that's very, like, top center part of the backpack is supposed to open up as well. It's kind of weird that it even does it, but let's try to go for the unchained form of the backpack, or should we just, nah. Okay, there we go. That's supposed to pop down. Out. These parts are also supposed to open up a little bit. Like that. Alright. We did it. Now the shields. So number one, we open these up. Number two, slide that down. So on the opposite side here as well. Open that up. Slide that down. Just a heads up, guys, I'll be finished soon. So if any of you want to try to break the tie on our custom Kitbash wheel, just a little bit of time left. So any YouTube super chat, or if anybody else buys any t-shirts on the store, you can see the t-shirts here, and the link is down below. Oh, we've got a sale here. I think this one here from Alex. Alright. Could be the tiebreaker that we need from Alex on this one. Let's see. The answer is the core Gundam, so it's not going to break our tie and going to ultimately be pretty inconsequential overall. But that does secure the wound wart in last place. Alright, open up the top, open up the sides, open up the bottom, and then open up the fins here. You guys can see that. Destroy mode versus unicorn mode. So pop open the sides, the top sides, open these sides. I probably need to separate these a little bit more, like so. Like so. Like that. Plug this back on. And we can light this baby up. Alright, let's do it. The weight of the backpack seems fine, which is good. That'll do it. And Gundag X tiebreaker. Thank you for the super chat there. Let's see if it will in fact be the tiebreaker. The focus of the camera is going crazy. There you go. I don't need my phone for the tiebreaker. I need this. Now you can't see it. Now it's behind you. Here we go. Wait. I don't think it's going to be the core Gundam, Joseph. Sorry to say. It's another vote for the Dom, so is not the tiebreaker that we need, but the Dom now is very far out ahead with 7 points. The Byerline Custom and the Rosenzula are still tied at 4 points. So let me go ahead and switch off some lights, and we'll light this guy up, see how it looks. Alright. Where's the best angle you guys can see that? Is it in focus good enough? So it's gotta be a Dom base at this point. Yeah, basically. Hang on guys, the camera went to autofocus. It's been autofocusing the whole time. I apologize, I know that. But my computer was saying that it's getting overloaded. There's too much stuff running, so I had to close the camera control program there. I think that's good. All right. I know it's not very dark. Well, let's see. I can control that too, can't I? I know the suspense is building. Let's turn our brightness down a little bit here, and backlight compensation. We want that on or off? Let's go ahead and switch that off. That looks pretty good. Turn the brightness down. I could close the curtains. It's like cloudy outside, but it's still looking pretty bright on camera. Alright, let's switch her on. Is the switch on? It is. So first, we got the eyes are on. Yeah, I don't know how well you guys can see that. Cameron, true hero coming in here. Come on, Byerline. Alright, Cameron, let's see if you're gonna roll the Byerline. Where's it easier to see? Over here. Thank you, Cameron. Let's see if you're lucky today. It is... what is that? Woundwort. Uh-oh, that's not gonna help anything. Now the Woundwort is tied with the Core Gundam, but they're at 2 points each, so that doesn't really do much to break our tie, unfortunately. But it is more love with the Woundwort, and that's always nice to see. It's more love for the Woundwort. Let me readjust my camera here, so you guys can actually see the face lit up a little bit, if possible. Like that. Can you see that very well, or not really? The eyes are lit up. Let me close the curtain. I guess we'll go darker. It's middle of the day, so I can't really get it too much darker than that, and that doesn't really look like you guys can see. If I point the head up a little bit. Can you see that? It's just so shiny, it's hard to tell what's like just a shine of the gold or actual LED light. But let's go ahead and just switch the rest of it on here. So just pop it one more time. There we go. Whew. Check that out. Now that's shiny. Alright. So yeah, I mean, it sucks that there's nothing to light up the armed armor DE shields. Like I said, I don't have that like third-party bootleg set of lights for the armed armor DE shields. I never picked that up because I thought, I don't really need that. I just want like the main kit to light up. But now that I've got the main kit lit up, it is sad that the DE shields aren't also lit up. So I think I'm gonna have to get that set of LEDs for the shields, because for how nice that looks, for these shields, which are really cool shields, just to be kind of like left dark in the background, it's kind of a shame. So I'm gonna have to look into that. But that's a pretty boss looking kit. So you guys can see what I mean. I know like you can't see it that well, but even like in person here, because it's chrome plated, are there like tiny little nub marks here and there? Yeah, sure. If I'm looking really hard, I could find a couple because I know where they are. But you really, if you didn't actually build it, like if you came here to my house right now and you're looking at this, it would take you a while to find any nub marks on this, because you got all that shiny gold and now it's all lit up with the LEDs, making it look like it's like got some icy hot stunna ice blinging, like some frozen glacier inner frame going on there. Yeah, you're not gonna see like nub marks too much on this, so looking pretty boss, I gotta say. Really glad that I finally got around to building this kit. And the transformation sucked, and it's not transformed like perfectly. I probably need to go in and tweak some bits here and there to get it perfectly transformed. And it's a kind of a mix of unleashed and not unleashed at the moment, but not unleashed, unchained, right? Unchained and not unchained, but very cool. Let's just a look around the back again. I have my rotating display base here, but I don't think this is gonna fit on there very well. But yeah, the shields look great on the back. So alright guys, we need a tiebreaker, and if there's not gonna be any more shirt sales at the moment or super chats, we need a way to break the tie. So what are we gonna do? Let me see, just making sure. Print full space, print, okay. Okay, close that. Michael, John. Okay. I guess the way that let's see, what could we do? I guess I could just spin the wheel, just without any super chat or t-shirt, which is fine. I can do that. And we'll just spin it until, there you go. I think if I can move it closer, you guys can actually see a little bit better, can't you? I'll just spin it, and it'll just be sudden death. So let me just adjust this here a little bit. How's that? That's more in focus on the Gundam a little bit? I think so, possibly, right? Anyway, you guys can see it there. So it'll be sudden death here on this, yes. Yep. What is it? No, I can't see. Wound wart. Well, that's no good, but I guess we'll go ahead and put that on there. If the wound wart gets like another 2 in a row or something, it could be the wound wart, which I think would actually be a lot of fun, kit bashing a dominant wound wart. But here's another one for the Dom, so that still doesn't end our tiebreaker. Pop quiz? Pop quiz? I'd kind of rather it just be random. If I do a pop quiz, that means like the person who answers the quiz question right gets to choose. But the point is that it's supposed to be random amongst them. The only choices were just the kits to go on the board at the start. Wait. It is... What do you think? Is that the O or what? It's like right on the line, but I think it's a little bit on the O. Should we just call that for the O? I think we just might. I think it made it by a short and curly there. And I think that's gonna do it for us. The O it is. So thick boys win out the day. The O, the Dom. me get the lights back on. There you have it, guys. Ooh, so how long have we been streaming for at this point? Almost 9 hours, so I think that's a good time to wrap up the stream. If you guys have actually been around for 9 hours, I don't know if anyone's actually been here the entire time, but if you have, that's quite the feat, and you deserve a prize. So let's see, Mike said Domo. Yeah, is it Odom or Domo? Let's say Domo. We'll make it Japanese. Domo. So thank you guys for playing. All of you guys who did donate for the super chat, or if you guys picked up shirts. If you didn't buy any shirts today at this very moment, that's fine. If you guys want to check out, if you want to pick up one of the shirts later, do so. The camo shirts are limited, and the Chris Pavs Pro Model shirt is limited, so those will just be available till the end of the year. We'll have another new Pro Model after that. Like I said, it'll be probably like about 2-month increments that will do those Pro Models, where there'll be like a custom collaboration with a different builder for those. What else? Yeah, so I'll think about the Dom and the O. They're both big and thick, but then how to actually use the parts together, that's gonna be the challenge. So we'll see. Should we go like base the O and then try to adapt some Dom parts to that, or the other way around? Which one will you think would be the better way to go? I actually think like, considering like generally they're both like big chunky designs, but actually merging them together I think is gonna actually be kind of a little bit challenging. So you guys ended up giving me a good challenge for that, so that all works out. But yeah, check out the t-shirts if you guys are so inclined. I hope that you guys enjoy those. I hope you guys like the designs. If you have any suggestions for designs, you can let me know about that. Any different like custom versions of those designs, or if you guys need a different size, like if you want to get one for your kid and you need like an extra small, the sizes on the website now just go from small to 3XL. But if you need 4XL, I know is also available. If you guys need that, I can get that for you. Or I think they may have 5XL if it's like just for a white or black shirt possibly. But it goes from extra small up to 4 or 5XL, but the very end ones I didn't have on there. But if you guys need that, let me know. If you like really like one of the shirts, but you would like it in a different color, like say for example, like you really like the Bondoc, the Chibi Bondoc shirt, but you really want that on like a orange t-shirt or something like that, send me a message. I can just make a little adjustment on the settings and we can make an orange version of that shirt available if there's someone that's wanting that. But anyway, I think that's gonna be it for today. So yes, there's no core Dom. I think that would have been a cool one. Like basically anything Kitbash with the core Gundam or anything Kitbash with the Wound War, I think is not that difficult, because those are kind of designs that are meant to be, they're meant to have parts attached onto them. So those are kind of like probably would have been easier than trying to do the O and the Dom. I think will actually be one of the more challenging. Between all the 6 designs that we had on there, mashing any of those up, the Rosenzulu, mashing anything with the Rosenzulu I think would probably also have been a little bit difficult, so it's probably good that that one didn't win. That would certainly be more of a challenge. It has very unique design features. Anyway, yeah, thank you guys for hanging out today. This is gonna be the last live stream build here in Korea. There may be one more live stream on the USA Gundam TV channel with Adam next week. There may be one more live stream with Josh this coming week for a Plamo No Trend episode. He actually just messaged me a little bit ago while during the stream about that. I'm not sure, but at least for live building, that's going to be it for here in Korea. We're moving at the end of the month. At the end of November is when we're actually moving, and then obviously there'll be a few weeks before I'm actually like doing stuff again after that. Yes, the Rosenzulu and the Buyer Alarm probably would have been a good mashup. Yeah, could probably do some cool stuff with that. Anyway, so I plan on putting out like another like an update kind of video just to let you guys know about everything that's going on for the time being. But for now, thanks for hanging out today, and until next time, hope you guys have a good rest of the weekend, and